call this meeting to order of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors for December 10th, 2013. Brian, will you do the roll call, please?
Supervisor Bennett? Here. Supervisor Parks? Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Zaragoza?
Here.
And Supervisor Foy?
Here. And I'd like to call it Chaplain Tyler to come give our moment of inspiration. Chaplain is coordinating chaplain of Ventura County Sheriff's Department. He's a lifelong resident of Ventura County and a retired senior deputy sheriff who's now able to give back to the community, serving as a chaplain. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you for coming today.
Very good. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, ladies and gentlemen, today I just want to remind you what the sheriff's chaplains do in the Sheriff's Department here for Ventura County. They are truly amazing people, and there's 7 of us that are volunteers. It's not a paid position, and we are here to not proselytize, but to serve the deputies and their families in the times of crisis and in the times of service and encouragement that they need. Because as you all know, it's truly a difficult job. The sheriff's chaplains are ordained members of the clergy who donate their time and talents and partnership with the members of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. And they are trained by the Sheriff's Department and the International Conference of Police Chaplains. Our chaplains are, I said we're trained by the International Conference of Police Chaplains already, but and they offer support in existing crisis situations and where the need of assistance lies. Chaplains build relationships with sheriff's personnel, solid relationships, lifelong relationships. And that's where the difference comes in between a chaplain and regular clergy. We assist in death notifications, homicides, suicides, bereavements, fatal or serious injury traffic accidents, critical incidents, just time to comfort the family and be there for them, and to be there and listen. Our 7 departmental chaplains add value to this organization by assisting our members and residents during all crisis situations and spiritual counseling, if requested. But again, our position is not to proselytize, but to serve. In the course of our duties, we encounter different persons and families throughout any given day that may need assistance. This is a very difficult time of year that normally we celebrate the birth of Christ, we celebrate Hanukkah, we exchange gifts between family and our loved ones, but we have officers that are going and keeping our community safe and dealing with crisis situations, and they need your prayers. They need your comfort and they need your support because it is truly a difficult job. So with that, please stand and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And remain standing for prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for the birth of Christ. Thank you for Hanukkah. Thank you for the different religions that represent Ventura County. Lord, we thank you for our law enforcement officers and ask that you cover them with your protection as they serve and go where the need arises. In Jesus' name, amen.
Tyler, thank you very much for coming out. Appreciate that. All right. Now we have our minutes of November 2012. Not that we gave you a lot of time to get those done.
Almost done.
Everybody voted yet?
I'm a yes, Brian.
He's a yes. Okay. All right. So we'll move on to our agenda review. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Foy. Just a few items. Agenda page 5, number 18, contract amendments with P2P Staffing and Nova Coast, a revised board letter, Exhibits 1 and 2 have been submitted, and the agenda title has been changed to correct the dollar amount for the Nova Coast Amendment to $6.147 million instead of $1.697 million. All amended documents have been distributed and posted on the web. On page 7, number 32, Emergency Management Performance Grant Award, a revised board letter has been submitted, and the agenda title has been changed to correct the dollar amount of the grant award to $295,047 instead of $295,407. Both amended documents have been distributed and posted. And number 35, Senior Summit Presentation. A PowerPoint has been submitted, distributed, and posted. Also, number 45, a PowerPoint has been submitted, distributed, and posted. Agenda page 10, number 46, the Fire Protection District. A revised board letter has been submitted, and the agenda title has been changed to remove reference to Appendix L. Both documents have been distributed and posted. Agenda page 10, number 47, Fire Protection District Resolution. The agenda title has been updated to include Appendix L. And number 50, Animal Services Ordinance. Comment letters have been submitted by Lynn Jensen, George Eigenhauser, and Elizabeth Orrick, which have been distributed and posted on the web. And finally, number 59, appointment to the El Rancho Simi Cemetery District Board of Directors. A comment letter has been received by Teresa Jordan, which has been, wait for it, distributed and posted to the web. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have anything else, or we can have the motion of the agenda as revised?
I just also want to note that I will have to take off at 11 o'clock, but I'll be back in time for the 2 o'clock hearing.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Everybody voted? One more? There we go. Okay, great. Then we'll move on to our consent items. Anybody have any questions on consent? No? And if we could have a motion on consent. Move. Second, we'll vote. All right, we'll move on to public comments. Do we have public comment cards? We have 2 cards. There we go. Okay, Lucas there.
So, state stuff. Contact state legislature, please. Ask them to ban fracking. Ask them to ban offshore drilling. Ask them to support the, what's it called? Homeless Person's Bill of Rights. I don't like the name of it, actually, but if calling it that is what it's going to take to get it through, then that's fine with me. I'm opposed to the fact that you people just accepted $500,000 from the federal government for our sheriff's office. In these various things, and the fact that you're spending $7,000 a month on warehouse space for them. There are like 20,000 homeless people in this county, maybe more. So those people need somewhere to live too. You could house a lot of people in a warehouse. So really consider maybe spending $7,000 a month on a warehouse to house the people that are here. I would like to see some roadside safety rest areas. People drive on the 101. They drive from all the way as far north as Washington or even Canada to come down to Los Angeles. They want to take the coast. They want to take the 101. It's a beautiful drive. It really is. It's a really tiring drive, too. It's windy. There's a lot of elevation gain and loss, and so that causes driver fatigue. And as far as I can see, there's not a single roadside rest area in the county. Can someone confirm or deny that? Is there a roadside rest area, a roadside safety rest area in this county? There are roadside safety rest areas in other counties. You people should know whether or not there's a roadside rest area. It's a yes or no question. There are none. I didn't see any. Instead, there are signs that say no parking from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So what that says to a fatigued driver that's been driving since San Francisco or further north is, I don't care if you're tired. Ventura County, we don't care if you're tired. We want you to keep driving. We want you to keep driving unsafely. We don't care if you get in an accident because you're tired. We have signs that say you get a fine, you get a ticket for sleeping here on the roadside like it's safe to do. AAA recommends that if you're tired, you pull over, you go to sleep. Any sheriff that you just gave money to would recommend that if a driver is tired, they pull over, they go to sleep. But there's not a single roadside rest area in this county. And if there are accidents in this county, think about why that there are accidents in this county. There are no roadside rest areas. And there need to be bathrooms at these roadside rest areas. I can hold it, but my girlfriend, she can't hold it. Girls' bladders are smaller. That's just the way a female is built. And so people need to stop. Old people need to stop even more frequently. They have all sorts of ailments caused by the genetically modified foods that people have been feeding them for the past 50 years. So they need to stop frequently for bathroom breaks. And, the stores, they don't want to let you use their bathroom at nighttime if you don't have any money. If you're not buying something, then you can't use the bathroom. That's certainly the case all over. So you need to have public bathrooms that are available for people at these roadside rest areas on the 101. It costs no money. You go out there, you replace the sign. You don't even need to add additional space. You don't even need to pave additional sand. I don't want you to pave additional sand for these. We have the space right there on the 101 freeway. Go out and drive the 101 freeway. And then there are these RVs that you charge money. So if you have money, you can camp at that Rincon, I guess it's called. There's this county ordinance that says you can't sleep in county parks. I looked it up. I'm doing an essay on the oppression of homeless people in Ventura County for my college final. And so there's this law that says that people can't sleep in county parks unless they pay the fees and they fill out the appropriate paperwork. But obviously, if a person is tired and they show up at a park at nighttime, there's not going to be a person in an office that's going to accept fees or be able to accept the paperwork, and those people probably don't have fees anyway. And then you give them tickets and charge them more money. You bring them into the court system that really is clogged up and needs to just not be quite so clogged up in the first place, because there are all these unnecessary citations going out to people who sleep outside. I don't sleep outside. I'm fortunate enough to have space to sleep inside pretty much every night. And there are a lot of people that sleep outside. They don't even know where this building is. They don't even know they can come and talk to you people and tell you people that you're oppressing them. But you are. And so cut it out. Thanks.
Mr. Thayer, I appreciate your patience on lots of issues. Just one, because I know you'd likely bring it up in the future, about roadside rest areas. Mm-hmm. And generally in the state of California and in the country, roadside rest areas are designed in sort of non-urban areas where there's a long distance and there's no place for people to pull over. It's considered that there are lots of places to pull over in urban areas because there's so many exits, but you generally see roadside rest areas when there's long gaps where there's no exits or no exits where there's anything except another crossroad. So that's generally my understanding about where Caltrans decides to build roadside rest areas and where Caltrans doesn't decide to build them.
So
for whatever
would
it's
be
worth.
state funding then? It would be the next time I ask about it, I would need to ask for you to ask Caltrans to do it?
It's Caltrans that do it, and Caltrans policies wouldn't do it in an urban county like Ventura County. You don't see roadside rest areas in Los Angeles County, for example, because there's so many places to pull off because you have so many exits. So that's generally
for
what
example,
Caltrans
let's say I didn't have an address here in Ventura and I pulled over somewhere in downtown Ventura because I had been driving all day and I sleep in my car. You're going to tell me that a law enforcement officer isn't going to harass me at 3 o'clock in the morning if I park right there?
Well, I'm just telling you what their policy is on roadside areas. I mean, every place you pull off is going to be different. We have areas where people, we have places for people to park and ride, for example.
Where's that?
There's a park and ride at Pleasant Valley exit. We have a park and ride.
So a person can sleep in a car there?
We have a lot of those, but that's just what's more appropriate in an urban setting as park and ride than rest area, and Caltrans is primarily the ones who have the policies for that. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you for the information. Is it illegal to sleep in a vehicle in the county of Ventura? Council?
We're on my time now here,
Okay.
right? Yeah, and
we
I
can't
just
answer
wanted to
that.
pass it on to you.
I don't know. I'm asking about the law.
Yeah, just for your benefit and stuff.
I don't know. I'm asking about the law right now. Then.
Yeah.
Is it
I don't know.
illegal to sleep in a vehicle
you
in
can
Ventura
talk to
County?
sheriffs back there or something.
Is it
because-
illegal, sir?
but
to
you-
sleep in a
you-
vehicle in Ventura
Miss-
Go
County?
ahead, you can go back there, but
Yeah, you
not
can't
from
do
the
it. You can't do
podium.
it here. We
Right.
can't answer
Okay.
those questions. He can talk to you, but we can't answer your questions.
Great. Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
David Grau. David may know the answers to all those.
I don't know the answer. Hi, good morning. My name is David Grau. I'm with the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. Earlier this year, the Board of Supervisors approved labor agreements that by July of 2014 will eliminate the employer pickup of employee share pension costs for members of SEIU, the operating engineers, and employees covered by the management resolution, including elected department heads. Everybody in those groups except members of the Board of Supervisors. Why have you exempted yourselves from paying your fair share of pension costs when others are now required to do so? In 2001, the board adopted an ordinance to set supervisors' base salary at a level equal to 70% of the salary of a Superior Court judge, with a 5% annual cap on increases, and to provide those benefits, quote, common in private industry or government, which are health insurance, life insurance, retirement, deferred compensation plans, 401k plans, a car allowance, and medical examination. The ordinance concluded, quote, it is the intent of the board that the salary and benefits so provided is the entire compensation for supervisor services. But that is not what is happening. Supervisors require the taxpayers pay part of their pension costs for them. The employer pickup is as much as $9,000 annually for some of you. And to add insult to injury, the county will include the pickup in your pension calculation, which will spike your lifetime pension. Nowhere in the 3-page ordinance do we see a specific mention of a pickup of the supervisor's contribution to the retirement plan. Yet it's happening, and taxpayers are on the hook. The authorization for this perk is tucked away in a separate management resolution, a document describing compensation and benefits for unrepresented employees, also approved by the Board of Supervisors. We urge that you place an agenda item for the board approval to require that members of the Board of Supervisors pay their full and fair share of pension costs, as you have already done for members of SEIU, the operating engineers, and all employees covered by the management resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I told you before, Dave, I didn't know that that was not true. Again, I don't take a pension, so I don't know what's coming out, but we'll find out if that's true. I think we thought that everybody was treated equally. So, Mr. Powers made.
Yes, thank you, Chair Foy. Just 2 quick comments. Just as a reminder, the board did take the same 3% reduction pay cut that all the employees did back in 2010, and that this is more, the exclusion really relates to the fact that the board is covered by a separate ordinance. And so, and the impact of this for the employees, as you know, does not take effect until June of 2013. So I would just point that out. 2014.
Thank you. We're going to go on to board comments, but before we do that, I'd like to have my own comment. One of our supervisors, who is probably the consummate, hardworking, been involved, travels to Sacramento, does everything on a regular basis for all of us and for everybody in this county, over the years, has done so much. And the Chamber of Commerce Alliance, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, presented Kathy Long with a Lawmaker of the Year award for 2013. And I just want to say congratulations for your hard work and for all you do for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. I was very honored. That was very nice. And part of my comments, just for the record, is that I certainly felt that we have a great county, and many elected officials continue to do good work in this county, and that more elected officials should wear lipstick.
I don't know if you just heard, they just put lipstick on the CEO of GM.
Yes,
A female for the first time in history, so you're maybe right. There you go. All right. Supervisor?
Yes, sir. Okay, I just want to share with you that a couple of weeks ago I attended the CSAC conference in San Jose, and the conference was very informative. There was many workshops on affordable care, the Affordable Care Act, realignment, exploring innovative county approaches were shared by the County of Santa Clara regarding some of their issues. And also, another class that I attended was preparing for the eve of the Health Care Act, healthcare reform. Homelessness in California, they have a tremendous amount of problems in Santa Clara County regarding homelessness. And after hearing what they have and the problems they have, we're very fortunate. But also, I want to share that we are working on homelessness here in Ventura County, which I think is extremely important. There was a young lady by the name of Inocente that spoke about she was did an award-winning documentary on homelessness. And she was homeless for 9 years, and the presentation was just very, very emotional. And the young lady was very, very intelligent, and she's a painter, and I'm sure that probably Kathy is going to talk about it because she's the one that invited her to speak at CSAC. And I also attended the Urban Counties Caucus Board, and as the chairman just mentioned, I just want to commend Supervisor Long for being voted to the executive committee of the Urban Caucus Board for CSAC. And I think that's tremendous, the amount of work that she's doing. One of the keynote speakers that spoke there was Kamala Harris regarding the police work that they're doing and how to bring all the police departments to the 21st century with technology. Great speaker. She spoke at one of our lunches. Additionally, I also attended the Rescue Mission Thanksgiving dinner. Quite a few elected officials were there. And additionally, I had the pleasure of lighting the menorah over at the collections during the menorah, that celebration. Also, I attended the Welcome Center, and if Thayer was here, I just want to let him know that the rest area is there at the collection center. They can stop there at the Welcome Center, and in fact, what they have now is a wine tasting program. At the new Welcome Center at the collection. And my understanding is that's the only Welcome Center in California that has a wine tasting area. But you can have a designated driver too. I also attended the holiday tree lighting ceremony at Plaza Park in Oxnard. It was extremely cold, but Santa Claus showed up and it was great. And I also attended and participated in the Oxnard Parade in the rain. And they said rain or shine, and we were there, and we still had quite a few hundred people that watched the parade in the rain on Saturday morning. Additionally, I attended participated in the 5K charity challenge for United Way in Santa to the Sea. We had about 3,200 people that ran that race, and I just want to share that Kathy and I, how many seconds? We did, 58?
Less than an hour.
58 minutes. The 5K. And we came in together and
I beat him by one step.
I thought you were pushing.
she pushed me. I was with the other step and she put me on. But it was great. There was many people that attended and we raised a lot of money for Santa to the Sea. In fact, this Saturday we're going to give out hundreds of toys and scholarships over in Nyland. And I hope to bring Mike Barber here next week to give him the resolution. And I have numerous other events that I attended. Bill Gallagher, one of my helpers, assistants, went over to the Oxnard graduation for firefighters. We had an additional 19 or 16 firefighters that were added to the Oxnard Fire Department, and numerous other events that we attended. So that's it. Oh, and I'd like to adjourn in memory of this folks in this list. Thank you.
Yes, and good morning. Couple of things. We have our CSAC Executive Director coming in this morning, so I'll talk further when he's here. But the conference, I thought this year, one was great attendance, but I thought the workshops were higher quality, good panelists, lots of discussion, of course, about the Affordable Care Act, and still about AB 109 and implementation challenges. The homeless workshop that Supervisor mentioned, Innocenti was a young homeless woman, young girl and her family who lived homeless in San Diego for 9 years. And it was a Academy Award-winning documentary on homelessness in that area. And She has now become quite the artist. She does paintings that are pretty amazing, and she does travel around the country talking about, showing the documentary, talking about how art really helped to save her from a homeless path. And anyway, that was an excellent workshop. And Santa Clara does have a large, I think you look at our counties and we have wonderful homeless intervention programs, assistance programs. Santa Clara does too. It's a larger scale. We just have more people. But everyone is commenting on, unfortunately, the number of children we're seeing in the families who are living homeless and on the streets. So it was a good conference, and we did the Santa to the Sea, and first time I've done this. It is their 10th year, as the supervisor mentioned, and it was pretty cold out there in the Channel Islands Harbor. We all layered up. But
It was 37 degrees according to my car thermometer.
I was walking with my chief of staff, Martine Hernandez, in support of Interface. Had a good Interface team, so it was fun, and raised some money for them.
Can I just share something else real quick?
Sure.
For my age at 59, I came in third, so. You guys believe that?
No. And let me see, what else did I have here? I hope that our CEO talk a little bit about the Tackling Hunger campaign and the trees. I have adjourn and memories to submit, and I think that was all the other comments I had. So the adjourn and memories, and unfortunately quite a list. I wanted to call out, and I know that Supervisor Bennett and I are doing a joint resolution on this, and it was the passing of Dick Belthone, who was the city manager in the city of Port Hueneme for 25 years plus, and then came back for a short tour of duty when he was asked to, and certainly recognized in small cities as one of those city managers who helped that small city to prosper and grow, and it surprised all of us, I think. It surprised me when I heard of his passing. And there was, excuse me a minute, there was somebody else, but now I can't. Shirley Hargarden out of Santa Paula. She and her husband Bob, longtime activists in Santa Paula. Shirley passed. Quite a history of a woman who supported her Navy husband and traveled the world with him with 4 children. Every country they went into, she'd worked to learn the language. When she was in Santa Paula, they were active with the chamber, and she was everywhere, and just a delightful woman. So sad to hear of her passing. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I have little goodie bags for everybody. We had the 10th anniversary celebration of the purchase of Amundsen Ranch, and I thought I'd also share for you. There were about 600 people in attendance, and both Supervisors Zaragoza and Bennett were able to come. But if you haven't seen the resolutions by the County of Los Angeles, they're just so beautiful. They're hand-painted, so I just thought I'd share with you what they look like, and they have these really neat big envelopes. But it is a beautiful resolution. Yeah, so I'll share that with you. And it was a nice event.
This is how we keep our
Gray
budget
Davis,
balanced by not doing this, right?
Governor Gray Davis was there, and Rob Reiner and Senator Pavley and others that really helped make the day special. And one of the volunteers just did an incredible job making huge storyboards about the size of doors for all the years of the about 17-year battle to save the ranch. So that was nice. And also the executive director of the Wildlife Conservation Board was there too. So it was just a nice event for our people to get together and then also appreciate the beauty of the ranch and hopefully inspire others to know that they can persevere and win in these kind of situations. I also was able to attend a lovely celebration. Lorena High School in our district received a Blue Ribbon Award, and that was neat to see. And also, just this last weekend, was able to attend the Grossman Byrne Foundation. They had a nice event and really get an opportunity to learn what they do, and it is pretty caring. They actually, not only in the United States, but they go to Afghanistan and help people who have become burn victims or otherwise disfigured, and it was just very inspirational to see what people are doing. And I want to ask that we close in honor of some special people. Where's my list? Here it is. I'd like to call out Stella Scholl. She is the owner of Stella's Restaurant in a landmark in Thousand Oaks, and they really featured wholesome food, but also comfort and care for their customers. So I know she will be very much missed, as will Hertha Schweinberg, champion chef lant, and she was a Holocaust survivor, one of the Kindertransport childs, and in her obituary it talks about how Heather refused to let hate and evil that she experienced as an adolescent warp her, and she actually became a nurse and was a registered nurse for over 5 decades and a longtime volunteer in the wellness community in Thousand Oaks too. So nice to have such a wonderful, caring attitude after experiencing such terror. So I know these people on the list will be missed, and I ask that we close in their honor. And also just wanted to call out the Library Foundation that our board encouraged to move forward. Did meet, and Mike Salacci was made the chair, and Marty Robinson's the vice chair of that, and they're going to go out and be fruitful and hopefully get some funding together and start a bookmobile countywide, and then also use that as an opportunity to also bring in funds to keep the libraries strong. And the reason I'm leaving at 11, I'm going to be attending a luncheon for Mayor Claudia Bill de la Peña, who will be doing her State of the City address at 11:30. So I do need to make that. But I will be back and look forward to our hearings at 2 o'clock. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, including the joint resolution that Supervisor Long's already pointed out. I will not mention the things that the events that I've been to, et cetera, because I'd like to focus my talk here, my conversations during the month of December on what is something that I would just ask that we all try to really focus on during this special holiday season. And that's something that it's interesting Supervisor Long began to allude to. She talked about children's homelessness. I'd just like to talk about children's poverty overall. We have almost 1 in 5 children in Ventura County, in one of the wealthiest counties in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, live in poverty. And it's just easy for us to sort of say, well, that's somebody else's problem. But if you lived in a small village, if you lived in an Indian tribe, and you were trying to get the tribe ready for its long-term success, you just wouldn't sit back and ignore an issue like that. And with the resources that exist in this country and the resources that exist in this county, it's just something I hope we keep elevating in our consciousness as we go forward, to have 1 in 5 children living in poverty here in Ventura County. We can do more, and we should keep trying to do more, but most importantly, we should think of those children as our children, not somebody's family's problem. Those children deserve to have full opportunities to develop themselves, and we as a society have a lot to benefit. Second thing is, had the opportunity to have a good conversation with our coordinator of recruiting foster homes yesterday. She's doing an outstanding job, and she's going to be going to various churches in Ventura County and making presentations, and to whatever extent supervisors can support her in their district, that would be great. But there's a theme that we were talking about yesterday, we're trying to kick off, and that theme is simply this, and if we'd all keep it in mind for recruiting more foster families, and that is a child saying, all I want for Christmas is a home. And that fits with homelessness, that fits with foster kids, but all I want for Christmas is a home, not a group home, but a home, a family to be able to share that with. And so to the extent that we can get that out and try to find and encourage more and more people to become foster parents, the better off those children will be if they can get out of institutional settings and get into a family setting, particularly for the holidays. I think we can all appreciate how valuable that is. And finally, we asked a few weeks ago for people to donate socks because homeless people in particular in the wintertime have a great need for socks, and the children in those settings have a great need for socks. There's been a really nice steady stream of socks showing up in my office, and if people just want to remind people of that, we'd love to just fill the office with socks and get those on to the homeless people in Ventura County. Finally, I'd like to congratulate, we had a number of management award winners that were recognized at the Management Council holiday party. One of the two that Mr. Powers pointed out, Mike is here in the room, and Paul Grossgold were two of the top award winners, and don't have the names of all the others, but it was a good event, and it was good to honor and recognize the great contributions that our top managers are making here in Ventura County and moving forward. And I want to congratulate Mr. Powers and the whole management team for creating this sort of sense of really driving forward, trying to be creative, trying to make sure that we keep pushing the ball up the hill and keeping it from rolling down. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate the hard work, Mr. Pettis, Mr. Grossgold, and all the rest that are doing their job for just to make this a place that I think all the citizens of Ventura County can say their government is working hard, effectively, and efficiently, and that's what we're trying to do. I appreciate that. I'd like to also recognize in the passing my Germans that Nancy Bender, Simi Valley Nancy, was one of the first city council people and CEO, president of the Chamber of Commerce, and all the stuff. She worked hard, helped bring the Reagan Library. One of those people that she couldn't stop doing enough, part of the state chair, yeah, and then, and when she had her extra time, she was out bringing food and supplies to needy families, and one of those kind of people you're talking about that just part of the community that just wouldn't stop, and it's just, you hate to see her move on. People miss her, but another good example of people who can just continue to give and give and give, and in a lot of different ways, and so it's great. And going back to Supervisor Bennett's this time of year, you look at those kind of people that just did that kind of stuff, so it's important. And then also, you'd go back to a little bit of sports. I don't know if you saw that Simi Valley High School had on their cross-country team did well. Their boys got 8, and their girls got first in the state. Did very, very well. I want to congratulate Sarah Baxter, which is one of their anchors, who's going on to the University of Oregon to run and do well. One of the best running team. Hopefully we'll see her in the Olympics. We all saw her before the board, I think, when we were in Thousand Oaks. So I think that's important stuff. So no, really. Oh, really? Just, yeah. Fred Kavanagh, yeah. Yeah, we'll do it next week, but wow. So thank you. I just didn't see it.
Chair Foy, I also didn't mention that on Thursday, California Treasurer Bill Lockyer will be our quarterly dinner event speaker. I think you all got invitations,
Yeah.
and I know we're filling up quickly, but it should be a really interesting conversation.
Should be interested to hear where the state is, huh? Anyway, yes.
Mr. Chair, just one, and I know we all have the same thoughts, but listening this morning to the service for Nelson Mandela, and what a remarkable public servant, caring activist who changed his country for the better and changed all of us, I think, and how he approached that change and worked for the greater good of his country and for the world. Just a remarkable man.
Yeah. Yes. Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Foy. Just a couple of quick comments, and I appreciate Supervisor Bennett's comments about the Management Council event, and certainly appreciate Christy Madden and the whole Management Council board for putting on such a great event and all the events they do all year. And there was actually a record number of nominations for awards for county managers this year, which was great. And then just a huge number for customer service, too, which I thought was really very telling. So very nice event. Appreciate the supervisor being there. Also, on Food Share. Food Share campaign is off and running, and your county folks here participated mightily in the Can Tree event, and it was a great turnout from department heads. Mike Pettit, Paul Grosskold were there. Matt Carroll helped coordinate it. Jeff Pratt, Brian Palmer, our own clerk, was there, and we think we should have won. But it's okay. The credit union had the fix in, so that's okay. But it was good community spirit competition. But really what was important was raising awareness, because it was really surprising to hear that they provide food for about 75,000 people in our county every month. A month. Yeah, and the number that are food insecure is probably a little bit higher than that. And so that's staggering when you think about it in our very good community that we have here. But then also the high numbers of seniors, with the senior tsunami coming, and families who are living paycheck to paycheck, trying to make it, but falling about 10 to 15% short. So that extra bit of food every month really does help out. So appreciate the county family participating and all the support. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good things. All right. So we've got a 9:30 time certain. We've got a few minutes. Maybe we can get a few things in here real quick. 51 is what where is it? There it is. And here she comes. All right.
Good morning. My name is Talia Barrera with the Workforce Investment Board. Item 51 before you is a recommendation to approve a reappointment for 3 members to a new 3-year term with our new bylaws. They are Will Berg from Oxnard Harbor District, Paul Matakevich with SEIU United Healthcare Workers, and Jesus Torres with Verizon Communications. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good group, yeah. Appreciate it.
Recommend that.
Thank you. We can all vote? That's good.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much. And then from our auditor's office.
Good morning, Chair Foy, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Joanne McDonald, Chief Deputy Auditor Controller. On November 5th, your board was provided with information regarding the County of Ventura developer fees as required by government code. I'm here today to ask you to complete the annual review, find that there is a reasonable relationship between the fees and the purpose for which they are committed, and find that the funding and projects are identified and designated as required. I'm available for any questions.
Comments, questions? No? We have a motion? Second? Can all vote? Thank you very much, John. Mr. Dursey.
Excuse me. Good morning, board members. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. Earlier this year, Supervisor Bennett came to the board and requested a contribution to the Boys and Girls Club of $100,000. And at that time, he changed his, and he threw down the gauntlet a little bit for the Boys and Girls Club and said, we will up it to $150,000 if they can match with $300,000 of contributions of their own. And sure enough, they did it. They accumulated well over $300,000 in contributions. So we're back to your board to make good on our part of the deal and request a $150,000 contribution to the Boys and Girls Club of Ventura this time. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
Thank you very much for that lead-in. I just want to congratulate the Boys and Girls Club. E.J. Harrison stepped forward, Lee Manera stepped forward, and quite a few community members stepped forward with substantial contributions to make this match. And this is the classic example, I think, of us thinking. You think about those kids out there at Satiquoy. They're our kids, and great being able to see that new facility for them out there and stuff. So really appreciate the board support for this last May when it came forward. So thank you very much.
And I think when you say there are kids, because this does not have a city attached to it, it's a county facility, right? So a little different than the others, but
Mr. Chairman,
glad to
I'd
see the
like to-
community do that, yeah.
I attended, the ribbon cutting. It's just a beautiful, beautiful Boys and Girls Club building, and the Harrisons were very giving, and the chamber was there, and they had a shoe match ceremonial event, for the Boys and Girls Club. But it's just a beautiful.
And sure appreciate your attendance there too, Supervisor.
It's just great for the children. It's fantastic.
All right, so we have a first and a second. Can we have a vote? It's good. Congratulations to all the partners. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to number 54. Sir.
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Paul Young, Chief Deputy Director, General Services Agency. We have before you item number 54, award of 2 job order contracts to MTM Construction. I'm available for questions.
I think this is pretty straightforward. Can I have a motion here?
Move the recommended action.
Get a second? Got a vote. I think that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Number 55. Is this Mr. Pettis going to do this? Or no, who's doing 55? Come on, I've been waiting a lot of years for this one.
Finally. Good morning, Chair Foy, Supervisors, CEO Powers. For the record, Mike Pettit, IT Services. The moment is finally here. I'm pleased to announce, and this was the number one item on Mike's presentation at the Management Council of exciting things about 2014, and that is we are moving away from GroupWise and on to Office 365. We're entering the cloud. So I'm going to run through this real quickly. I think everybody's excited, so probably not a lot of concern, but just want to highlight some of the opportunities and facts about this project. We are talking about moving from Novell GroupWise to Microsoft Office 365, and I know people probably are saying, finally. Where are we coming from? Everybody knows we're coming from Novell GroupWise. Attachmate bought the Novell GroupWise product a few years ago. Attachmate is an investment group. And currently today, we have a separate infrastructure for BlackBerry devices. We have webmail for browser email access, and we use some other products for collaboration. So you look at all of these products, that comprises our productivity suites that we use here and tools that we use at the county today.
So, when you use the word productivity and GroupWise, it just doesn't go well together. So.
That's an oxymoron, right? So why are we moving? Just to also emphasize some of the trends impacting the way we work. We have in the world 1 billion smartphones projected by 2016. I just gave a presentation last Friday. The number of smartphones sold in the world last year exceeded the number of babies born. So it's kind of a staggering fact of the world that we live in today. 82% of the world's online population engages in social networking. I think my teenager represents about 80% of that. And then 50% of enterprise customers are on the cloud, and that's one of the biggest trends we see is more and more services moving to cloud-hosted solutions. Why are we moving? Again, we have concerns over the future support and development of GroupWise. I know that's not a shock to many of you. It is owned by Attachmate and Investment Group, so the concern is what happens if Attachmate doesn't meet their revenue targets, et cetera. We have seen the support of the product is lagging in terms of integration with mobile and smartphones. It was a number of years after smartphones really hit big with the introduction of the iPhone before Novell supported that. We also are excited about the productivity opportunities of the new product. And then also the feature availability. With moving to Office 365, we will experience a whole new set of productivity features that we currently do not enjoy across all employees for the same amount of money. So how much is it going to cost? And to understand and put that into perspective, just wanted to share briefly what we're currently paying. We currently spend about $1.4 million on a combination of GroupWise, the wireless email, and again, the point there is we spend a lot of money on wireless email on smartphones and tablets, but only for 1,000 users. And when you contrast that to the platform we're moving to, everybody gets wireless email, so it's not limited to a small group. If you get the email service, you have the ability to access it on your smartphone or tablet or mobile device. When you contrast that to Office 365, we are looking at roughly the same cost. It's about $50,000 more annually, but what we get for that money is substantially increased, and I'll talk a bit about that on a couple slides here. And then we have a one-time implementation cost of $1.6 million. That includes the training of all of the county employees on the Office 365 product, as well as the migration of our email to the Office 365 environment. The total annual cost is just under $1.5 million, as I mentioned. That's roughly equivalent to our current costs, greater functionality for everyone. That represents less than 0.1% of our county's annual operating budget for some of the most critical productivity solutions that we use in critical communication solutions. And IT Services is funding the one-time implementation costs out of our retained earnings, so it will not be an impact to the general fund budget. In talking about the return on investment, Forrester Research did a study in November 2012 on 5 organizations, or a total of 25 organizations that moved to cloud-hosted email and productivity solutions. Their key findings were a 329% return on investment over 3 years. If you look at this analogy, it fits right with our situation. About a $3 million investment, that's exactly what we're looking at. $1.6 million in implementation, about $1 million in the licensing costs, and $300,000 in Microsoft support agreement. We're right there, $3 million investment, and they saw $13 million in benefits over that same period. So our expectation is to experience something very similar. What's in it for us? We're talking about high-capacity email. I know that's just a number, 50 gigabits per user, but to put that into perspective, today, on average, most agencies and departments, we have their email limited at 2 gigabytes per user. So for the same cost, a significantly larger amount of capacity. Moving to Office 365 will give us a consistent email and archival and retention and e-discovery solution across the county. Believe it or not, it is performed differently. Those services are performed differently between the departments today. Along with that, we'll get instant messaging, secure cloud storage if you've used a product like Dropbox or Box for sharing information between your tablet, your desktop, etc. That's included as well. Integrated video conferencing and communications. Today we leverage other products for that, so that's an additional cost. This is included with the Office 365 solution. Again, SharePoint for team collaboration purposes. And again, this is cloud hosted, so it's redundant, it's scalable, and it's available from home, from work, everywhere you're at, mobilely. And then also a nice benefit is single sign-on. The same login you use to access your computer will be, you won't have to sign in again to access your email, your Microsoft Office, any of these other solutions. So it will increase staff productivity with that as well. When and how? Here's just a very high-level view of the project, about 6 months to completion. We'll be training between February and May. We'll be doing migration in waves between March and June. And both email systems will be up and functional during that time frame. When your email box is migrated to Office 365, you'll still be able to get into GroupWise and verify that everything migrated successfully. All of individuals' archive email will be migrated, and all of the rule processing, if you have any rules in your email box today, those are migrated as well. So it should be a fairly straightforward and smooth transition. We do have a little bit of concern about some network bandwidth as we're pushing all of our email from locally up to the cloud, and then individuals are logging in just during the migration phase. We're expanding our bandwidth to support that during the migration phase. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
I don't know if there's any questions, but you sure answered a lot of hopes and wishes.
And Mr. Chair, I understand that you're going to have a lot of happy users from throughout.
I think so.
Thank you.
It's not the sexiest thing for us to work on, but it probably is the most important thing because we touch it so often, and it's in terms of productivity around here and morale. It certainly is going to go up with increased, with the improvements over what we have with current group wise. So thank you.
Thank you. That's our expectation, is that we'll be more productive. We'll have new ways to communicate more efficiently. So you'll be able to be sending an email while instant messaging with someone and having a video conference all at once. So.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the excellent work, Mike, and your team on this. And yes, there was a cheer went up in my office. Yay, finally, we're moving ahead on this. But and I look to the opportunity for the training for this board member. Thank you.
I do want to.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm sorry.
I just want to thank you because I had the same experience in my office. Everybody was yelling too and good work,
I do want to recognize this has very much been a team effort and a partnership of all the agencies, IT managers at the county. We have worked very diligently, tirelessly, really, on this effort, looking at how this is going to impact the business. Does this solution integrate with current systems at the county? So we really want to acknowledge the efforts of the Business Technology Committee, which is comprised of IT leaders from all of the county agencies and departments. They spent a lot of hours evaluating the different cloud productivity solutions, and we really organized the training package to make sure that it suited all of the different types of services that the county provides. We have 24/7 public safety personnel, healthcare individuals, and we wanted to have a training solution that met all those needs. So I just want to give kudos to them for the efforts that they put together to really help identify that training package as well.
And you have that special training for these highly technical people like. Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
And the bottom line is productivity.
Yeah. Great. Well, anyway, that's wonderful. I think we're all waiting for it. We'd love to see that big return on investment, so that's great. I know it's going to get there. So we have a motion. We have a second. If we can get a second, then we'll move on. And this is great. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Everybody? Okay, wonderful. Let's move back on to our 9:30 time certain, our presentation, certificates, supports for our purple.
Yes, thank you,
Heart
Mr.
Trail.
Chair. And thank you for having the opportunity to invite folks in who helped us to accomplish this goal for the National Purple Heart Trail designation here in Ventura County, and it is along Highway 101. I have many people to thank and a few talking points, and I'll step down to present certificates to those who really helped us get to the success of the Purple Heart Trail. As you know, it requires both the legislation, which was championed by Senator Hannah-Beth Jackson, and also the fundraising had to be from the community, and we had to raise $5,000. So that's the reason we're here, brought them in today to thank them for helping to reach that goal and being able to get the Purple Heart Trail underway. I'll start first by thanking and coming down after a few words to thank GSA, specifically the Stephanie Perez, who served as the event coordinator and worked directly with Lauren in my office to really make this happen. Vincent Childs, Doug Cook, Carrie Crawford, Matthew Krieger, who was responsible for helping to refine the image of the Purple Heart medal on the sign in GSA graphics. He created this, which was used as the prop for the ceremony for the unveiling of the Purple Heart Trail. Rosalind Harris and certainly Paul Grosgold. Excellent job by your team and everyone in GSA. The Purple Heart Trail was established by the Military Order of the Purple Heart in 1992, chartered by an act of Congress to commemorate and honor our men and women who have been wounded or killed in combat while serving in the United States Armed Forces. The purpose of the Purple Heart Trail is to create a symbolic and honorary system of roads, highways, bridges, and other monuments to give tribute to those men and women who've been awarded the Purple Heart Medal. This was really brought to my attention last summer when we recognized the Purple Heart recipients in our county. Local Chapter 750, the Military Order of the Purple Heart, wanted to continue this trail in Ventura County. So again, we joined with the Senator. SCR 27 extended the declaration of the Purple Heart Trail into southern Santa Barbara and Ventura County. This now results in 240 continuous miles of Purple Heart Trail along Highway 101 from Monterey through Ventura County. Again, we raised the funds to do that. The signs will be that visual reminder for folks who travel this highway of the sacrifices made by the men and women in our country. And it's been said that the heritage of the Purple Heart Medal represents, it's sacred to those who understand the price that was paid to wear it and the importance of the Purple Heart Trail. So, Lauren, you want to run through? Yeah, she's going to show quickly. Look at the beautiful day. We're out at Rincon Park. There's the senator and Purple Heart Trail recipients, Carbajal, Supervisor Carbajal, Carpinteria. It was a nice way to commemorate and kick off the dedication.
Is that done?
Yes, and there's a group of us, and as you can see, Purple Heart recipients present. Das Williams, Assembly member, and some of our fine veterans and the honor guard, who carried the flag in. So I will step down now, and we have certificates to present. So, first, I would like to. I saw Mike Salachi. I think I saw Mike. Come on, Mike. Mike Salachi called on Mike and said, "We just have a small delta of funds to raise here, and I know AT&T is always so generous in our community, and it took about 2 seconds for him to say, 'Let's see if I can make it happen.' So, thank you, Mike, in appreciation." Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, Nancy Lindholm. I was at a conference with Nancy and just started talking about this because Oxnard always puts on these wonderful events to honor our military and our veterans in our community. And I mentioned this to Nancy, and she said, "Well, I think we can do that." Boy, I took it right back to her chamber board, and here we are. Thank you for your contribution. Military Order, the Purple Heart, Chapter 750, Michael Cook, and Michael Cook, yes. Where are you, Michael? Michael, come on down. Jim Daniels, come on down. We're going to be recognizing. Michael really helped to spearhead this with all of the military professionals. Thank you. Thank you. And Jim, a Purple Heart recipient, as they all are. Thank you so much for being here. And Thousand Oaks Rotary Club. We had an inside connection there, so I'm very pleased that Thousand Oaks Rotary Club and Mr. Bianchi. Thank you. It's Lauren's dad, Robert Bianchi. Oh, and Jackie's home. Please stay up. Stay down. We're going to take a group shot. United Farm Workers, Local 770. No one's here. No one from the chamber? Okay. Thousand Oaks Rotary, we just did that. Not here. Lenny? Did Lenny Vaughn make it? Okay. Richard Camacho. I saw Richard. Come on, Richard. Our veterans groups really stepped forward to put donations in the pot to raise these funds, and it's most appreciated. Is Kevin Brannon here? Okay. We did, okay. Thousand Oaks Elks Lodge. Not here. Oh, okay.
And the Vietnam veterans. I think Dave's here.
Vietnam veterans. Dave? Betty's? Come on, Dave. And Simon Camarillo? Here? There he is. John Cabrera. And all come on down. And Ventura County General Services Agency. Stephanie Perez, Pacific. And American Veterans of Ventura County Post 5. Who's here? Who am I giving?
I'll be
Okay. Here it is.
Picture.
Okay. Wonderful group, all of you, your great work, all of you GSA, tremendous work on the sign. Thank you so much. Why don't we group around here and we'll take with background here.
And Mr. Chair, I also want to thank
Right
Kathy. I want to thank all the participants and all the veterans. This is just outstanding to have this type of award. How you doing? How are you? I just want to thank all of you for Michael and
Be friendlier, man. Come on in.
Mr. Mr. Camarillo. Thank you so much.
You guys can come right around here and fill in by the stairs. That would be helpful. Michael, if you
And thank you to Supervisor Long and All in Purple for helping to organize this.
Proud to be a supporter.
And then if you all could just come, maybe kneel.
Okay. Just back up there.
I just better get out of the way here.
Yeah, right. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. And ready? 1, 2, 3. And one more. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Always good to see you. Good job.
Yeah, we'll go upstairs. Yeah.
Thanks, Laura. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That was wonderful. You know, some people would say, well, why did the government just put one down there? You know, I love the idea that people have to come together to do this and show their support for all these veterans and all the people that gave so much to us. All right. So Supervisor, are you ready? You are. All right.
This agenda item is to give a presentation on our senior summit, and I know Supervisor Long attended it. It was, I think, our most successful in terms of everything went really smoothly. It did, and we had actually the most seniors coming on bus than any other time. And we have a short PowerPoint presentation, if you can load that up there. The Senior Summit was held on November 2nd, 2013 at Cal State University, Channel Islands. And we hosted some of our best doctors and healthcare providers in our county. And it was so well received. We gave the opportunity for our seniors to have their 100,000-mile checkup. And we had in-depth workshops, and each workshop was a different body part. So you could go in there and learn about everything you want to know about eyes or ears or your heart, and et cetera. And it was really helpful information for the seniors to receive. And also we had a couple of workshops, one on the nuts and bolts of the Affordable Care Act, and then also how to handle emergency situations and chronic health conditions. Is it possible to get the PowerPoint up, Ryan? One of the surprises that we didn't announce in advance was, what do we call it? Yeah, I know it was hands-only CPR, but we were calling it something like...
Jump-starting your battery
jump-starting your battery. So thank you to AMR and Los Robles Regional Medical Center. We had these nice mannequins on every table. That was our centerpiece on all the tables. And we went right into learning how to do CPR. It's a really valuable tool. We've had it here in our boardroom before, and that was kind of an exciting time, and it kind of cut the ice, too, for the seniors. Each senior summit kind of helps our seniors learn a little bit how to navigate in their silver years. And the whole goal is to be able to be as accessible as possible. We make it completely free. And that's one of the reasons we're here, this item's here this morning, is just to thank the sponsors that helped us to be able to provide this free. In addition to the 100,000-mile checkup, we also had a opportunity to check under the hood. And that was giving seniors the opportunity to get some health screenings. So that's great. We've got it up. We had a wonderful collaboration with the hospitals in the area. Of course, our Ventura County Medical Center, but we also had St. John's Regional Medical Center, Kaiser Permanente, Community Memorial Hospital, and Camarillo Healthcare District, who also, and Los Robles, who all helped us in providing health screenings. So there was a lot of opportunities for seniors to sign up for health screenings, and Venice has the clicker there. As you see from these, we have in the upper left, that's one of the workshops that we broke into. That one, as I understand, is on maintaining a healthy heart. And in the middle, that's the great room where we had the luncheon. And then to the right of that, we have some of our notables there, Mr. Mike Taigman with Barry Fisher, Dr. Duncan, and Mike Powers. And this is that wonderful CPR. And to think that you have, like, the head of our trauma center, our emergency hospital, Dr. Duncan there, showing folks how to, do CPR. So that was just such a wonderful opportunity. I mean, you think, how many times can you spend even 10 minutes talking to your doctor? Here you get a whole workshop where, about 45 minutes and learning and being able to ask questions. So that was wonderful. And I want
to ask how
Yes.
Mr. Powers Dummy did. How did he do?
He didn't make it. Dr. Duncan tried to work on him, but
And these are the different sessions, but I particularly want to give a special thank you to Dr. Cheryl Lambine for helping to communicate with the doctors and working with us to get them there. And it turned out to be so well attended and so well appreciated by the seniors. It really was kind of a love fest. Those seniors were so happy to be able to be there, to attend, to get this really valuable information. So we are just tremendously thankful for the physicians who came and the healthcare professionals and the helping coordinate that all too. We were also had the great benefit of working with the healthcare agency staff and the human services agency staff to help coordinate this. Our participants also had the opportunity to get into a drawing to be the eldest senior of the year. I know our keynote speaker was Sheila Clough, and Sheila is the owner of the Oaks of Ojai. And you talk about an inspirational speaker. She has a book called Living Your Dream, which I will hand out to you all so you could take a look at it. But if you've ever seen a 77-year-old lady make a completely calm speech while doing push-ups at the same time, it is an incredible thing to see. And my staff were saying how when she removed her cape, everyone went, because her body is in such good shape. And she had, it was so much, I don't know if we have a photo of it too, she had the whole room of about 250 seniors all doing chair exercises. So that was really a fun day. And this is our award of our Eldest Senior Awards. Harry Norkin, that was his second time. He keeps coming. He's going to probably get it the third time, too. I think he 93? Is that 92 years old? And yes.
And is Hank Lacayo the youngest one there?
So we have some special certificates I want to come down and present, and then also I want to thank Food Share too. Melissa Livingston helped bring that forward, and we gave free raffle tickets to opportunity drawings for people who brought in cans of food. And one of the winners actually received, for just bringing in cans of food, a whole spa package at the Oaks of Ojai. So that, I think next year everyone's going to be bringing those cans of food. And I also, Community Memorial Hospital, I think, also surprised us by bringing a masseuse. So not only did you get health screening, you also got massages. So I'm going to come down there. We have certificates to give to our sponsors, who we are so grateful for. I know particularly with the university allowing us to use the facilities, I thank both Mr. Lacayo, but also Dr. Rush and Selena Zachariah and Jonathan, who was just incredible. It really helped it go so smoothly to have their assistance. And I know it shouldn't have been, but even Selena and I in our high heels were out there folding tables and doing the whole thing. But it was tremendously successful. We're so delighted to be able to have done it. Our thanks to the healthcare agency and our sponsors. I'll come down there, and we do have certificates and also the greatest volunteers ever. I mean, they are just... they're so enthusiastic. We had assistance from the university, but also Sonia Croth with the Human Services Agency for recruiting and organizing the volunteers, and also Ashley Wagner in Supervisor Long's office with her YMCA Youth and Government Leadership volunteers were there. And it's also nice to get that intergenerational contact. And in addition to that, one of the side benefits of the conference is that the healthcare providers, the people putting on the sessions, get to talk to each other, learn about what each other are doing. I know, I think it was at the last senior summit or the one before, we actually launched someone's career into this because they were just so excited to see what's going on there and had an opportunity to get involved. So there are a lot of nice benefits to it, and just so thankful for the wonderful coordination. And of course, my assistant, Venice, who spent probably a good part of the year just helping to put it all together. I'm really thankful to her, too. And I'll come down there. Yeah, we're getting it down. So I'm going to come down and get the certificates. We also have a surprise of a T-shirt because you guys are volunteering your funds in this case, or your in-kind donations, so we have those for you too. Well, first, yes? Okay. Also, I just wanted to recognize when we had a lot of meetings in advance of this, and I know Veronica Gonzalez and Sheila Murphy helped incredibly, too, with Dr. Lambing and us to come up with these great ideas, and none of this could have been done also without the help of Dr. Gonzalez. He has such great ideas. I mean, not only is he a wonderful practitioner and head of our healthcare agency, but also just has some great ideas that we were able to use over the years. I first want to recognize Cal State University, Channel Islands, and we are honored today to have the full leadership there from Dr. Rush and Jonathan and Selena. If you'd like to come up, we have a certificate. And I'll pick your size. What do you have?
Large, medium, and small.
And this is small? Small. Okay, we won't look, but you go ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jonathan, thank you. You were so helpful. And Dr. Rush, thank you so much. And he gave a great introduction speech that kicked us all off quite well. We also have the Ventura County Healthcare Agency. I don't know who wants to accept this on behalf of Dr. Gonzalez? Dr. Lambing? And you get a T-shirt. All right.
I'll be on the volunteer table.
Thank you.
And she did 54 push-ups. I counted.
54 push-ups.
Oh.
54 push-ups.
Oh, my goodness.
77-year-old woman while she's talking, and she's not like even heavy breathing.
And Dr. Rush, how many did you make? How many push-ups?
So much.
So this is Nancy.
One-handed? And Selena?
Okay, and also Harrison Industries, his name's right here. Do we have, again, this is our, man, thank you. This is the second time today that thank you for your help. Thank you so much. And we also have
Steve Lehman.
Yeah, Steve Lehman with Scan. Scan would have contributed some funds. Was there also some screening assisted too, I think?
No.
Thank you so much, and grab a t-shirt.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is the second time that
That's right.
Stan has stepped up and helped to fund.
Monica Light.
And the Ventura County Star, they were so nice to be able to provide some in-kind donations with advertising, and thank you so much. Appreciate it. And have a t-shirt.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, grab one.
Get one for Maisie.
Oh, Victoria, are you here with the Area Agency on Aging? And sometimes we actually raise so much money that we are able to return some to the Area Agency on Aging. So that's nice to see. Thank you so much. Would you like to grab a t-shirt? And from the Congress of California Seniors, Hank Lacayo, being very festive today. Thank
Good
you
job,
so
Hank.
much. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
no.
you. He said he dressed up just for me.
Good job, Hank. You can't hear it.
And AMR was so wonderful. They had so many of their folks there helping each table do the CPR. It was wonderful.
This is the small. This is the
Thank you
medium.
so
The mediums
much.
are pretty big.
We appreciate it, and it was really enjoyable too. So we not only learned something, we had fun doing it. Probably.
Mary Jarvis.
Kaiser Permanente, Mary Jarvis, thank you so much. We appreciate the participation and partnering with them. Thank you. You do such great stuff.
Okay, I'll grab my daughter.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
Christine Carroll.
Is Chris Carroll Bowman here? I didn't.
There she is.
Yay! From Los Olos Medical Center. And you guys helped also with the CPR training too, and the screening.
That's right.
The
You brought the babies.
Oh, that's
the babies.
Thank you so
call
much.
them our babies.
All right.
You know, Teddy let us have
Hi.
our
Thank you. Thank you. Grab a T-shirt. Grab one for your husband.
Which one do you think Joe would like?
Grab the one on the left.
Okay, give her that too.
Michelle Pettis with the Southern California Gas Company. Thank you so much for stepping up late in the process. We needed to get some more funding, and you were there for us. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And grab a T-shirt.
Linda Garcia.
And then we're encouraging people not to use their gas unnecessarily now. That's right. And the Ventura County Community Foundation.
Linda Garcia.
Oh, Linda, thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting us. And grab a T-shirt there.
Sarah Whalen.
Aurora Vista Del Mar. Are we here today? Is it Sarah?
Sarah.
Oh, great. How nice to see so many of our sponsors come to. Thank you very much. Thanks for the good work you do too. If you'd like to grab a T-shirt. Melissa Larissa with Food Share. What a great idea. Now, we gave to her as opposed to them giving to us, but what better thing can we do right now in this time, huh? Thank you. And I think we filled up a good couple of bins for Food Share.
This is
And Gold Coast Health Care Plan. How nice to see you here.
We have the CEO.
Michael Engler, Guillermo. Are you?
Michael Guillermo.
Yes. Hi, thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
All right, we'll present this to you. And thank you also. And we are doing so well with our
I'm not sure if they're here.
Access California.
Barbara Coella, HealthWise.
Is HealthWise here? I don't know if HealthWise made it today. Barbara? No, I don't think so.
They didn't.
Our
and-
Community House of Hope? Do we have? Thank you. Oh.
And so Ann Sobel.
All right. Oh, that's right. You're on the board now, too. Good for you. Thank you. Sure. And I know that last year we were having our contributors contribute to Community House of Hope. This year it was Food Share, but it's a nice opportunity. And then you guys do such wonderful work. We really appreciate it. So, and we'll pass these out to the Board of Supervisors.
Melanie Farber.
Melanie with Personal Parent Care. All right. Oh. And you guys all have to stick around. We're going to be have some carolers here shortly. Thank you so much. Would you like to grab a T-shirt? And just a couple more. Right at home of Ventura County.
Phil.
Is Phil here? Oh, thank you. Appreciate your support, and if you'd like to grab a T-shirt, and also a cash tie with Seek Fitness. Supporting our senior summit, and grab a T-shirt if you'd like. Dave. And our last one, oh, Dave with trophies, etc. Yay! Thank you for being there for us again. And grab a T-shirt. Thanks. I just want to thank you all so very, 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 very much. It was so successful. The seniors were all saying, "Oh, can we do it again next year?" We said no. we need a year to recover and then a year.
Barbara is here.
Oh, Barbara. Okay.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you. So we hope to do it. We plan on doing it in not this next year, but the year after. So we'll all be recovered and we can get going again. But thank you all so much. Do we have a camera? We can take a photo.
One, two, three. All right. I'm just doing a bunch. Okay, great.
Thank you so much, everybody. Sure, thank you. How nice of you to come. Thank you. There's extra shirts if anybody wants to grab one for their kid, their wife. All right. Yeah, Kathy Mom didn't either. So that's a bad indication. But now we've got it.
Only a few left.
And I'll give you that.
Okay, I'm going to give a few more to
Thank you.
Thank you. I do.
Ms. Hughes, you coming up, or you thought you came up? You want to introduce your guest to us?
I do. Good morning, Chair Foy, members
say
of
a
the
few
board. Mr. Powers, I'm happy this morning to introduce Matt Cate, who is the Executive Director of the California State Association of Counties, who is here to present a couple of awards for some great work that's being done here at the County of Ventura. So
I think Supervisor Long would like to say something
I
quickly.
Thank you.
believe she would.
Thank you. And thank you and welcome. Welcome, Matt. For the board to know that Mr. Cate has been with CSAC now just a little over a year. And when we went through the recruitment and interviewing process, he rose to the top quickly, and we were very excited that he wanted to come and work with CSAC and help us to advance CSAC and the work of the counties and the value and importance of the counties, and to do so with vision and with expertise that he brings to the job. We've had a very successful year, and I'm going to talk just a couple things. When we talked about the Affordable Care Act, as many of you know, we had lots of angst and struggles, and how do we get the governor to understand, with this new significant public policy shift to the counties, and what our role was, and how we needed to work hand in hand with the governor. And Mr. Cate was able to, because of his relationships with many in the Capitol, get us into the governor's office repeatedly to really talk about what we needed to do to look at the financial viability of the Affordable Care Act coming to the counties, issues such as how we dealt with formulas and savings and retention and the future on long-term care. So it really was, I think, lots of good work. I know lots of good work by Mr. Cate. And as you know, with the CSAC annual conference, we get the Challenge Awards are are offered out to the counties to put forward what we feel are best practices and successful programs. And so in doing that, this year we were able to put forward some projects and are being recognized now by CSAC. So I appreciate Mr. Kate coming to the county to do this personally, to recognize two of our outstanding agencies and programs they put forward and to receive these challenge awards. Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Kate, welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Long. Thank you, Chairman Foy. I really appreciate the invitation. By way of introduction and I guess as a reply to Supervisor Long's comments, I would note that we asked Supervisor Long to come to Sacramento multiple times in negotiating the Affordable Care Act, and she came up every time and did a great job being a lion of an advocate on behalf of counties during those negotiations. So I just want to say a public thank you to you for your work. Also want to thank your chief executive for his work. As you know, he has experience in this area also that was invaluable. So we feel at CSAC we have got a great partnership with Ventura County. And so it was really my pleasure to come and personally present these awards today. It's a chance for really leaders across the state to get together, and these awards represent really the work of a number of leaders across the state getting together and reviewing applications and really asking the question, where are the best and brightest programs across California's 58 counties? Only 18 counties were successful in winning any award, and Ventura County is one of the few who won multiple awards. And so I think you have reason to be very proud as a board. And again, a great pleasure to present these awards. Also, I think it was also interesting as I was looking over these applications and looking at these awards, they represent the two areas that are probably forefront in our work at CSAC and in your work in running and managing the county, because they deal with the Affordable Care Act and with criminal justice and with public safety realignment. And with the implementation now of the Affordable Care Act coming on January 1, these really are vital areas. So the first award, a CSAC Merit Award, goes to this board, Ventura County, and your Health and Human Services Agency for their electronic case management system. When the ACA goes into effect, it's going to be critically important for counties to sign eligible residents up for Medi-Cal and other services as soon as possible, because now those are going to be paid for by the federal government to the extent that the county was paying before. That swift shift of responsibility where needed is going to be critical for county budgets. And so this kind of electronic case management system, we think, really will lead the way for other counties. It provides, it's described as a no wrong door approach. That's actually the national standard now that states across the country are looking to try to implement. So Ventura County, not only a leader here in California on this issue, but also a leader nationally in this no wrong door approach. So with that, I'd like to congratulate this board, as well as Patty Sanchez, your manager of your applications department, and Barry Zimmerman, your department head at Human Services, and present this merit award. Well done. Oh, you got a picture? Thank you. Well done. The second award goes to another, in this case, a truly unique program, first in its class, if you will. The CSAC Challenge Award this year has been determined to go to Ventura County, to this board, and to the ICOP program. Having come from a law enforcement background myself, I know the vital nature of having immediate access to all public safety information for officers in the field. in talking to your sheriff and talking to your staff, the ability to pull out your iPhone or your iPad and have immediate access to criminal history, to gang information, as I was just talking to the sheriff, the ability to determine who's incarcerated and who's not in the middle of an investigation is critical. Both of these programs, I should say, are going to save the taxpayers of Ventura County a lot of money over time as you've reduced the paperwork and all those things. But when it comes to public safety in particular, I think the dollars are vital, but you're talking about human lives. And so the ability to act immediately, to put your law enforcement officers in a position to be successful every day and to stay safe and to make sure your citizens are safe and your residents, I just want to again congratulate this board and present this challenge award to Mike Pettit, the head of IT services, Rodney Lancier, Department Chief Information Officer, Captain Chris Lathrop from the Ventura Sheriff's Department, and Sheriff Jeff Dean. Sheriff? Congratulations. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So with that, if I could, a 5-second commercial for CSAC. We represent you, the elected supervisors of California. We work for you. You own CSAC. As your executive director, I really act as a steward for you and for those resources that you provide every year. So to the extent that we can help in any way in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., we're here to do that. Also want to make ourselves available to your CEO and to your department heads to the extent that, again, we can provide any expertise or services. We're glad to do that and wish you all the best in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Appreciate you coming down to it, and thank you for the awards. I mean, Barry doesn't do anything small. It has to be national, too, on top of that. But you've had some great jobs in your life, and you want to hang around with a bunch of crazy supervisors. I don't know, man. Something. But
I'm having a great time so
I'm
far.
glad you're doing a great job, and I thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Mike?
I just thank you, Matt, Mr. Kate, for coming down. I mean, there's 58 counties, so it says a lot about your leadership that you would come down here to highlight this recognition for our county departments here. So we just really appreciate your leadership. And my only concern is that the sheriff is using this ICOP program on me. So if there's anything we can do on that, I'd appreciate it. But
I'm sure he ran me on the way.
Yeah, right. But thank you very much for making the time and your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and congratulations to everybody, and Mike and your team and the sheriff for what they put together. And as Matt said, from the public safety standpoint, that's a tremendous piece, but also the taxpayers who appreciate you guys finding effective, efficient ways to lead and to do the right things. And that's wonderful. So thank you very much for your time. And right now we're going to we have a motion for this. Okay. We'll make a motion. Supervisor Long. And we're going to have a quick opportunity to have some carolers come down and give us a little singing. Come on down, guys. Yeah.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, board members, Mr. Powers. We are so excited to be before you this day. We're here to not only announce our next performance, which will be our 10th annual Christmas Carol next Monday, but more importantly, to sing a couple of carols to remind you of this is the season to be jolly and how proud we are as employees to be members of Ventura County. My name is Lawrence Lee. I work for the Recorder's Office. I've worked 35 years for the county, and each year it's been a pleasure to serve Ventura County and the constituents. In those 10 years, as doing this, as being the director, we've had a lot of fun. Not only have we been able to lighten the hearts around the county here. But we've been fortunate enough to actually had opportunity to visit the Veterans Home and perform there, as well as senior citizen homes around the area. And in those opportunities, when we got there and we started singing, it was amazing to see people's faces light up. And it's not about money and it's not about presents, but it's just about sharing that spirit that we as county employees believe that you should have 365, right? All year long. But we want to also thank you for giving us an opportunity to not only work here, but the support that you provide each and every one of us. We'd like to see more money, but at the same token, we're thankful to be here because I believe Ventura County is one of the finest of the 58 counties. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to introduce our group here. We started out with just people here at the Government Center, but unfortunately, just like an infection, it spread. And so we have other people from other agencies. So at this time, starting with Gloria.
Gloria Moss from Watershed Protection District. Patricia Hall, IT Services. Jennifer Enoch, Human Services Agency.
Olivia Lopez, Elections Division.
Katarina Witt, Clerks and Recorders.
Jan Gardner, GSA Accountant.
Alan Bajenting from County Council.
Krista, Transportation.
Judy Allen, Watershed Protection.
Okay, back here.
David Soto from Engineering Services, PWA.
Dave Ramirez, Watershed Protection District.
And this is just a small group. Some county employees could not make it because they were far away doing county work. And so we applaud them. At this time, you've probably noticed we passed out bells to you because of your support, and we believe that a sing-along involves everyone. We want you to also join in us. We're going to be singing two songs, your familiar songs, okay? The first one is Jingle Bell, and the other one is Holly Jolly. Because we want you to be part of this, we're going to ask the members to stand before you, and we like to see everyone singing. Because as director, I will not have no one not sing, okay? So.
But do you want to hear us sing?
Absolutely. So. Yes. No, you got to face me. Because we want them to be part of this. All right? Okay. Pull out my baton. Okay, ready? Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Over the fields we go, laughing all the way. Ha, 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 bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bright was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lame, misfortune was his lot. He got into a drifted bank, and then we got upside. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Let that be an example that you can teach anyone how to sing, right? They got the spirit. Our second song, Holly Jolly. I got to get my Burl Ives frame of mind here. Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. I don't know if there'll be snow, but have a cup of cheer. Have a holly jolly Christmas. And when you walk down in the street, Say hello to friends you know and everyone you meet. Oh, ho, the mistletoe hung where you can see. Somebody waits for you, kiss them once for me. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear, oh, by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas this year. Everybody. Oh, the mistletoe hung where you can see. Somebody waits for you, kiss them once for me. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and in case you didn't hear, oh, by golly, have a holly jolly Christmas this year. Thank you, thank you. Don't forget, December 16th at 12 noon in the Lower Plaza. Everyone's welcome. Thank you.
And Merry Christmas. And thank you.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Excellent. Wonderful job. Wonderful.
All right, we'll come back to order. And we're going to go to item number 38, a public hearing, adoption of a resolution amending Part 2, Section A, 2A, water increases.
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers.
He's coming.
My name is Reddy Pakala. I'm with Public Works Agency of Water and Sanitation Department. This is a public hearing for the proposed water rate increase for Ventura County Water Works District Number 1. As your board is aware, district provides water and sanitation services to the city of Moore Park and areas to the north and west of the city. District imports more than 80% of its water supply from Callegas Municipal Water District and also Metropolitan Water District. The balance of the water is pumped from the local groundwater wells owned and operated by the district. Metropolitan and Callegas have increased their water rates by about 5% effective January 1st, 2014. We have prepared a detailed rate analysis with different scenarios and options and presented those options to the 5-member Citizens Advisory Committee appointed by your board. Based on the review and recommendations of the advisory committee, we are recommending a 4% Tier 1 water rate increase for both agriculture and municipal industrial customers, adjustments in Tier 1 allocations for municipal industrial, and also adjustments to the Tier 2 rate factor. The required Proposition 218 notices were mailed to more than 10,300 property owners within the district service area. Clerk of the board received 3 protest letters, which are included in our staff report. Our office in Moore Park received 3 telephone calls regarding this proposed rate adjustments. We are recommending that your board approve our recommendation of our staff report. This concludes my verbal presentation. I'm available to take any questions you might have.
Any comments, questions? No? This is a public hearing, so we're open to public. Do we have any public comment cards? No? So we'll close the public hearing. And I would just say, Reddy, I know that it's been a lot of years and working through a lot of these to get these rates in line, and from, like you just said earlier, 22% down to 4%. This is tremendous. opportunity. I mean, nobody wants to see the rates go up, but I know you've worked hard to come up with some real creative ideas. I know my staff attends this and says that you guys are just doing a tremendous job to really control and work with this. I know you've had also other areas where the Edison bills are going up 5-6%, imported water rates are going up 6%, and you're still only at 4%. So I just got to commend you for making this work, and so for the residents and the ag in that community too. So thank you very much. I'll make a motion for that. Yeah, that's good, yeah. Wonderful. So we've got to change it from the 20% ready to the 4%. That's a good one. I know you're working to find a way to do zero, so everybody appreciates that. It's hard to do. So, and everybody has to understand all this money too is not only money to pay, but it's also for future infrastructure, make sure they always will have quality and affordable water.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate, Chair, for your comments, and thank you, Board, for your support.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to move on to our 10:30. We're a little behind. We're going to take item number 39 and 58 together. And Renee, you're going to come down. Sheriff, you're going to come down also? We could, if you want to do a quick one with 58 first, maybe we can get that out of the way, and then we'll. Let's do the 58, and then we'll talk. Yeah, and then we'll talk about it.
So I'm not there?
No, you can sit
I'd check his DNA and see what
Well,
he's
you know,
being
Renee
nice.
she pretty much runs the show anyway, so it's all good. Chair, board members of the board, Mr. Powers, Jeff Dean, Sheriff, I can't tell you how happy it is to be here. Appreciate your well wishes and your cards and your comments. Since I had the podium, I have to comment on the award. We're very grateful to get it. It was a great example. It actually started with my line level people coming up with an idea and going to IT and Mike Pettit. And it's just like, oh, yeah, we can do that. Oh, yeah, we can do that. And a program, I can tell you that the state has bragged that they've only spent $1.5 million so far trying to design this kind of program. Our IT people had it done for pennies. So it's just an incredible job. We've had visits from all over the state already. I mean, from all the LA agencies who wanted to copy it because it's just such a great program. So our IT people and our line level people for next to nothing. It's a great job. The letter before you is kind of a slight reorganization. And since I've been in office, we're always trying to do things a little bit better and more efficiently. And this is just an extension of that. I'll briefly go through the 3 general items and then be happy to answer any questions. I did want to add that my cardiologist said I should be fine absent any undue stress from board items not going through. But there's no pressure at all. No pressure whatsoever.
So we need to approve this right away?
The first item is a real-time information center. We've been very progressive. ICOP is a perfect example of using technology and intelligence information on the investigative portion of our cases. What this step is to get that information out to the deputies on the front end. So we'll be putting people in our dispatch center that will access social media, all the databases we have, tie into video links. For an example, if we have a crime in Ventura, the Oaks Mall, to be able to tie into their existing video camera and download that to the deputies as they arrive on the scene. We think it'll save lives. We think it'll cut down costs and be able to solve crimes right up on the front end. So that's what these positions are there to do in that portion. The second is the Office of Emergency Services. Kevin McGowan, who you've all met, came in, and somebody comes in and things were running really well, and he's kind of looked at it to make it run even better. And so that's kind of a reorganization within the office. And Kevin said, I have all these ideas. And I said, I'm open for all your ideas as long as it doesn't cost any more money. That's kind of the rule we have in my place. Great ideas, but it can't cost any more money. And Kevin did a great job and came up with a reorganization that's presented before you that I think will really help and benefit all the county members and all the cities and help it run more efficiently. And the last one is the CalMet, the Methamphetamine Multi-Jurisdictional Task Force, our narcotics unit, which has been actually recognized nationally for its work, not only prescription drugs, but methamphetamine. With the passage of Prop 30, it allowed an ongoing funding stream that didn't require us to go back for grants every year. And so it's that revenue source that will pay for these positions. So as you see in the board letter, we kind of went through and cleaned house and said, okay, what positions really don't we need anymore? And what can we do without? And we didn't want anybody to lose their job. And then what do we need to add? And again, I said the bottom line is, ideal world, we're going to save money, and we're not even going to talk about it. It's not going to go forward unless it's a break even. So I think we're going to have about a net $5,000 to $10,000 savings. Not a lot, but I'm one of those people, if you count the pennies, the dollars tend to take care of themselves. So that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and that's the end of my presentation.
Great to see that happen. And I know when some people say, well, he's trying to save money, they always say that. No, but I appreciate what you're doing, and you're always trying to find a way to make it more effective and efficient without spending money. A lot of people say, I can make it very effective. Give me a couple $1 million to do it. And you're doing the same thing with it. And like I said, with the services that you and Mike Pettit put it together and all that stuff, it's great things going on. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing here.
And I think, too, Mr. Chair, is the safety of the officers is extremely important. Because that way you got all the data, all the information you need, and it's right there available immediately.
It's a great tool.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I just wanted to mention that it sure feels like you've created a culture that is accepting of change, which is not easy to do in sheriff departments all the time. And that's just going to pay huge dividends for the citizens of Ventura County in the long run. So thanks a lot for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's good.
I got 1,200 great people. A bunch of them sitting behind us. These people are way too smart, though. So.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to second this because I don't want to reduce your stress here.
Thank you.
Don't say it. He's going to be using that forever now.
It's an election year. You got to put the sympathy vote, you know.
Okay. There we go. So there, you're less stressful now. So
thank you.
You're going to sit up here with Renee?
I will.
All right. So we're going to go to item 32, resolution recognizing the federal accreditation of the Ventura County Sheriff's Crime Lab. Congratulations. It's the American Society of Crime Lab Directors granted the accreditation to the Sheriff's Office Forensic Services Bureau for meeting or exceeding, and I think we are exceeding all the requirements and the international standards. This was after a thorough assessment of it. And so, Renee, tell us all about it. It's wonderful.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
And it is my pleasure and honor to be here again before you. The accreditation is extremely, extremely important to us, and it is another step to make sure that results and reports released from the laboratory are of the highest quality. We all contribute, but primarily our staff, their hard work and dedication and loyalty to the job they do every single day. Today, I have the honor and pleasure to introduce a member of the Laboratory Accreditation Board who decided and agreed to join us for this important moment. This is Renee Romero. Renee is the director of the laboratory for Washoe County, and she is currently chair of the Laboratory Accreditation Board representing American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you for having me here. First, I'll say not all laboratory directors are named Renee. We represent the two. Anyway, it's an honor to have this opportunity to represent ASCLD Lab Board of Directors on this very special occasion to recognize a significant accomplishment by the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Forensic Services Bureau. It is always very rewarding to participate in an accreditation ceremony and to recognize the tremendous amount of effort and commitment by so many people who are part of the achievement. This particular occasion is especially noteworthy because today we are recognizing the renewing of accreditation in one of the pioneer laboratories in the ASCLD Lab International Accreditation Program. Of the many hundreds of crime laboratories in this country, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Forensic Services Bureau was only the 69th testing laboratory to be accredited in the ASCLD Lab International Program and the very first to be accredited in the breath alcohol calibration laboratory in the world to be accredited by ASCLD Lab. It is significant to note that the renewal of this breath alcohol calibration laboratory accreditation comes with no findings. And that means that the assessors showed up and found the program as is to meet or exceed the standards, and no corrective actions were required in the breath alcohol accreditation. That is a huge accomplishment. The ASCLD Lab accreditation programs are voluntary programs in which any crime
laboratory may participate to demonstrate that its management and technical operations meet established international standards. Achieving and maintaining accreditation is not a small accomplishment. It is important to recognize that it is a process which requires the commitment and involvement of everyone associated with the laboratory. To be successful, the sheriff, executive staff of the sheriff's office, the laboratory director, the quality manager, and all laboratory personnel must be a part of the process for the laboratory to successfully maintain accreditation. And also a special thank you to the CEO office and members of the Board of Supervisors for their ongoing support. Most people outside the laboratory have little knowledge about how comprehensive the assessment process actually is. Before an assessment team visits the laboratory, all of the laboratory's management and technical policies and procedures are carefully reviewed, along with numerous documents and records related to determining the competency of the laboratory personnel and the quality of work produced by the laboratory. I think it's important to give a special recognition to a few units within the laboratory. Those are CSI, the crime scene unit, property room, and latent prints. These disciplines were brought within accreditation standards and added to the scope of accreditation in 2010. So they wouldn't actually be due for renewal for another 5 years. But the management team and the individuals in those sections participated again 2.5 years prior to being required to do so, to get the whole system on the same schedule. So these folks had to do this twice within 2.5 years. It's a little painful at times, and they've done a great job. Accreditation is granted or renewed only after the laboratory has demonstrated conformance with all applicable requirements of the program. This is not accomplished without active involvement of every person in the laboratory. Accreditation is a team accomplishment for which every individual should be rightfully proud. In this case, the sheriff and the laboratory director must provide leadership, but neither the director nor any other individual can accomplish accreditation alone. So congratulations must be extended to the top management of the sheriff's office and the entire laboratory staff. On behalf of the Board of Directors, it's my pleasure to present these certificates to Renee and the sheriff. And first we have the certificate of accreditation for the forensic testing laboratory, and also along with that includes the scope, which lists every area and every subdiscipline that the accreditation is received in. And then also, this deserves a gold frame or something, the Forensic Science Calibration Laboratory and the scope of work that goes along with that. So sincere congratulations to the sheriff, Renee, your entire staff. They've done a great job. Great job.
Renee, you can't just get all this stuff without coming up here and saying a few words about your staff and yourself.
I'm so emotional. I am so emotional at this moment that I'm afraid that I will start crying pretty soon. So yes, my staff is very rare group of people that work together as a team. There is teamwork every single day, every moment of the day. They support each other. They are proud of each other. They check their work of each other. They do technical review and administrative review. They're being critical of each other, but there is a mutual goal to get the highest quality work that it's released from the laboratory. The staff is dedicated and committed to the public service because it is a public service. We are providing a supporting service to our law enforcement, to the first line of the law enforcement officers that are being every day out there on the street, responding in various conditions to different type of crimes, sometimes very, very difficult. And we, on our side, we are providing scientific support to deliver investigative leads to help those cases being solved faster and better and found those who are guilty. So I wanted to say thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, and thank you to my staff.
Mr. Chair,
All of you.
can I say something? I just want to commend you and the sheriff and your staff. I've taken the tour over at your laboratory, and the work is just excellent. You know, one of the things that I got to see was some of the DNA work that you do and the high quality work that you do and the professionalism that you have there. That award is really well deserved, and I commend you for that, and the sheriff's office for doing an excellent job. Thank you so much.
Jeff, you want to say something?
Thank you.
I think what's important that everyone needs to realize is, and these people just rock, they're amazing, but these are the standards that could decide whether someone's freedom is taken away. And we're not necessarily there, we tend to do a lot for the prosecution, but it's also about making sure that for our justice system, they provide the best, most accurate evidence, because it can make a difference in someone's lives, whether they go to prison and where they don't. And our staff realizes we're not there just to find the guilty. We're there to find the truth of the facts at hand. And it's so gratifying to me because we hear about cases everywhere where someone was wrongly imprisoned. And when science can separate the truth, it makes such a difference. And the fact that these people work to such a high level really is a tribute to the justice system and such a benefit for the people of Ventura County.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
You.
We appreciate your support. You guys are always there for us.
And just congratulations. And this is also one of those benefits that it benefits the community, but the entire county, all the different police departments that use the lab. And it's just having also taken the tour. Actually, I brought someone from a French lab that wanted to see it because they had heard what quality it was and was so impressed. But it just goes to show what your great work has done and the support of the sheriff and getting you the right equipment and the stuff you need, and just so thrilled that you're able to achieve this federal recognition. Congratulations, you've done some great work there.
Just to echo that, we've been through a lot of medical lab accreditation surveys, and they're complex and comprehensive, and you do thousands of tests, you've got 70 employees, the opportunity for some error is there, but to have no findings and no recommendations is just extraordinary. So just congratulations to you, Renee, Sheriff, and your whole lab team. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Yeah, if I could just add, I've been in forensic science for 24 years and have observed Renee at several different venues and several different meetings and groups. And I just want you to know that she has represented your county with elegance and grace for so many years, and you're very lucky to have a person like Renee.
Thank you.
As in the last item we had with, Mr. Cate came down he said it's kind of a special place here in Ventura County, and it is. People like you, your staff, make this special. And I know, just everybody talks about Ventura being a special place, and it's not just because of high quality, but just what the sheriff said. We could be on the prosecution. We're here to do the right work for people's lives, and thank you for what you do. Thank your staff for what you do, all of you. It's so important. And from the Board of Supervisors, we also have a certificate for you. You got 2 million. I don't know how many walls you have left to do this, but you should all be very, very, very proud. And thank you for coming and presenting this. Thank you for your kind words to her and her staff. So thank you very much. And you've always represented us very elegantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, it's okay. You should. You should be proud. Yeah. All right, one more. Just one more. Let's get one more here. We'll bring everybody on. Go ahead, Renee. Look up there. All right, let's bring everybody, all the staff in. Come on. This is the staff that made it all happen, so. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Renee, you going to come down too with this group? Congratulations to all of you.
Good job, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thankfully, it wasn't here.
Yes, that's good, yeah.
There's also a nice lady who represents us so very well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Christy Madden with the County Executive Office, and boy, I tell you, stuff like that just warms my heart. It's very, very exciting. I love working for the County of Ventura. In accordance with the county's citizen participation plan, today we're conducting a public hearing regarding the reallocation of up to $500,000 of community development block grant money to support an 8-unit homeowner development project in the city of Santa Paula that is being developed by Habitat for Humanity. We currently have about $300,000 of unprogrammed CDBG funds that remain on the books from the public hearing that we had last May for projects. We didn't have sufficient timely projects that could spend the money last May, and so this project has come forward, and we're proposing to reallocate these funds to support the $500,000 request from Habitat for Humanity for off-site improvements for that project. They did apply for $500,000. We do only have about $300,000 currently available. We are asking for administrative authority to allocate up to the $500,000, not only to support this very important project, but to help us comply with timely expenditure requirements from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. At April 30th of every year, HUD looks at how much money jurisdictions have sitting in their line of credit, and if they don't meet the requirements, then HUD will sweep funding and allocate it to other jurisdictions who can spend it. So we certainly don't want to run the risk of losing those funds. We do have Steve Dwyer here from Habitat for Humanity, who would be happy to answer any questions that you might have of him. This is a public hearing, so I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions, any comments? Supervisor?
Any cards?
Well, I'm sorry. We have opened a public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this at all? No? No speakers? And we'll close the public hearing. Supervisor?
Well, I'd just like to thank Christy and staff for bringing this forward. I think it's a very positive allocation in the action plan. And certainly Habitat for Humanity has a very strong presence in our county. They do quality work and engage, obviously, those folks who are helping to build the homes, who live in the homes, and they fill a need. So I think it's a good step forward on this. So thank you. Appreciate the creative thinking on it.
Great. Okay. Supervisor?
I just want to thank Habitat. Every project that I've been associated with them has just been great. So keep up the good work. And while you're here, Chris, it's a nice job on the management awards the other day.
I hope to come back as soon as I hear from the clerk as to when I might get a time certain and bring our recipients back to be recognized. More feel-good stuff.
A subtle hint there, yes. And to Christy and her team, too. Their
He's
expertise.
Blushing now.
Oh, perfect.
Get
Shine the
the
camera
camera
on that. Yeah,
there
exactly.
you go.
To monitor these funds, I mean, this is the kind of thing that could just innocently slip by and we lose the funds. But because they're tracking it,
right,
everything's protected.
Mr. Chair, I also want to thank Habitat for Humanity. You know, they've done excellent work, as Supervisor mentioned, throughout the county and over in Oxnard and in El Rio and so forth. But I just want to thank him for doing a good job. Christy, thank you, too.
Can we have Steve come down and speak for a few moments? Tell us a little bit about your project and all the good work you're doing.
Thank you. And Steve Dwyer. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, actually. And so thank you for the opportunity to speak for a moment. I want to thank Christy and her team for working with us on this project. Let me start by saying you may not be aware, this is our 30th anniversary year for Habitat for Humanity in Ventura County. We were the first Habitat affiliate in the state of California. So after 30 years, we've built 56 homes in the county, and we've repaired or renovated over 300 more to support residents to live in the homes that they own in safe, clean, and decent conditions. And we're very excited about both programs that we have operating right now in the county. This project will be the single largest development that Habitat has developed since building 22 homes in Piru, finishing about 8-10 years ago. I know Kathy was there. And we have 3 other pieces of property, 2 others in Santa Paula and 1 in Oxnard, which we believe could hold as many as 12 units. So we are very blessed to be supporting the need for affordable home ownership here in Ventura County, and we're blessed with land to build up to 28 units. The first 8 will be this development here in Santa Paula, which will provide 8 families the opportunity to raise their kids in homes that they own and truly change the future for their families. So we appreciate the support.
And the
of
owners have the
supervisors.
opportunity to participate too. They also work with you.
That's
They-
correct. Our
that's
families go through
mandatory.
a very strict selection process based on low income status, based on need in terms of their current housing, and their willingness to partner with us. That each family will provide up to 500 hours or more of sweat equity.
That's right.
And they will repay the cost of construction of their home in the form of a no-interest mortgage. So part of the funds that will actually be used to build the homes themselves, while these funds will go towards the infrastructure requirements, come from the mortgage payments of the last 56 homes that were built. And that becomes a revolving fund for us. Are there any other questions that I can answer?
Sustainability, yeah. That's what, Steve, thank you for
Thank you
coming
very
out.
much.
I appreciate and look forward to seeing this project. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, thank you. We have everybody voted. I know Linda's gone, and we have one more vote. There we go. Okay, great. Wonderful. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are going to move on to item number 41. Second hearing of the proposed amendments to the Ventura County Building Codes.
Good to see you.
Very good to see you, Jim.
It's good to be seen.
Two people.
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board. My name is Jim McDonald. I'm the county building official. The item before you today is the second reading of the draft 2013 Ventura County Building Code. This item was originally scheduled for November 12th and was pulled at that point and rescheduled for today. During this time, I've received 2 written communications from the public regarding the proposed amendments to this ordinance, the first being a comment from, or a recommendation from the Western States Petroleum Association. They were interested in adding or amending Section 105.2 exempted work, which describes certain buildings that would not require a building permit, and they asked that we include artificial lift equipment, which is your horse head pumps, Rotoflex type pumps and so forth that you see out in the oil fields. And so in response, I suggested that before we propose to make a change and exempt this kind of work, we should really know more about what's happening statewide. And so I've contacted them, and hopefully I'll hear back from them shortly. I don't think they're going to be here today, and we need to develop some statewide metrics of what other counties are doing in relation to this. The code, as it's written right now, uses the term oil derricks, which I haven't seen an oil derrick since. I've never seen one, actually. These things are, they were built in the way back on up to about 1960s, and so those are obviously the old wooden structures, which they just don't do them anymore. So new lift equipment has been developed, and it's all mechanical, and the type of equipment that they're dealing with we have not previously exempted. So I hope we can come up with something. My suggestion to them is that maybe the better way to go in the long run would be to propose a code change to the International Code Council, which, if the Code Council was to adopt such a change, that would go into effect nationwide once the international codes would be adopted. And of course, the International Building Code forms the basis for the California Building Code. The second request we received it yesterday, was from Ventura County CoLab, Lynn Jensen, the executive director, and she has suggested that we amend Section 202, the definition of the term building official, to read the term building official should be designated as. Currently, the term says the building official shall be as appointed by the director of the Resource Management Agency. I would recommend that your board make that change that's requested and change the term of the reading to be as designated by the director of RMA. My apologies. And so we have no objections to that. That's something I think we could do. And then the second item from Lynn Jensen is to amend section H 3.0 item 8 by adding unless approved by the authority having jurisdiction. And this would allow the case to be presented on its merit without needing a further change in the code or without committing an allowance of such an exception. And this is in relation to the setback to surfaces for septic systems or on-site wastewater disposal systems. Daryl Seagrass from the Environmental Health Department is here, and he'll respond with more specifics to that particular item.
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Daryl Seagrist with the Ventura County Environmental Health Division. Regarding the root language that COLAB is asking us to reconsider, I just want to emphasize that that language that's in there is not a change that's associated with this triennial code review. It actually is, the language is seeking to clarify what has actually been a long-standing county development standard. As I commented before your board at the first reading of this, the issue of dispersing septic tank effluent into artificial fill did come up in the course of our technical advisory committee last summer, which has been advising us on changes to our development standards relative to the AB 885 new statewide septic system requirements. Our intention is, in fact we've already begun, looking at this issue as a part of Ventura County's response to these new standards. And it is our intention that along with all the other changes that may be necessary to our ordinance code, to bring those back before your board sometime next year. I would anticipate somewhere around the middle of 2014. For that reason, we would not suggest making this change right now. An important thing about this change is what it would really do, the change to the language that COLAB has requested. It would provide the building official or his designee with discretion to allow dispersal in areas that could not meet that specific setback from fill or daylight, that is to say breaking slope. The reason we don't support that at this time is while the code in many places does give discretion to the building official or his designees, this particular change, adding this language would provide a discretion that doesn't exist, and that's a little bit of a CEQA problem. The CEQA that was conducted for the triennial code review was a notice of exemption. In other words, it presupposes that there's no changes in the triennial code review that actually could have a change in the environment that might be significant. Because of that, the NOE that's been prepared for the triennial code review really doesn't encompass that type of change, in other words, giving that discretion. However, because a specific issue is on the table for the AB 885 changes, it would be appropriate when we come back before your board to, if it's staff's recommendation, to allow the changes that COLAB seeks to include consideration of that in the CEQA that would be processed as part of the AB 885 changes. So for that reason, staff's recommendation would be not to make COLAB's changes at this time, but we will acknowledge again that that what they're seeking is very much on the near-term table for consideration.
And that's because they're seeing that as a possibility. Is that what you're saying? The rest of
what the language right now would do, it would actually give the building official or his designees discretion to allow this part of the code to be set aside on a project-specific or area-specific basis. Unfortunately, the CEQA that was done for this triennial code review would not allow us to grant that discretion simply because the potential effects in the real world have not been examined via that.
So you got to do the CEQA with this piece in mind. You have to go through the CEQA further review first, and then let that come back and
Exactly.
say, with this in mind.
And this specific issue was brought forward while we had our technical advisory committee together last summer to advise staff on the potential AB 885 changes. And it's very much on the table, along with several other things relative to the county response to AB 885. And like I say, it is staff's intention to bring this back before your board, probably sometime next year. I would guess towards the middle.
So it's just not CoLab bringing this up, it's the regular advisory board.
Oh, this came up in the course of TAC. I think it may well have been, I think it was the same representative or one of their associates that brought it forward, but it's a fair question. It's appropriate to consider it through that process. Okay. And we may well be back before your board with a proposal to change the ordinance code to honor their request to make that change.
So I guess
go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying is you're not disagreeing with it. It's just we don't have the secret review first in mind.
No, the major estoppel, I think, to our being able to recommend this change at this point in time is, number one, it hasn't been, the study of the issue hasn't been completed yet, but probably more importantly, in a way, is the fact that the CEQA that was done for the triennial code review would not enable us to provide staff with that discretion to consider this. But again, the issue is very, very fair. It's under review, and we anticipate bringing it back to your board probably next year.
Great. Okay.
Supervisor Foy. Yeah, I appreciate the clarity of your presentation regarding the proposed changes. Mm-hmm. I just want to try to emphasize, at least from my perspective, that I appreciate you saying you literally can't do it right now because of the way the CEQA document was written. I believe it's really two things. One, the most important is after you study it. So it's a fair request, and it's a fair request for you to consider. Absolutely. I just want to make sure that doesn't translate into we're going to do this as soon as we can solve the CEQA thing, but rather I want to also hear what the result is of your studying of it, and if based on your studying of it you think it's a good idea, then we solve the CEQA aspects of it that would need to be solved.
That's very much how we intend to approach it, and of course we'll be bringing the matter back in its totality, although succinctly stated, before your board. Again, we anticipate next year.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, and so with that, myself, we also have Public Works Grading as well as Environmental Health here and available to answer any questions.
Well, Mr. Chair, may I make a point? I just need to remind the board that statutorily, also the board's rules of procedure, when you have an ordinance, you have a first reading and a second reading. Any alteration of the ordinance, other than a typographical or clerical error, requires a continuance and another hearing. So I know Jim had addressed two changes. Now, whether the first change is a clerical or typographical error that's being corrected, I'm not sure exactly. If we're going from designated to appointed, I'm not sure of that, but that's another issue with ordinances.
Answer that?
Well, I think changing the term from appointed to designated operationally would not have any effect on our ordinance or in the operations of the department in enforcing these requirements. From a legal standard, I defer to Leroy, obviously, for that. And then for the second item regarding the, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought here. On the building official designation, we covered that. And then what Darrell had covered, if that's pushed off, which would sound like it would be completely appropriate. And then, so
yeah.
If I could, one downside of deferring further is the California Building Code, as adopted by the state, goes into effect January 1st, irrespective of our own ordinance. So the further back the ordinance, our ordinance goes, the more or the longer the period of time between January 1st and 30 days after our local adoption, that period of time would be without a local ordinance, and the only enforceable building code would be that is adopted by the state. So we'd have a period of time where our own local amendments would not be effective and could not be enforced.
Okay,
And that seems like a more serious issue than changing this terminology of appointed by versus designated by. At this point in time, you don't see this as a change that has any material impact one way or the other. I guess I would ask the question: could the second read be next Tuesday?
Yes, it could be.
Okay, but that puts us 30 days after next Tuesday, so that puts us 17 days into January, where we don't have anything.
Let's just ask, though, as he thought it had any significance, do you think it is significant that we have to redo it?
The test is it a typographical or clerical error? The test isn't whether it has a material difference.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it seems to me
My
it's not
own
typographical.
My own instincts are we should either change it and have a second read later, or we should just not change it. But I don't think we should change it and not have a second read.
That's right, Jim.
Why expose ourselves to somebody saying, "Hey, we didn't do this properly"?
So you have change it now, first read, and then second read next week?
Well, yes, but that puts us another week without having a local building code that's enforceable.
And it's going to be before the
because,
first.
We've already put this off from November 12th. Since it's not a change that's significant, I think that the good government solution for us would be it's more important to have a building code that is in force as soon as possible. This would put a building code in force January 10th, which was less exposure than January 17th.
So is it possible then to read this now and then you come back next week with a change in that? That means we've already voted to get it in, so then the other one would take effect a week later? Or we take a second read, so it would take effect in February with that change?
It would still be 30 days once the final ordinance would be adopted, presuming you adopt it. If we make the change now, come back next Tuesday for another second reading.
I guess what I was saying was if we didn't make the change today and we just approved what we did, that means it's in effect on the 10th. But then you come back next week with that change, and so it would be, we'd have to have a second reading when we got back, and it'd be 30 days after. So what I'm saying in February, the first part of February, we'd have that change already in the piece, instead of, because otherwise I don't think we really want to move down and leave this open to state, unless ours is equal to state and it's not a big deal.
Well,
Mr. Chair, I believe we also need to do a public notice for this, and I don't believe we would have time to get the public notice in place before next Tuesday.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a 5-day
That's what I thought.
Good point.
public notice that would have to be
That's true.
achieved,
You know,
and we only have 7
if
days
this
to
was
do
a
it.
change, if this was a change that had a material impact,
Yeah,
it'd be one thing.
I
but
think so too, and I appreciate CoLab's input on it,
Yeah.
but I think it's a fine splitting hair that if it's going to delay, which is more the greater body of work that we need to have in place, I'd just say we leave it the way it is and move forward.
And we make this change, in another year when we
Right.
consider this other thing, we make
Or
the
you
change.
can
at
come back
designation.
anytime and just say, I want to put something on the board, make a change for that one thing in January, right? And then just,
We-
everything
we-
else stays in place.
we could do that, but I believe, and council can correct me, but I believe in order to amend the building code in a mid-cycle term, it does require that we go through an urgency ordinance, I believe, an urgency ordinance change. I'm not absolutely sure of that.
Putting him under the gun
But there's
now.
a little bit of a process involved in changing the building code mid-cycle between the state cycles that happen every 3 years.
And what's the cycle period?
Every 3 years.
Every 3 years.
And this is a change that was suggested yesterday. It's
So why don't we?
right before we're getting ready to do this.
We're going to hear
Splitting
from him
hairs,
speak,
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to make the motion to adopt.
Well,
the-
we've got to listen to the speakers first.
go-
So
okay.
she may be able
Yeah,
to
okay,
address
great.
this
Yeah,
issue
sure.
too.
There's
So
something that we
why don't we do that? Open the public hearing, and then we have a speaker? We have one? Okay, Ms. Jensen.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak today. I know that sometimes small changes in language, and the reason why we argue about these things is because they keep from having misinterpretations in the future. And I don't shoot the messenger today. I'm going to tell you some things. One of the reasons why we were concerned about this building official designation is because we have a lot of comments from our members in terms of how code enforcement is handled in this county. What our members have described as experiences, particularly in the enforcement of civil administrative penalties, is selective enforcement, lack of professional attitude, and fear of retribution. And this is serious. And one of the reasons why our members don't come out and talk about these things is because of that fear of retribution. I'm telling you the honest truth here. They're concerned about the lack of a pathway requiring technical education and experience of code enforcement officers. This is really important that there's a technical background there. Lack of oversight, duplication and exaggeration of threats, accuracy of violation letters, and whether they're signed by the supervisor, and above all, making sure that the hirings and promotions in this department have accountability. And this is the concern, why we're concerned about this appointed. Designated as a term, which means that it's the director would be designating that rather than just having this appointment and then that person is automatically now, quote unquote, the building official. And I think that's our problem with it. One of the things we're suggesting here, and I actually talked to Jim McDonald before the meeting, is that I think we need to have a code enforcement conduct survey of the customers to flesh out all of these issues as we go along here. And I think that's what we're really looking for. The language is important, but I think what's important is that we take this issue to another level and try to see if that we can find out what it is that's the difficulty between code enforcement and the people that are living out there. Because as I have said before, this is impacting farm worker housing for the most part. Most of the properties that don't have permits have to do with older farm worker houses that have been there for a long time, and there's just no building permits to be found. Maybe they were there, maybe they weren't. But what's happening is that these are being torn down, and these are the best housing, I think, in the county that farm workers have, is to be able to live out in the open spaces. So that's the first thing. The septic system issue, CoLab agrees that if it has a potential CEQA challenge, we agree with that. That is something that we can work out in the future. We were talking about actually having septic systems in fill, but we were concerned about is that 15-foot measurement and whether that would impact a property that had fill, like in a floodplain, and that you could, at some point, you wouldn't be able to have the leach field in that property at all, and you might lose the house. So it's something I think we can talk about in the future. I think it's something that's reasonably going to be pursued, and we agree about that. But I just wanted to mostly today understand that we believe that there is a problem with code enforcement. It is impacting families out there, and we'd like to have some kind of a way to change the whole energy that's happening out in the community. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, is there any other speakers? That's it? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Now we'll go back to some of our...
Yeah, I appreciate the comments that Ms. Jensen just made, and to the extent that we have selective enforcement or we have threats, that's completely inappropriate, and I know we've already been emphasizing we need to take measures to make sure that isn't happening. So I hope that this is just one more reminder that that perception is still out there, and it's something that we should take seriously in terms of trying to do that. And it's always that fine line, one person's perception is another person's, they're doing their job and stuff. But that being said, I think the appropriate way to address that is to address any of this behavior, and that we should move forward with the ordinance as it is at this point in time. It seems like the most appropriate thing for us to do.
And, Mr. Chairman, I agree too. I think that's more of a training, managerial concern than an ordinance concern.
I can support where you're going with that, but can we, Leroy, is it possible to come back? I know Jim had talked about maybe an emergency ordinance to look at that. Is there some way we could look at that and see if there is an opportunity within the 3-year window or to look at those if Jim's already agreed with that change, and see if we can bring that back in easily without having this big emergency and it causing all these issues? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I honestly don't know if there's some difficulty in amending this ordinance before the 3-year cycle is done. I'd have to look at that. Yeah. I'd say at a minimum, you'd have to, even if that hurdle wasn't there, you'd have to have a formal ordinance to amend this ordinance, which would require a new publication and a first reading and a second reading.
Right, but it doesn't take away what Supervisor Bennett's trying to do and Supervisor Long, put our current ordinance with the new ordinance in place and keep it in place. The only thing that would change in that 30-day window would be that wording, right?
No, I think it would be longer than a 30-day window under the best circumstance. If you adopt the ordinance today,
Yeah, no, okay, I understand. I'm just saying adopt it. I'm just saying sometime in 2014, you come back and say, no, they can bring it again with this change.
Now, maybe in 2014, yeah, we can come back
Exactly.
with an
So
ordinance.
that we put this already in place and
amendment.
nothing changes.
Yeah.
But I haven't looked into whether it has to be an emergency.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you could just come back and just say
Yes.
what that is,
Yes.
just let me know, that'd be great.
And I guess I just would want to express, if it's a change that doesn't have any material difference in it, and Ms. Jensen has gotten the issue, which I think I interpreted, she was saying they raised this because they wanted to raise the issue of the conduct. If that issue's gotten out there, I'm not sure changing the word. I'm not sure that we should be changing the ordinance. Now, if staff believes that, hey, this is going to have some significant effect, I'm more than happy to change it if we have to. But if it's not going to have a significant effect, I'm not sure that I would be supportive of,
Okay,
of
well,
that.
let's just get the ordinance in
Yeah,
place, and they can come
exactly.
back and tell us that.
Great. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, okay, we have a motion.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Powers. Okay, we're going to vote. We have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Just for the clarification on the record, Supervisor Bennett has made the motion, and your motion is to approve it as is. Correct?
Approve it as is. Thank you for clarifying.
And I second.
Yeah, isn't there a second? Okay, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Foy. Just a couple comments in response to Ms. Jensen's comments. Certainly appreciate you coming in and sharing that with us. That's what we need to hear. Just a couple thoughts. I mean, I think for balance of perspective, code enforcement is a tough job on a good day. And there's a lot of challenging work that happens with that staff that is done very well and reasonably and effectively to keep our community safe. And so I think we need that side of the picture too. And it's appropriate when there's problems, we need to deal with it. We need to not gloss over it. We need to deal with it. But there's a lot of great work going on in challenging circumstances every day. If there's conduct going on like you're talking about, Ms. Jensen, in terms of that retribution or even the fear of it, it's important that we know that so we can get to the root of it and deal with it, because that's not our culture here. That's not our culture, and that's, if that's happening, then that's, I'm accountable for that. And I know we've got good people like Chris Stevens and Jim McDonald and your team here too, because I know that's not the culture that we would want. So,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll look into that.
Let me add a little bit to that too. I've been here several years now, and initially when I first came here, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I believe we were having some problems with code compliance, but I have seen a complete change in code compliance, to the betterment, helping out the community, helping out the residents. And if Lynn says we need some more work, maybe we need to look at that. Maybe we need to look at some more training and more public relations and more sensitivity to our residents and our businesses. But I've seen a major change to the betterment, and I think Chris has done a great job in that. Too.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. And I think, yes, we get a lot of positive comments from the community.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that violate, there's violations that they don't want to take care of, and they've been there for many years, and when they hear about it, they don't want to. They don't want to.
Jim, you want to speak?
Would it be appropriate for me to make a quick comment in relation to something that Ms. Jensen had said relating the training that code compliance receives? I know that all of the code compliance officers have their PC 832, Penal Code 832 section training, which is specifically related to search and seizure, so that they're not out there violating property owners' rights, going into areas of curtilage, understanding the open fields and things they're allowed to see, things they're not allowed to see. The agency has directives on what we might call rules of engagement as to how we go about dealing with certain enforcement cases and what we can and can't deal with based on the rules of engagement. And also, I know that I believe the majority of the code enforcement officers are also certified building inspectors. And then further, when it comes to an issue that is being challenged or questioned by a member of the public related to a particular building code item, I make the decision as to whether or not what the code compliance officer has claimed is accurate. It could be relative to whether or not a claim of no building permit for a structure is in fact a valid claim by code compliance. I would wade into that as necessary and clarify our records and the issue, and it doesn't necessarily mean that that claim is always accurate. In some cases, there's extenuating circumstances or a reasonable belief that the structure actually did exist and is in fact an existing legal structure. It's very old. That's one example. And others might be where cases we have very substandard housing, substandard conditions, An order to vacate or an order to repair is signed by me. Code compliance doesn't sign those. They do the investigation work. So that's just for clarification on the training and so forth for code compliance.
That's great. Yes, sir.
I made the statement that, perception, one person's perception is, another
Reality,
person's,
yeah.
and as Mr. Power said, code enforcement on a good day is a tough job because you have somebody that's usually unhappy. I just want to remind everybody that the job is to be professional, to be polite, to be all that, but at the same time to be the representative of the citizens to make sure that the code is properly applied, and that not always what everybody wants to hear. The issue of what consistently when ever I hear somebody say, hey, they were not treated properly, that's a perception. We need details, and when we get to the specifics, many times when we get to specifics, we find out, well, the person is not, they may tell you something that's accurate, but they're not telling you the whole picture, and you find out, well, they did this, 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 and this, and then this code enforcement, took this particular action. So I just want to try to make sure that we stay balanced in terms of this, but there is a responsibility for us, extra responsibility to be polite, professional, and all that, and still do our jobs representing the citizens as we go forward.
And I think too also, Michael, that Chris has taken his whole agency out and making presentations and issues that might concern the public and so forth, and something I think that's really helped tremendously, and code compliance is one of them too.
Thank you. I also believe that we got to do everything we can. And Mr. Powers, and just in my office before he came to our meeting yesterday, we saw some issues that we had. But one of the things that I think Mr. Powers made a good comment is we are regulators, but we also could be partners. And I think he says that a lot, which is true. We have the responsibility as a regulator, and sometimes we have to enforce regulation, but also we can be a partner to help people through issues. And I think that's the attitude we have to say is, we're not the enforcer, we're really here to help you. I understand what has to be done, let me help you through that. You've got yourself into a situation, we understand that. And on the other side, people have to be polite too, to our people too. I think that's part of it. And we've got to work together to get to this because really at the end of the day, we really want to get people to a point where their structure is legal, it's got all the permits, and the reason of the permits is we know that it's safe, and somebody can go in there and have it, and I can walk in, or anybody can walk in there and know it's going to be a safe place. So that's really our thing, and so it is a tension that's right there. So it's one of those things we've got to work on, and I know from the farm community it's tough when they're out there saying, I'm trying to get housing and this thing, and what can I do? And somebody says you got to get rid of this. That's a tough thing, and we really want to be careful of how we say it. We want to say it, we're here to help you try to make this so we can make it work together so you can continue to have this housing. And I think those are the things. And I like Mr. Powers' idea is that we don't always have to be the regulator, but we can be the partner. We do them both together. So it's not either or. So anyway, but I appreciate it. So thank you. Okay. That's passed, and we'll move on, and then I'll hear from Leroy on the other thing. So I think that's all we've got for our regular.
We've got one more.
We have one more. Oh. I do. Where am I at? Did I miss them? 56. I was trying to throw that page away. Come on up.
56.
Yeah, I thought they were holding the wall up for whatever, yeah.
Almost there. 56, 57. Boom.
Good afternoon. Good morning. I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, Mike Pettit, IT Services. I have before you another project not as exciting as the Office 365 project to most, but this is actually a project that it supports everything that Office 365 will be delivering, and this is our voice network upgrade. Just a few notes about this project, the scope of it. In 2005, we started an upgrade project to move the county's legacy phone system to what's called voice over IP. It's really a digital phone solution that runs over the same data network as over one network. We used to have two separate networks, an analog phone network and a data network. This project combines those, and I'll talk a little bit about the benefits of doing that in a moment here. This board item before you today is the contracts necessary to complete that project. We've been working on that project for about 7.5 years now, and we need to complete it in the next 18 to 24 months because the technology is changing, and so we don't want to be repainting the Golden Gate Bridge when we're not finished painting the Golden Gate Bridge. So that's the whole goal here, is to push this project to completion. And we have the funding to do so, and the resources as well. About just a quick update, 60% of the existing facilities and campuses have already been completed. This project represents the remainder of about 40% of the campuses, about 4,000 remaining telephone devices. So some of the benefits of that, as I mentioned, this is more than just a phone upgrade. We're actually upgrading the data network, and then that data network will be supporting both data and voice traffic and video even. So it takes our data network to a higher capacity, and it also eliminates some of the redundant costs of supporting these two networks. As I mentioned before, we used to have two physically separate sets of cable, of copper wire in these facilities, one supporting voice, one supporting data. Under this voice project, it becomes one network. So we also don't need the same amount of staff to support that environment. If you look at the history here, over the last 7 years, we've reduced the number of FTEs, full-time equivalent positions, supporting this environment by 10 headcount. That's through attrition. We haven't laid anybody off, but when we had a departure in the department, that was an opportunity to look at whether or not we needed to restaff that position. So that's resulted in the costs for supporting our data and our voice network coming down substantially, and I'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide. It also puts our phone system in a fully supported system by vendors. Believe it or not, we have equipment in some of our facilities that is from a company called Nortel. They went out of business. That their interests were bought by another company called Avaya. And then we also have some network equipment from a company called Bay Networks that went out of business as well. So it's challenging to get support for that equipment, and this will bring all of our environment to a supported environment and upgrade our capacity. In terms of numbers, we're talking about 32 facilities remaining, about 4,000 devices. Overall, this is an $8 million project, about $5.5 million in hardware, $1.8 million in services, and then a contingency fund of $700,000. Just a note to see the benefits of this effort. When the original this project was brought to the board in 2005, the projection at the end of implementing this technology and the upgrade was that our phone rate would be $33.21 per phone. Already, we're at $26.75 per phone. And that is competitive with the private industry. So we're very happy about those savings, and we feel confident that we're going to be able to continue that level and maybe drop it even further. We're looking at some other opportunities to do so. So to date, we've realized $2.6 million in hard dollar savings as a result of this effort. Obviously, that we're making a sizable investment, so it doesn't. The ROI is still over a few years, but it's a sound investment. It lays our foundation for higher speed data and more voice solutions and services at the county. And again, we're funding that out of our IT services budget. So as I mentioned in our board presentation, our budget presentation last year, not only are we driving down our operational costs, but we're still continuing to invest in technology, even with reducing our operating costs. So it's just a continuation of that effort here at the county. And with that, I'll entertain.
And Michael, is that because of the efficiency of the technology that?
Yes, as we've seen, the cost of computers and semiconductor circuits have gone down through time, so we are experiencing some benefit of that.
And that's significant, going down from 33 down to 26.
Mm-hmm.
Huge.
And we were projecting that we would be at 33, so really much better than projected. And again, that speaks to the fiscal conservative nature of Ventura County, why we have that AAA bond rating, because we look at these things, we take a conservative estimate. It would be a whole other world if we had projected $20 and we were at 26. So we've been successful in the rating.
And you're funding it out of your budget again?
Correct. So no general fund contribution required here.
Yeah. So you've kind of come up with that thing, under promise, over deliver. Huh? You've done a good job. I love it. That's great. All right, wonderful. This is great news. Moving in the 21st century, doing well.
That's
right.
Be good. Thank you.
I was going to say, a bunch of IT guys, they're pretty good at this.
We're getting in touch with that left brain side a little bit there. So.
Well, I don't know. After this, we're going to listen to an engineer speak, so let's see what he can do.
The graphic there was, Google is wonderful. You can find graphics for just about anything. So.
Everybody vote? One more? Who hasn't voted?
Thank you, Mike.
I got it? There we go. Great, thanks.
Thank you for your
Appreciate it, thanks. Think about it, 2005, that was what, almost 9 years ago? Yeah.
It's time to be done.
All right, let's move on to item number 57. Sir, you're back.
Yes, sir. Good morning again, Chair Foy, members of the board. Reddy Pakala with the Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. This item is for Ventura County Water Works District number 16, which provides sanitation services to the community of Piru and water supply to 10 properties along Pacific Avenue. To help the property owners along Pacific Avenue with the challenge of primary water quality contamination, district secured a state Department of Water Resources grant about 20 years ago and constructed a new water system. The Waring Water Company provides local groundwater to these 10 property owners along with water supply to rest of the community of Piru. We have been working with Waring Water Company and also with the State Department of Water Resources to transfer this small system to Waring so that consolidation will help us to stabilize water rates in the future for these ratepayers. And State Department of Water Resources has prepared an agreement assigning the grant to Waring Water Company, subject to approval of our recommendations by your board today. We also presented this item to the Piru Neighborhood Council on October 16th of this year, and we received their verbal support for our recommendation to your board. We are recommending that your board approve a recommendation of staff report. And this concludes my verbal presentation. I'm available to take any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions, Supervisor?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you for working on this. I think it's a good move, right direction. The community does support it.
Good.
Support the recommended action.
Second that. We can move second and vote. Are we good?
Thanks for the work, Reddy.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Reddy. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. See, who needed a PowerPoint? You're an engineer. You can do it from the brain. I understand that. And then on item number 59, I'd like to recommend Jack Parfit for the Rancho Simi Cemetery District to work hard to help fix that place.
Oh, is it
Yeah. I don't know. I told him you had problems before. We have everybody vote.
And correspondence can be from
Correspondence.
60 to 64.
I just want to call one thing out on the correspondence agenda. Thought it was impressive that the Ventura Chamber of Commerce came out with a letter in support of the Todd Road Jail.
That's right.
Oh,
So
that was nice.
Good of them, given some of the other issues that have come up with regard to that. So thank you.
Is that for 60 to 64?
Yep. There we go. Okay, then we're done now. We'll take a break until 12:15, and then we'll go into closed session. Mr. Powers needs to do something. 12:15. Give him a chance to go to lunch.
That's not us.
All right, we'll come back to order. We're going to move on to our 1:30 time certain. Mr. Pratt.
Good afternoon, Chair Foy, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Public Works Agency, and I'm here to present the next item for your consideration. We have a slide presentation. I don't see it popping up yet. You may recall that we came to you during the summer of this year and told you that our options for running transit service in the Heritage Valley were going to be studied because VCTC's board had voted to get out of the local transportation business. At that time, your board received the report and gave us some direction.
to go work with the stakeholders in Heritage Valley and try to come to some agreement on how we might form and govern a transit system in that area. So
you're doing a good job with that. Well, just go through yours and you can.
Yeah, so I'll make it short. Well, we went through a number of meetings, and some as recently as last week. The good news in all of that is that we did come to an agreement which was kind of out of the ordinary given the constraints that we gave you when we first presented this, i.e. the agreement that we reached was that our recommendation would be that we continue with VCTC as the operator. Now, VCTC's board had told them to get out of the operations business in the sense that they didn't want to do intra-city. They didn't want to do intra-city. But in that sense, we're talking about an inter-city service that would run between the communities of Piru, Bardstown, Rancho Sespe, Fillmore, and Santa Paula. So it would be an interim long-term solution to the problem. There is a lot of symmetry in it in that should VCTC's board decide that they would go ahead with that. Let's see, where am I at in this now? Those were the meetings. Those are the issues. These are some of the options we explored. But where we got to was that it would be best for VCTC to do this interim long-term solution. So they would tie all those communities together with one contract that they would do a request for proposal on. And then that would be tied together with their VISTA contract along the 126. So it would be the seamless service that your board was looking for. And the symmetry that would be enjoyed is that the Transportation Commission would then be implementing the recommendations that came out of the plan that they commissioned, the Heritage Valley Transit Plan. I'm joined by a number of the people that we negotiated with from the cities of Fillmore representatives and some of my colleagues in Public Works, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any comments, questions here? I know we've got a number of speakers. Okay. Okay, why don't we start with Mr. Fontes, City Manager from Santa Paula. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, members of the board, County Manager Powers, and staff. I'm Jaime Fontes, City Manager for the City of Santa Paula. I'm joined by Dave Rollins, the new manager for the City of Fillmore. Although new, I don't think he's new to the area. I think you're a Cal-Lu grad, and I told him good things about you. It's a very professional board.
You're nice to him.
He would be treated right. So, and other than that, we've reviewed the staff report, listened to the presentations of Mr. Pratt, and I'd like to thank him and commend him for the professional way in which the county staff has handled this. As you know, it's always been our mutual belief that an independent entity jointly exercising the power to govern and operate the transit system in the Heritage Valley would be the best way to provide service for our citizens. The transit plan, however, that you are hearing about today, which involves a development of a four-part agreement between the cities of Fillmore, Santa Paula, VCTC, and the county to jointly manage transit, may very well be proved to be the most workable solution for the Heritage Valley's transit needs. As with any agreement, the challenges in the details, but we look forward to working with everyone. We understand the board's desire to avoid the creation of another level of government. We in Santa Paula and Fillmore, like our neighboring East County cities, desire to ensure that transit is managed at a local level so that the transit expectations of our mutual ridership are taken care of, met, and hopefully exceeded. This transit concept has not been presented to our mutual city councils, but they will be presented to the Fillmore City Council tonight and the Santa Paula City Council on Monday morning. Monday evening. And please know that we will continue to work cooperatively with the county and VCTC so that we can, by whatever mechanism is ultimately selected, provide a seamless transition of transit services to our citizens. We thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rollins, do you have something to say?
Just repeat what Stefan says. Thank you for working with you guys. And again,
look forward to work with the county. And it's nice to be back in California from the cold of Ohio. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Welcome here. Mr. Siddell, you have comments? No? They said it all? Appreciate you working with everybody to help through that situation. Thank you. Okay. Jeff?
Sir. That's it?
That's it? Everything's good? Sounds like everybody's in agreement with what you got. I don't know if Mr. Kettle has any comments at all? You're okay with that? You're thrust back into the middle of it again? Good soldier. Great. All right. Well, thank you.
Chairman Foy?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm supportive of staff's recommendation here, and I would move it. I'm just like to, as I make the motion, qualify it slightly, and that is, and I'll just make a couple of quick comments. One, I just heard in the comments, and I appreciate the city managers being here, but the comments that, consistent with the East County cities, you want to make sure you keep local control of the transportation system. I'm not quite sure how I see going to VCTC is actually does that. I mean, that goes back to a regional body. I do want to remind everybody that, at least from the county's perspective, for West County, I think we thought Gold Coast was the best option, and it was the desire of the two cities to not go that direction that had us move down this road. And we have not been able to reach an agreement between the three entities, which is why we're now going to VCTC. With those comments, to try to manage this. With those comments, I would just like to suggest we don't know for sure what VCTC will do with this being kicked back. I know that Darren had said he's willing to bring that back, and so I would like the motion so that we spent quite a bit of time on this issue, and I think there's some challenges in terms of whether we can get there, just the three entities. So I'd like the motion to be staff's recommended action, and if VCTC is willing to take on this responsibility, fine. If VCTC is not willing to take on this responsibility, then I think it's time for the county to go about independently trying to address the issues that they have. That we're not going to go back and start over again trying to figure this out. That we're not getting there in terms of trying to work it out with the two cities, so that everybody. So, because we have to move on to addressing the issues, because we have a timeline that's coming up here, which is June 1st. There is a timeline for service and all the service providers, and we have used up quite a bit of time already. So that would be my motion out there.
Mr. Chair. I appreciate the work that's been undertaken here, and when we started when the conversations were started, we knew then we had a very short timeline and a critical timeline. Unfortunately, I think there was some protracted conversations, and a variety of reasons. We're back here today, and what is before us today is very acceptable, and to move ahead and take it to the commission and see how the commission feels about continuing in the bus business for the Heritage Valley. But a true statement, this came out of the Heritage Valley study to basically say that we need to have a better delivery system. I very much appreciate that we move as quickly as possible out to the Piru area and the Bardsdale area, and because we can and we should. And so I appreciate your condition, and we'll see what the rest of the commission feels. But I think our timeline now is even more critical. We're really up against it, particularly for the full commission to agree and to take action and move ahead for all of the contractual process that's in front of this deadline. So I appreciate that the work that's been done by staff. So,
Mr. Chair. I'm going to support Sam's recommendation too, but I still believe that Santa Paula and Fillmore would probably benefit more from joining Gold Coast. I believe that it'll be more effective, more efficient method of providing services to Santa Paula and to Fillmore by joining Gold Coast. I know I've been with Gold Coast for quite a while and getting ready to become a district, but I think in the long run, it would be more beneficial for Santa Paula and Fillmore to join Gold Coast as opposed to creating another JPA, as opposed to creating another layer of government. And the city of Oxnard, the city of Hueneme, the city of Ventura, the city of Ojai are all in this district. And now we're all going to share the cost as opposed to Ojai putting X amount of dollars in Oxnard, X amount, it's going to be more of an equal type cost for everybody, but I think would be beneficial in the long run for Santa Paula and Fillmore to look at.
Mr. Chair, just one quick comment if I could make. I know one of the issues that there was a concern by the two cities expressed was that Gold Coast would be more expensive because it's a union setup, et cetera. My understanding in the research that I've done is that on a per hour basis, Simi Valley's transportation system is actually more expensive on an hourly basis than Gold Coast is at this point in time in terms of the figure. So something else to be kept in mind. But I appreciate the support on the modification to the motion. And
I'm sorry, I just came in from a State of the City lunch, but I also want to echo Supervisor Zaragoza's comments that Fillmore and Santa Paula should become part of the Gold Coast system. That's the interim that we are looking at, that we would eventually end up with Gold Coast, and to me that is the best step to take. And these cities would also be on the board of Gold Coast.
That's right.
And can make financial decisions on it and see that it is, as good as they can get it for their communities. So I just, every time we end up having more and more of these little transit agencies, we have less connectivity for the patrons, and that should be our first look. Our first priority should be with the patrons that use the buses. So I'll go ahead and support the motion. That's okay.
If I could, in fairness to the cities, it may be very difficult to do Gold Coast right now. I'm not, I think it's very late in the process, and Gold Coast may not be. But in the long run, that was the original idea, but may not be doable now.
And they did just get new legislation that allows them to join, and
exactly, we still have that's open.
Specific for this purpose.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I'm just going to thank the parties for working together. Mr. Fontes, Mr. Rowland, Mr. Siddell with our staff, Dave and Jeff and Kathy. A lot of complicated issues and strong views, but appreciate the spirit of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to support the motion with this extra, because now what that does, it takes away the rights of all these gentlemen who've come in their cities to do what they thought was best for their city, because all you do is now go to Gold Coast and you've got only 2 votes out of 17 that control their whole district. And I think that's wrong for what they're doing, because as soon as the commission says no, then Darren has to say no, and then all this negotiation, all these months are a waste. So I won't support it with this, because I think it's wrong. They've made a negotiation, they've agreed to do something, which I think, and there's no question that Gold Coast is much more expensive. The research shows their wages are much higher, their cost per hour is much higher, and it's going to take away from the residents of those areas not having the ability to get as much service. And I think that that's what's going to happen to it. And you're not going to have the integral part of them being able to talk to a local bus service, because it's going to be this big, large thing. We can't deal with you. We got a whole bus system to deal with, and I think it's not as good for the community at all out there. So with what you're doing, I think you understand where I'm coming from. But
connectivity.
I just want to try to clarify one thing in terms of the motion. There have been negotiations. We're supporting what they have negotiated, which is
I understand what you're supporting.
And 2, we're simply saying, and we're not even saying, the motion doesn't say they have to go to Gold Coast. No. That's one option. The motion is saying we as a county have to go on and start taking care of the business that we have to take care of, because we're very close to running out of time. And that's all we're saying is we're not going to go back into
I understand,
long,
but part of that thing
future
is if the commission doesn't want to run it or can't run or votes against running it, and there's only 2 votes that these cities have on it, they don't have any say in what goes on in their city. So
we're not saying that. We're not.
We haven't had the hearing yet, but
I understand that.
I certainly think a bunch of supervisors are going to be supporting it.
Yeah, I can understand that, and you may get some. We know some other
But
people.
I think it's connectivity for, I think it'd be to the benefit of Santa Paula and Fillmore that I'm just thinking as a Gold Coast transit representative, that we could run our buses all the way up there and back, and provide all the service that they require.
All right.
But
Supervisor,
again,
let me just, if I might say that, what we're doing here is to say, we agree with the
That's
staff's
right.
recommendation and with the city managers and what they've worked out.
Mr. Sadell.
We'll take it to VCTC, and because it would be then put to them to be the facilitator operator of this
But I think
system. And I expect that at the VCTC commission meeting, the same city managers will be there talking to the commission about their agreement, if in fact their councils all agree to it, and the board members. So, I think that the commission will look at, well, this is where this local or this Heritage Valley group decided this is what they want to do. So I can't see that they would be.
I think they'd be disadvantaged because it sounded like they already had. Did you already have an agreement, Jeff, that you'd already talked about? You guys already came to an agreement. VCTC said they would do this, and everything's ready to go. But now,
Subject to the approval of their commission.
Right. But I'm just saying now we're pushing this approval and trying to bring this up. I just anyways, I understand it was going to come.
They agreed to go to VCTC, and we agreed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What happens if
Because we couldn't
Right.
reach
Well,
agreement otherwise.
Yeah, because all I'm saying is when you come back, if we can't reach agreement and we say VCT said, I don't want to do it, they don't have another option, it has to go to the board, and the board decides here.
that doesn't mean the VCT is not going to support it.
someone's at home to do anything they want?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, I'd rather have it as their original recommendations where I was going with that, and I could live with that, I can't live with this, so. All right, thank you, I appreciate it. Let's vote. One more vote. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it, Jeff. Thanks for the work, guys. All right, so we're going to move to item number 46, a second public hearing regarding the adoption of the Ventura County Fire Protection District.
Chair Foy, members of the board. Wait for that to come up. For the record, Mark Lorenzen, County Fire Chief. Well, it's not coming up. I'll go ahead and start. Before you today, item number 46 is the second hearing. We had the first public hearing on November 12th. This is the second public hearing to approve Ordinance 28 and, in effect, repeal the district's current ordinance number 27. One point of order, and I believe it was passed out, there is one very minor change. You should have a memorandum on your desk that shows a changing of a word from not to as. That was just something that came up in the interim. And with that, I will yield to any questions.
That's not substantial? Leroy? Can you live with it?
I just looked at it beforehand and view it as a typographical error.
Good.
We could go back to the old way and just say,
Close the public hearing, have your board comment cards in this one. Close that.
well, I just wonder how Chief Lorenzen beat me here. We both came from the same place.
Yeah, Chief Lorenzen left during Mayor De La Pena's address.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
But she did compliment the fire department and the
That's
Springs
good.
Fire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
And while you're sitting there waiting for this vote, how's the fire in Happy Camp?
For all intents and purposes, it's out. We had a fire in the Moore Park area, approximately 50 acres. Fortunately for us, it burnt into some orchards and came to a pretty quick stop. But
great.
Fire season is still here.
And how about the controlled burn behind City of Ventura?
That one, we actually did a test burn on Friday, and it was burning so well we decided not to continue on with it. So we're going to wait for a little bit more rain.
All right.
And, yeah.
And you got the rain right after that, too.
We did get some rain.
Okay, that's
I
great.
have the next item also is item 47. And since your board just passed item number 46, which adopted ordinance 28. Item 47 asks your board to approve the provisions in ordinance 28 for all the unincorporated areas of the county.
Okay, this is another public, it's not this one's not a public hearing. Just vote. I like that, just vote. All right, so there you go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Make a comment. Sir, how you doing?
Doing well.
Good.
My golf course is still standing thanks to the fire department, so we're doing good.
That's right, yeah, that's it. You're wondering about that.
Good afternoon, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Ron Van Dyke, General Services. Here for the second reading for the Rincon ordinance for adoption. There was no significant issues from the last reading.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. Do we have any comment cards on this, Brian? No? All right, so we'll close the public hearing. Any comments from the board? No? No. All right, pretty straightforward, huh?
Like them that way.
They like it that way. So you were concerned you could have had some fire issues up there with your place, oh yeah. That's good. All right, sir, I think one more vote? You get it? There you go. All right. That's it. Okay, then.
And our second ordinance, our general ordinance for our rest of our county park system, here for the second hearing and adoption, and any follow-up questions on our brake policy on the Ojai Valley Trail that I was tasked to go back and investigate.
I don't have any questions. I just have further confirmation that bikes should have brakes.
But I did do some the bike shops. That's a kind of a lessening group that is buying those kind of bikes and everything now too. So, did you hear the same thing?
I think through Darwin's
selection. Yeah.
Darwin's selection. What's interesting is there's about a half a dozen European countries that you cannot literally ride a bike without brakes.
Yeah.
That's their country's law, which is kind of interesting.
Right.
So.
Okay, sounds good. Though this is a public hearing, do we have any? Nobody wants to comment about bikes on this? Okay. They're all hurt and they can't get here. I understand that. Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing. Well, look at all this interest in your bikes. I mean, look at this. Wow. All right, there you go, sir.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much. And so we will move to item number 50, and this is going to be another public hearing, and we're going to have 3 minutes on our speakers. So we'll start off with the boss, the man himself.
Good afternoon, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Barry Fisher with the Healthcare Agency. We're coming back to your board for the second public hearing regarding the adoption of a new animal ordinance. Since the time of our last board meeting, we've had quite a few responses, quite a few positive responses, and we've also had some concerns that your board is aware of. I'm going to bring up Donna Gillespie, and she's going to kind of run through some of the concerns that were sent to your board and go through each item and see if we can answer all your questions. Donna?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us back. There's been a few concerns that have been brought to our attention this past month, and I'd like to address a few of them with you. We've got a lot of letters saying that mandatory spay-neuter is ineffective. What I would like to share is that it is merely one piece of a larger solution. It's a tool for us to get to a no-kill county. There are 14 other counties throughout the state that participate in a mandatory spay-neuter ordinance. There's concern that MSN punishes responsible breeders and ignores the underlying problem, the irresponsible animal owner. We think that it serves the greater good. In fact, I believe that this ordinance will help the legitimate breeders by weeding out the perhaps unscrupulous breeders that are posting on Craigslist and Penny Saver and in the Star. Like if I can remind you the day that I took a sampling, there was 125 puppies for sale on a one Sunday in that media. There's still concern that 4 months is too young, and we addressed that last time we were here by recognizing that 4 months will be the first age that we will that we could begin letting you know that mandatory spay and neuter is in Ventura County, and there is a 60-day period in which you can go get spayed and neutered, or get your animal spayed and neutered. Sorry, and that would be 6 months. That would be 6 months, and it doesn't come. I also wanted to say that it doesn't come with any punishments. If your dog is 5 years old and we come to you, or you happen to come to the shelter, or you come to us, we have an interaction with you, you'll still get that 60 days. You're not going to be punished to go back to 6 months or 4 months. I've spoken with some local breeders, and they were concerned, saying that sometimes they have to wait 2 to 3 years until the animal shows that it's going to be good for showing, competing, etc. And I think that we have allotted exemptions for that. It's not our intention at all to go in and swoop those animals. Again, our intent is for a voluntary compliance. Again, our licensing reflects that only 8% of unaltered animals are licensed. Of our licenses, only 8% are unaltered. We have the Breeders of Merit exemption, and for those perhaps newly establishing breeders that are legitimate breeders, they might not have attained a Breeder of Merit status, and we have exemptions for them as well that are written in here. So I don't think it will force the hand and not allow new people to become breeders of purebred animals. Restricting the retail sales in the unincorporated area will drive up the prices of animals. I think that's with regard to the commercial prohibition, and currently there are no retail establishments in the unincorporated area that sell puppies or kittens. One of the biggest concerns that I had heard is that mandatory spay and neuter will allow county personnel to search a breeder's home without any warrant. And I wanted to remind that we have Ventura County Code 4465 is privileged entry for animal control officers and peace officers to go into that. We already have this. This isn't something new, and we could go in pursuit, for a quarantine, for licensing, and you haven't seen in the papers that we're stomping through anybody's backyard or taking their animals. And this has been in effect since, I believe, 1984. So there's no intention of us to go out and police every dog. Again, this is just a tool, and I think it's a worthwhile tool. A lot of it's being compared to the city of Los Angeles when they attempted a spay and neuter ordinance. And one of the things that I saw, that the mistake that we won't make, is that we will have low-cost spay and neuter programs with Dr. Novi, Humane Society, Mercy Crusade, and private veterinarians in place to offer low-cost spay and neuter. We also have our voucher program with the county through our licensing. There has been, I read some concerns about licensing revenues going down, decreasing with mandatory and spay and neuter. There was an article that stated Los Angeles and some other ones. And I believe that this was all happening at the time of the recession. We also had a decrease in licensing revenue when the recession hit us, particularly in Simi and the East County. They noticed a big difference in their bill from us. We've checked into a couple of the 14 counties, and LA County Animal Care and Control states that it's been successful. Their mandatory spay and neuter has been successful in the 2 years it's been in place. It has not changed or increased or decreased license compliance, and they have not found an increase in animal owner relinquishment. That was another concern. We had the same from Kings County and Lake County as well. I don't know if there are any questions for me at this time.
Did they find those other counties, did they find a reduction in the number of unwanted animals?
No, they did not see an increase in animals at the shelter. Neither one of them did, as a matter of fact.
I think she was asking about a reduction in unwanted.
A reduction coming in?
Right. That as a result of spay-neuter, there are less unwanted puppies being turned in?
I did not ask that question, but I will find out.
Okay. Because that's kind of our goal, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's our goal, is to stem the tide. You're correct.
All right, this is a public hearing. We've got a few speakers. So I'm going to bring up the speakers, and then we've got 3 minutes each. Please be on time, and if there's an awful lot of speakers here, if somebody said something that you can just stand up and say, I agree. And then if we can get the number 2 person behind you, be down here, we can go quicker through it. So Bill Dumas, and then on deck is Nancy Rappaport.
Chairman Floyd, members of the board, and Kathy Long, thank you for representing Port Hueneme. My name is Bill Dumas. I'm a member of the local AKC Dog Club, Pekingese Club of America, retired exhibitor, retired breeder for over 30 years, and the only thing I can say is I'm presently a delegate to the American Kennel Club. I'm understanding that you express my concern as to the opposed changes in the county's animal control ordinance. Mandatory spay and neuter laws and arbitrary breeder permits are ineffective because they fail to address the issue of irresponsible dog ownership. California law already provides the sterilization of animals adopted from shelters and also mandates that the license fee of intact animals be double that of sterilization fees. What I'm saying now is not only just because of an AKC club, but also the members and the population within Ventura County. The rescue groups and canine good citizen training, volunteers at the shelter that we all provide, large financial donations for spay and neuter to the animal shelter. Last year it was $3,000. This year it's going to be $5,000. The funds for Ventura Search and Rescue, which has been increased to $1,000 next year. Veterinary scholarships for students. After the Northridge earthquake, we also provided fencing and kennels to the Simi Valley residents who requested it because of their fences going down. This equipment is still stored at the animal shelter for any future needs. AKC is assembling disaster relief trailers at the present time. They're being sold throughout the United States, and this money is coming from the AKC, the members of the American Kennel Club, and the various clubs that we represent within Ventura County and through the United States. These trailers are worth up to $22,000. At the present time, our present club is negotiating and probably will eventually purchase a disaster relief trailer in the event of an earthquake, a fire, or what have you, where displaced dogs and cats are left out. This will be, if we get it, and hopefully we will, it'll be provided for the at the animal control shelter here in Ventura. I agree there is a problem with unresponsible breeders and dog owners, but I do not think that this is a way to go about it. Just look through the newspapers, Craigslist, and the various pamphlets that you have. And if you look in the newspaper today, you'll see that there is a rescue facility down in Los Angeles selling puppies in Ventura County. Okay? If we've got an overpopulation, why don't we do the same thing and send them back down to Los Angeles?
Mr. Dumas, your time.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Dumas?
Yes.
I'm over here. I've got a question. I've got a question for you.
Right, yes,
there we go.
Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for you, and I want to try to emphasize. I'm genuinely trying to. I'm curious. I'm trying to get information. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I appreciate you coming
Sure.
and expressing your point of view. Subsequent to our first passage of the ordinance, and it coming back now, I've been contacted by the number of people associated with breeders, AKC, et cetera. And when I asked the question, how does this, we've tried to craft an ordinance that gives our staff some tools to go after those irresponsible breeders that are out there. Our staff has asked for this as a tool. They said there's irresponsible breeders out there and they don't have a tool to go after them. Trying to give our staff that tool, and at the same time we've tried to make a good faith effort to craft the exceptions so that we don't hinder responsible breeders that are out there and what they're trying to do. We feel like we've done that, and I keep asking, every time I've been contacted, I ask the question, how does this ordinance create any significant barrier for responsible breeders to continue doing what they do? And in your testimony, I didn't hear anything, and I just want to give you that opportunity because because without hearing that, I'm going. Some people are opposed, but I mean, it's your opinion as to whether this will. Nobody is saying this will solve the whole problem of irresponsible owners out there, but it is a tool that our staff feels that they need to have to at least try to make a stab at it and be one part of the solution. So does this ordinance have any significant, unmitigatable, problem for you as a responsible breeder?
The only thing that I can see is if you're not showing a dog or performing in performance events and you're on the outside of the American Kennel Club, you're at risk of not being able to breed your dog.
All you would have to do is get a breeder's permit, and that's it. So,
well, I realize that, but what I'm still saying is everything that I have seen in this ordinance is geared to a performance, or the mom and pop or a farmer or rancher that wants to breed a specific dog for ranching or for herding, okay, he doesn't have to be in a performance events.
Right.
Okay? But I don't see where this is going to affect or become a tool for the animal control.
Okay.
I just do not see where it's going to be.
I can appreciate you don't know that it's going to be effective on that side, but on this side, if there is a way for somebody who wants to breed who's not part of AKC, but they want to breed outside of that, it's a way for them to get that permit, then does that work for you?
Well, I really can't say that it does work for me, okay, because I don't like government telling me that I have to have a permit to go ahead and breed a dog or a cat or anything else.
How about to have a license for the dog?
License, definitely.
That's okay. All right.
I'm all for
so
license.
it's just the inconvenience of getting a permit.
I do rescue right now. I got 3 Chihuahuas, and they're all spayed and they're all licensed.
Great. Okay.
But okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Nancy Rappaport and then Peter C. on deck.
Hi. I'm Nancy Rappaport of Simi Valley. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed ordinance. I represent the California Federation of Dog Clubs. Our group has a membership of 35 California dog clubs representing thousands of dog owners. Besides our member dog clubs, several major animal welfare groups oppose mandatory spay and neuter. I'm going to mention 3 and talk about 2. The American Veterinary Medical Association opposes it. The Humane Society of the United States opposes it, and the ASPCA opposes mandatory spay and neuter. The ASPCA position paper sums up the basic objection. Voluntary spay and neuter is already so prevalent that there's no credible evidence to show any significant reduction of shelter intake or euthanasia as a result of a mandatory law. The Humane Society of the United States used to be a strong supporter of MSN. They actually supported the ordinance that was passed in Los Angeles in 2008. However, since then, they've seen how these things work. For the last 18 months, they conducted a group of about a dozen different types of animal welfare groups, and they produced something called the California Sheltering Report. This is available online at www.cashelteringreport.org. They issued it in September 2013. It's considered a white paper, which means guidance in technical areas. This report that was sponsored by the Humane Society and other stakeholders says that they discussed the pros and cons of changing state laws to increase penalties for failure of spay and neuter, as you're doing here. They concluded that the failure to spay or neuter is more correlated with limited access to affordable and proximate services than it is with resistance to sterilizing pets. The position that they now take is that instead of increasing penalties, more efforts should be made to increase resources and outreach in communities where spay and neuter rates are low, and that should be the focus. The Humane Society of the United States and the ASPCA spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year advertising the benefits of adopting a shelter animal. They definitely are on the side of the shelter animals. However, these two groups do not support mandatory spay and neuter because they do not believe that it prevents animals from ending up in the shelter. If you implement this proposed ordinance, it's going to divert limited resources from the current programs that are working and use those limited resources to enforce a program that is unlikely to match the success you already are having. Whether you realize it or not, mandatory spay and neuter laws are perceived as especially oppressive by the public. They're extremely intrusive, and they drive a wedge between the public animal services agency. I ask you to please vote no on this ordinance. You need more time to study the different concerns.
Excuse me, ma'am. Could I ask the same question? Does it stop breeders from? Does it stop breeders from?
Do you think that breeders are causing the problem?
No, that's why we have the exception.
Well,
But
breeders are not causing the problem. Why are they the target of this ordinance?
If we have an exception for breeders, how are they the target of this ordinance?
Who should be? Who are the problem populations that are causing the problem?
And that's exactly what. Okay, I'm really just. That's our attempt is to write an ordinance that does just that, exempts the breeders, and does go after the.
The breeders are not increasing the shelter population.
That's why we're exempting them.
The shelter population is caused by people dropping off their pets.
Okay.
Now, this ordinance does nothing to prevent people from dropping off their pets and walking away.
Okay.
There are ways to do that. You can make people have appointments when they drop off their pets so you can counsel them. Maybe there's some behavioral issue that they need help training with.
Okay.
Maybe
but you're not identifying anything that this ordinance is doing that is going to stop breeders from doing what they're doing.
I don't think breeders are the problem. They should not be addressed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can I just ask you said at the beginning, who were the agencies, the national agencies opposed to this?
The American Veterinary Medical Association is one. The Humane Society of the United States, which is called HSUS, the ASPCA, and I can give you a list of about a dozen more.
But all the major ones you're saying are opposed.
These are the major ones.
Yeah. Okay.
These people spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year to protect shelter dogs.
Right.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, these are big time businesses, and they made a change to their outlook on this. I mean, it was staggering.
Originally, what you were saying, they were in favor of something like this, but they've
Correct.
seen that it didn't work.
Correct.
And it wasn't, so they've changed their into opposition against it, looking for other avenues.
They say that there's a better way to spend your time and money.
Right. Okay. Great. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming in. Peter C. and then Jessica Shear on deck. If you've got something to hand out, just as gentlemen, you can do it prior to your speaking before us. Thank you, sir.
My name is Peter C. I'm a breeder. I show dogs. I've been doing it for about 20 years. I'm 73, so I'm going to gear down a little bit because I've got 2 great grandchildren now, and I want to spend more time with them and travel. So I don't think I'm going to be doing much breeding in the future. But I oppose this bill for several reasons. And the people who brought their 3-ring binders, I agree with the lady who was just here. There are 2 articles written by the American Veterinarian Medical Association. They oppose mandatory spay and neuter on private-owned dogs. They don't with strays. Also, the AKC opposes a mandatory because it's ineffective. It's not because they don't want dogs to be not neutered and whatnot in the shelters. They don't think it's effective for the society. And I have some facts and figures in that for you. If you look at the line, also mandatory, this is from the veterinarians, mandatory approaches may contribute to pet owners avoiding licensing, rabies, and veterinarian care for their pets. And this is one of the unintended consequences of forced laws. It's better to use the carrot than the stick. The one that really impresses me is your previous shelter director, Kathy Jenkins, said, "I just think there's a better way to tackle the pet population issue the wrong way. Irresponsible people who don't license their animals won't be any more likely to follow new rules." And she went on to say that if you reward people and give them incentives like vouchers for neutering, the main problem we have, if you look at the statistics, is the city of Oxnard. They have several reasons maybe for this: economics, culture, attitudes towards animals. Now, if you go into that city with vouchers and you give them the vouchers at a low cost, they may do it. But it doesn't do any good during the week. It's going to have to be on the weekend because those are all working people. Now, on comparative statistics, if you look at the statistics for Ventura County, I've been grabbing this information since 1980. Your statistics on 2005 and 2006, but it started in 1975 and 2006. You were utilizing about 8,500 animals a year. Now that's atrocious. That's terrible. We all agree that we don't want animals destroyed. But by 2005 and 2006, it was down to 1,621 animals. That's an 80% reduction on doing good work. One work was the Hayden Bill. Hayden Bill required all shelters to turn over purebred dogs to the National Club, or members of the National Club. That reduced your overall by almost 2,000 in 2 years. Kathy told me when she said 1,621, which I think is a remarkable feat compared to where you were at 8,500 a year. She told me 900 of those animals were spayed because they were pit bull types. There's no such thing as a pit bull. There's different breeds. The point is, she wouldn't even allow them to go out to the public because they didn't want to have the liability problem with putting the pit bulls. Now you don't do that. You evaluate each dog on individual. But she also went on, if you look at the drop-offs for older dogs, sick dogs, and people giving the dogs to shelter, that's another 800 that shouldn't count as euthanized because the dogs are too old, or too sick, or too hurt when the officer picks them up, and the other ones, they don't have the money, or they move away, or things change.
Okay. You got to finish up here real quick.
What?
Finish up. Your time's up. So
Okay.
real quick, yeah.
I think the shelter has done a great job in reducing the number of animals. She said maybe only in the year she did it, 200 animals were put down that could have been saved.
Can I just ask you a quick question? You said something in regards to if this goes in, some people won't take their dogs to get rabies shots, vaccinations, all that. You said there's some statistics on that?
That comes from the Veterinarian National Council, okay?
Yeah.
They're worried about that, and I know some of that happens because if you say get a $100 breeding permit, they're not going to do it. A lot of people don't want you to know that you have dogs. Now, that may not be right and that may not be legal, but that's a fact.
Yeah, I was just curious, because I just heard that the other day where somebody said, well, I got to find a vet who's not going to make me get my dog spayed or something if I take him in to get this. And anyway, I was just curious if there's
I can get a letter
because I was
easy to
just
my
wondering if that's true, because I was hoping most people say, I need to get my dog vaccinated. I'm not going to worry about that. But you're saying there is some statistic like
Yes,
that out
and,
there.
and there's been do that. And I'd like to sum up with Einstein's quote, "There's nothing so damaging to society as passing a law that you cannot enforce."
Great. Thank you, sir. Jessica, please. Yes. And then Dr. Novi after. Dr. Novi, you have number on second. Okay.
Good,
Yes.
good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I stand in front of you today as a responsible pet owner of a beautiful 18-month-old Alaskan Malamute. We bought him from a responsible breeder, and in our contract, it was a part of the contract to not spay or neuter him, well, not neuter him because he's a boy, until he was at least 12 months of age. And when we asked why that was the case, because a lot of the times you'll go into a veterinarian office and they'll say, neuter your dog before he's 5 months. They say that, and the reason we were asked to do that is because of the research out there that in large dogs, before they reach 12 months of age, if you neuter them, they will have a much higher propensity towards many different types of cancer. So, therefore, as a responsible pet owner of an animal that I love dearly, we didn't neuter him until he was 14 months of age so that he could have a better life. You asked a question about how this impedes breeders, and I don't have an answer for that because I'm not going to breed my dog. But it does impede me as a responsible pet owner if this were enforced before I got my dog, because then I wouldn't have the ability to care for my dog the best way I see fit. And that's based on scientific evidence that he'll have an increased propensity towards bone cancer. And I didn't want that to be the case. So that's my answer to the question that you asked.
I really appreciate you answering, and if I could just, are you aware that all that you have to do in that situation is have a vet say that it's not in the best interest of this dog to be spayed or neutered before, and he can put whatever term on there, and the dog is exempt from this ordinance? Are you aware of that?
What I read from the ordinance is that I would be fined daily for each day that my dog, after 4 months of age, was not neutered. And so I was not aware of that.
Okay, so you'll be fined daily. That's only for a recalcitrant person who has been told and 60 days later still says, I refuse, and it's a puppy mill, and, but anybody, we're trying to find a way to deal with puppy mills and still let responsible people handle their pets the way they want to be able to do that. And it's not easy to do that. So in the ordinance, it says, all you have to do is have a vet state your dog should be exempt for health reasons. And your dog, you no longer, this ordinance wouldn't apply to your dog.
Okay.
Okay?
I
So
hear that.
just that easy. Does that make sense to you?
That does make
Great.
sense to me.
Okay.
I have a question, if I may.
Yeah.
How are vets, so if I were to walk into a vet office, basically what I have to say to my vet, it sounds like, is I'm trying to be a responsible pet owner. And so from my perspective, it looks like I could be somebody who has a puppy mill, for instance, and give a facade that I'm trying to be a responsible pet owner. And so that's just my concern.
If you convince the vet, then you convince the vet. All right. But I think a vet is going to be able to. You have one dog that comes in, and I think vets are pretty sharp in terms of being able to tell whether you're running a puppy mill with your dog or not. Right? Okay?
Okay.
But anyway, there's a good faith effort being made here. There's really two issues I see, and one is this going to be effective? That issue is being raised. And two, does it inappropriately affect breeders? I'm not hearing very much about that, that it causes some particular hardship, because we've created exception after exception after exception to try to do this. Now, whether it's effective or not, I think is one for us from a policy point of view. We have to decide whether this is something we should try. Is our problem so bad that we have to do that? But I'm anxious to hear if people have specific things about the ordinance that throw inappropriate roadblocks in front of responsible people or responsible breeders. So thank you for coming and sharing that with
You're
me.
welcome.
I appreciate it.
One other piece about education. So when we went to have our dog neutered, because he was so old, it was going to cost us close to $500 to have him neutered. A friend of ours talked to us about the Humane Society, and at the time, we had the ability to have our dog neutered free of charge. So I think there's an importance. If I hadn't have been talking to our friend, who also owns a dog and is a responsible dog owner, I wouldn't have known about that, and it would have been a hardship for us. $500 is a lot of money for us, and so I think it's important that education be out there, and marketing or something be out there so that people are able to learn about how they can be responsible pet owners, but not break their bank at the same time, because I think that's an important piece.
And our next speaker will address that very issue. He spoke to us last time, and he's up next, I think, right, to speak.
Thank you for your time.
So listen carefully, Hill.
You made good comments. I think one of the questions you should ask, Supervisor, who's going to pay for that office visit for me to go up there and get that from that
I have a vet appointment tonight. You can help me out with that.
It is a legitimate issue if people want to say, I don't want to pay the fee.
Yeah, there's
I
no
don't
question.
want
It's a
to.
hardship.
I don't want to pay the fee to get a license. I don't want to pay the fee to go see a vet. And my response would be, dog ownership in Ventura County causes lots of societal issues, and we all have to pay some cost there as you know, to help defray that. So there is some cost to ownership.
Thank you, Jessica.
No,
go ahead.
I think there's room for education from the breeder to somebody who comes to them that says, I want to be a pet owner. Because for them to just lay out the cost of owning a dog, and I happen to own a very expensive dog, but I think that there's a cost innately involved in owning a pet, and I don't think everybody's quite ready for the responsibility always. But I just think education is very important when it comes to
Thank you very much.
ownership.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Handle yourself well.
Doctor? And then Greg Peck on deck.
I'm Dr. Novian. Thank you for seeing me again. I am a veterinarian, and I had no idea I was that important. With a slip of a pen, I think we can take care of a lot of problems. My whole program has been trying to reduce the numbers of euthanasias that are being done at the county level. And I was interested in hearing some of the statistics, because I too have followed these for many, many years. And Kathy Jenks may have gotten it down to 1,600, but I don't know that we ever got down to 1,600. I started out with the spay-neuter program in '99, and prior to that we were at that 7,000, 8,000 number. We are now down to 3,000. We'll be in the 3,000s this year. And one of the big reasons, I think, is because, as the young lady talked about, there are families that have really difficult times getting the money together to get the spaying and the neutering done. And we decided that we would make a facility available on a sliding scale. And anyone below $40,000 a year, we would perform that surgery for whatever money they felt they had. And if they were really strapped, we would do it for nothing. And since then, we've done 50-some thousand spays and neuters. This last year, having done 8,000. And I think that we have the capability of anyone within this county that has a problem financially, we will get that dog spayed and neutered at a number that they feel comfortable about. So I know that that can be done. I know we've fought this thing tooth and nail from the beginning. I have so many wonderful breeders that are clients, etc. I know that there are some concerns about lots of things, but my concern is every year, state of California, 400,000 euthanasias a year, and I look at it like we're overproducing, we're paying people to gather them, we're paying people to hold them, and we are paying people to kill them. And somehow that doesn't make any sense. And I think this piece of legislation gives us that tool that we might be able to get this thing down to a no-kill. I think Ventura County is the first county that will have this. If we're able to get it done, we will have a no-kill county by 2017. So I thank you.
Dr. Novi, I just want to say, as having this come before us, it's a lot easier knowing that you are offering this. So thank you so much, and thank you for what you do.
We'll take the pressure off. People, it's tough times, and we now have a vehicle that comes into Oxnard once a week, and we are now doing approximately 80 spays and neuters on Tuesday, mind you, not weekends. On Tuesday, I think, or Wednesdays, we pick those up. We take them over to spay and neuter, bring them back. I think we charge $10 for the procedure. So we're out, trying to get it done, and we can do it. This is a progressive county, and we're on our way.
Isn't Oxnard also providing a discount? They probably don't go to your clinic, but they go over to the one on Vineyard and St. Mary's.
We're working together with these. Sometimes they're $20 come in from the cities, sometimes not.
Because I know we get it in our utility bills that there is a spay and neutering program at a discount. So
that's right. There's Mercy Crusade, the Humane Society, others that are getting on board to try and assist those who cannot assist themselves. And thank you.
Doctor, if I can ask from the one question, the young lady Jessica there, if she brought her dog in, what does it cost an average vet? I know you do so much for the community and that, but just to have that, go through that question or get some letter that says I'm going to go to 12 months or 14 months or something.
What does that cost?
Yeah, I mean, like an office visit.
A letter office visit, I think it's $48.
So it costs about $48, $50 to get that done? Okay. So
for the office call, yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure what numbers we are. So anyway, we know that you've done a lot to try to bring down the populations. You've been a real advocate for that.
And it's working.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Greg Peck. Greg.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Peck. I'm going to address a little bit more of the cat breeding issues. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm opposed to this ordinance. I want to go on record for both the breeding permits and also for the mandatory spay and neuter for the following reasons. We've talked about exemptions. The ordinance does have exemptions for breeding permits and for mandatory spay and neuter. However, there is no exemptions for cat breeders. And the way I see that is because the ordinance specifically talks about AKC. Well, AKC is not affiliated with any cat registrations or breeding, nor does it recognize any cat breeds. Okay, for cat breeders, we have CFA, which is the largest registry of cat breeding cats, and we also have TICA. The next thing I'd like to address is that currently the ordinance has a requirement of 1 litter per year. Well, for cat breeding, that really does not work. It's very unhealthy. There could be health issues for a majority of female breeding cats. Female cats come in heat continuously and can actually get infections of their uterus. They can lose weight. They can get cystic ovary infections. And if they're held off from mating, and no responsible breeder who cares about their cats will be able to comply with this requirement. Females of many breeds need to be mated every 8 months to stay in current condition. Only a few can be held off for about 10 months to a year. Additionally, the ordinance speaks about whelping. Whelping does not apply to cats. It's a dog term, so that obviously there's some consideration. There was not much consideration paid to cat breeding. A lot of the terminology in the ordinance is specifically for dog breeding. And also, you can't predict when a cat is going to come in the heat, and so that makes it impractical to say, well, when am I going to get a license? You get a license, you may not need the license for the year because the cat is not in heat and the cat may not be able to breed. Okay. The next topic, the way I viewed it is it's very punitive and foreboding for novice breeders. I'm pretty much a novice breeder myself, but the requirements are not just a minor inconveniences, as words I've seen to the breeders. Due to the costs associated with these breeding permits, only people with one intact pedigreed female, or intact, I mean unaltered, not spayed or neutered, could possibly consider getting a breeding permit. This is going to result in a majority of the cat breeders to either stop breeding, not comply with the ordinance, or move to another county. This is going to result in creating a black market for pedigree cats in Ventura County. Unfortunately, there will be no responsible cat breeders left in the unincorporated Ventura County, and those who want a pedigree cat will have to go elsewhere on the internet or other places or other cities, especially if this is started promoted to the other cities. One thing I want to talk about also is that pedigree cat breed is not a profit-making hobby, and we use all our proceeds basically to the betterment of the breed. And the breeds are selectively bred for their characteristics, to be docile, to be lap-sitting, and this may not be the case for stray cats that you get from a shelter. So people, in some cases, want to get the pedigree cats because there's certain characteristics that they're looking for. So, does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're good.
Thank you. If we're able to appreciate that, there's cat, hearing that there's a professional cat breeding organization, if we're able to craft the same kind of exceptions for cats, identify, sort of the responsible cat breeding organizations and have the same kind of exceptions that we have for dogs, would that address your concerns?
No, it would not address my concerns. It just as Peter and some of the other dog fanciers have said, we feel a lot of us don't want people to know that we're breeding cats, and we feel uncomfortable with maybe someone having to come in our home. And I've heard stories of people where animal control has come in their houses unannounced and having to go in their homes and things like that. So there have been issues where they have come in their homes and actually taken their pets away from them, and we don't want to put ourselves in that situation.
Okay, so you even if it had so it's not the fact that there aren't things in there for the cats, but it's the fact that there is the possibility of any kind of regulation of your breeding activities.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Diane Smith and then Peter Keys.
Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I stand before you as a lifelong resident of Ventura County and a longtime pedigreed cat breeder of a large breed that takes many years, 4 to 5 years for males and 3 to 4 years for females to develop to maturity. Early spay and neuter has resulted in, it has a percentage incidence of growth plate fractures. So it's actually dangerous for us to spay and neuter the animals early. I am not comfortable with putting my vet in a position where they essentially have to enforce this law or become legally culpable should anything happen to me, or they would make the decision for to accept me from the law. I am here in opposition to this ordinance. I believe that it is wrong, and I want to protect the public's right to buy pedigreed animals. From the statistics, you see that a very small percentage of cats or dogs, other than pit bulls and chihuahuas, which are disproportionately coming from the Oxnard area, and as Peter C. mentioned, it's a socioeconomic and educational issue. So when the paint starts peeling on my walls, I don't use a jackhammer to try to solve the problem, and I think that is the situation that's going on here. I too have had a history with people that I've known through the cat fancy where animal control did show up. I have 3 examples, and I won't name the details too much, but long story short, showed up, seized the animals. The animals were in animal control for 10 days before they were seen by a veterinarian, but I was cattery help in the first example, and I was there 6 days a week caring for these animals. The husband and wife had split up, and he was working full-time, and I wasn't at the time. And the animal control people were saying that these were sick and unhealthy animals and that the fur was matted, and look at their eyes, they're running. Well, they were Persians. They're brachycephalic, and they do tear, and you need to take daily care of these animals. But they were instead blaming the owners, and long story short, that cost them $17,000 to finally get their animals back. And in fact, it was over a personal dispute where no evidence was ever presented supporting this case, and animal control was able to seize the animals. But I do have to compliment animal control and Dr. Novi. It's been a long time since the late 70s, early 80s when we were euthanizing 99% of the animals that were turned in. So education does work. It absolutely does work. And as a responsible breeder, I don't sell an animal to anybody unless they are financially able to care for that animal. I check what they feed. I have a contract that when they are to spay and neuter, they're indoors only. Pedigreed cats do not contribute to this problem, and this legislation seems to be anti-breeder. The problem is not breeders, it's the random person who, for religious or personal avocation, or they want to use their pit bulls or something for other activities, they're the ones that are contributing to the problem. I've been on a wait list in the animal control for a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, a Labrador Retriever, a Golden Retriever, and a couple of other breeds for years now, and I have never seen one come up and never been contacted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
And I'm sorry, don't normally want to try to, but I'm just trying to get information because we want to make this the best ordinance possible. One, you said, this ordinance appears to be anti-breeder, and I just want to emphasize to you, we didn't create all these exemptions for breeders because we were trying to make it anti-breeder. We were trying to make it work for breeders.
I'm not going to have anybody come into my bedroom where I birthed those babies and raised those babies after the situation that I explained to you, where people came in and made up stories, because I've seen it happen. My sister's ex-husband is a police officer, and people sometimes exaggerate things or make up stories to support their case. And in this case, unfortunately, people I knew directly experienced that.
I just point out that, as has been pointed out by staff, that doesn't change animal reg and police, because they all have that power whether we pass this ordinance or not. That's existed
and
here.
And it hasn't been working.
What's that?
And unfortunately, that power has been in existence, and it hasn't worked. So we're talking about putting more rules in for something that's already been proven ineffective.
We could have a debate about that, but you made a statement. You said, I want to protect the public's right to buy purebred animals.
Pedigreed.
Do you believe this ordinance stops the public from making those purchases? I
think this ordinance is going to extinct pedigreed animals, because any reasonable person who has had, I don't want anybody like I've described coming into my bedroom, and I would rather stop breeding. And it's a NIMBY situation. You guys stated in the November hearing that you wanted the county to establish this, and then the other cities in the county adopt it. Well, pretty soon that's going to be everywhere, and people who love their Labrador Retrievers or their Maine Coons or their Persian cats or their Bengals won't be able to get them anywhere, or they'll be buying them from the puppy mills in unincorporated, Kansas or somewhere, and they live horrible lives. Okay. The people that you're hurting here are the people who want pets from responsible breeders, and this hurts us.
My other question, you said you didn't want to give your vet this responsibility of having to sign that,
right.
But if you obtained a permit, you would, or if you were a breeder of merit, either one of those, you wouldn't have to go to your vet.
CFA doesn't have breeder of merit.
Okay, so but if you were if you applied for a permit.
Nope, because that allows them to animal control to come in at any time that they want, and I'm not having anybody come into my bedroom after the experiences that I've seen happen to other people.
Thank you. I understand those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peter Keys, please, and then Joanne Miller.
Mr. Chairman, board members, staff, thank you for the privilege of being here. My name is Peter Keys, and I am president of the San Diego Cat Fanciers Association, a member of the Cat Fanciers Association, which is internationally recognized as the leading pedigreed cat organization in the world. We have thousands of members who raise, breed pedigreed cats. I personally am very concerned about the mandatory spay-neuter, breeder permits, and licensing which you are proposing. Such mandatory ordinances will not address the real small animal problems in your county as I understand them. For example, unchecked reproduction of unowned, free-roaming feral cats is a major issue for you. Your animal control people will tell you that. It's a factor most responsible for excess cats in shelters, including the numbers of kittens too young to survive. These cats have no owners to cite for infractions of a mandatory spay-neuter ordinance. When mandatory spay-neuter is passed and enforced, it leads to more attempted reproduction and more kittens in the shelters. And why does that happen? Pregnant, feral, or free-roaming female cats, unowned, often seek out a porch or an area, your house or your neighbor's house, where they feel safe. If they are ignored in backyards or by sheds, the people who have those sheds and have those free-roaming cats birthing in their property are terrified that they will be confronted with penalties for harboring or raising cats. A feral mother will go right on producing kittens, at least 2 litters a year. A litter can be any place from 2 to 7 or 8 more cats that are going to be in your community. The numbers of underage kittens in the statistics from your own shelter, the Ventura County Animal Services Shelter, being euthanized will only escalate with a mandatory spay-neuter ordinance. That's your shelter. Mandatory spay-neuter has led to an increase in abandoned cats, adding to the numbers on the streets. Long Beach has had a breeding ban for over 30 years. Long Beach has more homeless cats on its streets, by their own admission, that end up in the shelters than they ever had with the law you propose. Just prohibiting something does not usually stop or solve a problem. And just as an aside, most of us have kids. We prohibit them doing something. Does it solve the problem? Not all the time. Unfortunately, a person with an owned cat who doesn't care if their cat produces a litter will not bother to care about a mandatory spay-neuter ordinance. They just don't care.
Your time's up, sir.
Thank you.
You finish up.
I appreciate the privilege of addressing you.
Thank you for coming up to talk to us. Joan Miller?
While that speaker's coming up, I
You have something to
appreciate
ask the
him.
other speaker?
No. I just appreciate him pointing out the issue with feral cats. And we do have many volunteers in the county going out trying to capture feral cats. I just appreciate you pointing out the importance of us trying to do all we can on the feral cat issue, and when we're certainly trying to do that.
I'm glad to respond to
No.
it, but I certainly applaud your comment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Good afternoon. I am Joan Miller. I'm a consultant to the Cat Fanciers Association as their legislative information liaison. I've been involved in shelter issues and public affairs issues for over 20 years. I'm the former vice president of CFA, the former president of the National Council on Pet Population Study and Policy, and for about 10 years I've done shelter staff training on handling of cats to enhance their adoptability. I appreciate all cats, pedigreed, random bred, feral, and I work to promote responsible pet ownership. We all want the same goals, I know, to prevent uncaring and unknowing people from mating their cats and dogs for frivolous reasons. These animals add to the shelter intakes, but mandatory neuter spay with breeder permits is not a good solution. There are alternatives that I would like to talk about that work far better than coercive laws. CFA urges you to take the time to thoroughly look into what has been achieved by other communities. Ventura County Animal Services, as some speakers have said, has shown great progress in reducing cat euthanasia. The most recent percentage of owned cats reclaimed is twice the rate of most shelters. Now, Ventura euthanized 15 adoptable cats in the first 6 months of the year for the lack of space rather than illness or behavior or severe conditions. But a total of 315 feral cats and underage kittens were killed during the same time frame. So it's critical to avoid mandatory neuter spay legislation since these laws tend to cause people to ignore the feral cats. I want to tell you about one example of an alternative that was highly successful, and this is a study that was done in 1993 in Santa Clara County, and CFA was part of the funding of that. It was done by the National Pet Alliance and the University of California at Davis. They were studying attitudes and practices regarding cats and dogs, and they learned that 10% of all the county residents were feeding cats at their doorstep. This was a real shock. And they also learned that over 40% of the total cat population was feral or unowned. The city of San Jose then funded a voucher program to encourage spay-neutering targeting these doorstep cats. Eventually, the program welcomed owned cats, too, with no strings attached, no proof of low income and that sort of thing that I believe many communities do. They were able to reduce their cat intakes by 50%. Now, in the last 4 years, they have come up with another innovative pilot program called Shelter Neuter Return. Feral and unowned cats are sterilized, vaccinated, ear-tipped, and then put back into the community where they were living. Over 7,000 cats have been sterilized, and the results show a $2 million savings in shelter costs and a huge reduction in euthanasia. What works? You first have to define the problems. You have to conduct a specifically designed survey. Target zip codes with high relinquishments in cats in large mobile spay-neuter. San Diego and Chula Vista have had great success with their targeted neuter scooters that go right into these communities. Keep pets in their home with behavior specialists and hotlines. Set up free microchip clinics to encourage identification for cats. Marin County, for example, used their clinics to educate about neuter spay. Laws are divisive rather than build community support and volunteerism and increase foster homes and baby bottle fostering. Work with rescue groups, including the breed rescuers.
Ms. Miller?
Okay, I realize that my time is up.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And I hope you all have received our CFA folder. I hope that you will look at some of the statistics that are in there. And some of
We have that here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Zimmerman, and then Ms. Diaz, and then Sandy West. Mr. Zimmerman, John Zimmerman. Okay. Then Ms. Israel Diaz. Oh, here she is, right here. Well, Joan can put her own card in if she wants to. You can, no. I mean, each person only gets 3 minutes. Do you want to speak at all? You can't donate it. Do you want to speak? Would you like to speak yourself? You want to come up? Yes, no? No, okay. Thank you. Sandy West. And then Tom Weems.
Good afternoon. I have a question. The last time I looked at Craigslist, you couldn't sell cats or dogs on Craigslist. It's populated by rescue groups. So if they went to Craigslist to look for cats or dogs to sell, they found other rescue groups selling them because private individuals are not allowed to sell cats or dogs on Craigslist. So if this is one of the factors they used and the amount of pets they found, they were looking at their direct competition, rescue groups or other shelters. So I just want to clarify that. Number two, what I gave you is I got this information from the U.S. Census and from the Ventura County Animal Services website. It's a listing of each city's population in ascending order. It's the percentage of the county population each city has, and the last number is the percentage of animals taken in by each city. As you know, first biggest city, and I didn't use Thousand Oaks because they use LA County Animal Services a lot, so I wanted to stick with the ones that had county and were served by Ventura County Animal Services. As you will see, Oxnard has 24% of the county's population. They use 43% of animal services. The other 7 cities below, Simi Valley, Ventura, Camarillo, Moore Park, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Port Hueneme, compose 44% of the city, and they use, as opposed to Oxnard, that is 43%. The 7 other cities use 49% of the services, Oxnard compared to Oxnard's 43%. So all the other cities use just a little bit more than what Oxnard uses alone. Oxnard does have its own enforcement. They have, if I'm not mistaken, I got it off their website, you can have 4 cats or dogs. All must be licensed, cats and dogs. They've had this for a number of years. Yet they are the ones that contribute to the extreme disproportionate use of Ventura County Animal Services. It would appear that if you have a target area that has a problem and it has its own enforcement and it hasn't addressed it, and I understand they only address the city and some of Oxnard falls in the county, but it could be addressed by our county services, that you're trying to make everybody fall into compliance for something that only a small area is targeting. So what I'd like Oxnard to do is fix their own problem first. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can help us to do that too. We all have to kind of encourage Oxnard, because I agree with you that it is disproportionately from Oxnard, but it takes some participation, and people like Dr. Novi is going out to Oxnard specifically.
And, you know, and Oxnard has a huge feral cat population aside from the dog issue. And these are dog statistics. These are not cat statistics. Because so many of the cat statistics are with feral cats, you know, underage cats that they're not going to try to keep alive.
Yeah, they have a whole program where they're trapping feral cats.
Yes, and they have those, and there are a lot of people that participate. But if you're going to be responsible for those cats, you're going to lose a lot of participation.
Right.
And by the way, if you pass the ordinance as it is, you will not have any cat breeders in Ventura County because nobody can comply because cats cannot join the dog kennel. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming up with your information. Tom Weems.
Good afternoon, Chairman Foy and the rest of the board. Pleasure to be here. My name is Tom Weems, and I'm a former director of the California Federation of Dog Clubs, American Dog Owners Association, delegate in several clubs, and on board of several dog clubs. I'm speaking here as an individual, not for any of those clubs, though. My research shows me that in California, only 62% of dogs in public shelters are saved. Return to owner for impounded dogs is around 21%. Now, these figures may be a little older. I pulled those out of some files that I had. I think they're at least a year within the past year. Los Angeles Animal Services lost $440,000 in annual licensing revenue since the 2008 MSN ordinance went into effect. And that's on top of the licensing income lost due to the downward trend in licensing compliance after Los Angeles enacted their 2000 MSN ordinance, with increased costs for MSN enforcement. In California municipalities with no MSN, the dog licensing identification compliance rate is in the 30 to 35% range. In California municipalities with MSN, the dog licensing and identification compliance rates are in the 10 to 20% range with reduced municipal revenues. MSN laws break the bond of trust between many dog owners and the government. Animal owners have seen what happens after MSN laws go into effect. Licensing makes their dogs known to government agencies, and animal owners fear that government will whittle away their right to make their own informed choices about responsible animal ownership. In contrast with these cities and municipalities with MSN, in Calgary Animal Services leads the way in North America, saving 95% of dogs they processed, thanks in large part to an RTO, or return to owner, rate for impounded dogs of 86%, with licensing and identification that exceeds 90%. Over the years, Calgary has implemented policies to incentivize dog licensing, discount perks at retailers, including educational programs on responsible dog ownership, over 100 off-stray dogs, over 100 off-leash parks in the city, low-cost, convenient spay-neuter clinic, returning dogs straight home instead of running them through the shelter, reducing the costs and using services. And Calgary's residents rate their animal services 91% in the Citizen Satisfaction Survey. As a result, pet licensing rates have trended upwards in Calgary over 3 years. But over the same time, many California communities have implemented coercive policies, and they've had the opposite effect. MSN are unique legislative processes in that instead of fees, fines, or even incarceration, MSN laws impose forced surgical procedures. No other aspect of the U.S. legal system mandates forced surgery. That's the record of MSN. It's not good legislation.
Your time's up, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your information. I think you have a question here.
Appreciate your time. Since you have such a history with the various dog clubs and stuff, I was just wondering, appreciate your comments mostly addressed your belief that this won't be effective. Do you have anything that our ordinance specifically does that would keep responsible breeders from continuing to do what they need to do?
When I look at any legislation, I look at it to say, okay, this is the legislation anybody that is considering today.
Right.
Is there a sunset clause? Is there a yardstick clause? In other words, it's written in stone, it's written in law. A future board could come along and remove the exemptions. There's no guarantee that those exemptions will be there. There's no yardstick to say, this law, we're doing this to reduce euthanasia. We think it's going to do it. In 2 years, 4 years, here's our yardstick.
So the law could be changed, but you don't see anything in it right now that does that. It's just a possibility that it could be changed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I invite anybody, if they do see it, I'm looking for that.
Let me ask you, though, going back to what you are saying, though, is you brought clear statistics that people who, or cities, whatever, who did this, they saw less revenues, less people being voluntarily getting licenses and all that, more expense to go through it.
Yes.
And at the same time, we didn't accomplish the goal, which was less cats, less dogs being killed and everything else.
Not that I have found.
Now, and you're just saying, just here's the different cities, what they've done.
Yes.
And that kind of thing.
Yes.
And, okay, so, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I guess I'm trying to see that, and I'm just trying to figure, because I don't want to do something. If somebody else already tried something that didn't work, we should try something different.
That's why I bring this up.
Yeah, and it sounds like that. But it sounds like the education has worked pretty well for most people, and the encouragement side has worked to get them to do this. And, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Snyder, I'm sorry. There he is. Okay, there he is. And then, no, I was going to say, it wasn't the Snyder. Okay, that's what I was going to say. Look, our guy here. We know him. Pam Bradley. Is Pam Bradley? Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. It says Benita. I'm sorry. And then Pam Bradley, and then Lynn Jensen. Excuse me. Sorry. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Snyder, and I'm a
Bonnie.
resident of Thousand Oaks, California. I'm the president of the Soft-Coated Wheaten Terrier Club of Southern California, a past delegate to the Los Encinos Kennel Club, and I'm very involved in rescue with Soft-Coated Wheaten Terrier Club of Southern California and nationally. As a matter of fact, the last 3 dogs I've rescued have come from the Camarillo shelter and were sold by all 3 dogs at 3 different ages, 8 years old, 5 years old, and 1 year old, were sold by a pet shop same pet shop in Camarillo. Mr. Weiss has said most of what I want to say, but I'd like to say mandatory spay-neuter is an ineffective solution to animal control problems because it fails to address the heart of the issue, irresponsible commercial sales and ownership of companion dogs. These laws are extremely difficult to enforce and can be evaded by irresponsible animal owners by not licensing their pets. The proposed ordinance will reduce the funds available for addressing problem animals and funding low-cost or no-cost spay and neuter programs. It will hurt reputable breeders like our members who raise healthy, well-cared-for dogs and work to ensure that these puppies are placed with responsible owners. Responsible owners who are already complying with local animal control laws will be unfairly punished by enactment of this ordinance, while irresponsible owners will continue to make problems for the community and local shelters. Concentrating animal control efforts on dogs whose behavior demonstrates that they are a problem for the community would be a much better use of taxpayer funds. I also would like to say that our Dog Fancy supports 6 shows in the Ventura County at the fairgrounds a year, which brings in approximately $4 million a year in revenue. From what I've heard from the Fancy and what's going on in the dog world with the AKC and people that have been calling me from nationally, that people are considering pulling their representation and their shows from the Ventura County Fairgrounds, and there will probably be a boycott of local breeders who will not go there. And this will be devastating because it's revenue out of my community. So.
Let me just ask you a question. You just say that in kind of a threat way they say that, but I've heard that that's happened in other counties.
Yes,
and
it
other
has.
areas. It's not a threat, but they're
Yes,
just going
it
to go
has.
where they're supported and they're not going to.
Yes, it has.
Okay. Great.
If I could ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, you made the statement, you said this is going to hurt responsible breeders.
Yes, it will.
And how?
Because, just what Mr. Weiss said, first of all, responsible breeders will be threatened to have people knocking on our doors, wanting to come into our homes, check out our backyards. It's happened to me. I had a neighbor who just did not like dogs. And when I first moved to the Thousand Oaks area, her favorite thing to do was call animal control on me. Well, the animal control officers kind of got to know me after a while, knew I was responsible. Matter of fact, one of them told me that my kennel was cleaner than the lady's house next door. So, and then they finally they stopped coming to my home. But this is an invasion of privacy.
Okay, so that happened without this ordinance.
Yes,
and
it
that
did.
could still happen without this ordinance.
That can still happen with this
So how
ordinance.
does this ordinance?
Because it will make it more effective for people to come in. It will give them more of a right to come in to invade us.
Thank you.
Seems like it might be just the opposite, actually, because once you get your breeder's permit, you've been checked out and you're not going to have someone...
But why should we have to have a breeder's permit?
I'm just saying, right now, as we've heard, animal regulation or animal services can come to the house anyway. So
Yes,
I'm
they
just
can
saying,
because of that law that they stated
when
before.
we do get complaints, for example, in our office of someone, they have too many dogs or whatever, and they have to go out. But if they know they've already given that breeder's permit, that kind of takes care of that.
Yes and no. Okay, thank you very much for your
Megan.
time.
Yes. Pam Bradley.
Hi, guys. I stand before you again today and ask you to please vote no on this ordinance. Now, you ask, and as far as the public, the general public, I don't know if y'all are aware, but Ventura County Star conducted a poll. I believe it was only for 48 hours. It may have been a little bit longer. But they asked specifically if how one felt to a mandatory spaying and neuter of their animal. 74%, which was the vote of 728, voted no. 24%, which was a vote of 238, voted yes. 1% was undecided. That were 10 votes. Now, that was a very short poll, obviously, and it didn't reach everyone because you have to subscribe to that newspaper. I myself wasn't even aware of that poll until later on. So maybe you didn't get a proper indication, but I think that kind of gives you some idea as to how others feel about it, not just us. And you know what I think is just so interesting as I stand here before y'all? There isn't anyone, I'm so emotional, that doesn't love our animals. Every one of us, everybody in red, we all love our pets. We all want what's best. If we thought this would really work, by God, we'd all be signing up. You know, we're just trying to help you understand why we don't think it's going to work. And I'll explain, like as far as the breeder's permit, you say $100. Well, I have a breed that may only produce 2 puppies in a litter, maybe even 1. And it's also such a breed-specific issue that they may be pets, meaning that they cannot move forward in a breeding program, because that's my ribbon represents best of breed. That's exactly what we're all about. We're not manufacturing anything but the best. So one litter a year for someone like me would not move me further at all. And unfortunately, I'm not as young as I used to be, so it matters to me. I'm already somewhat penalized to have my dog with an intact license. I'm paying double the fee for that. And recently, when I actually licensed a dog, when you wonder about other possibilities, and I was a little late because I brought this dog in from another country. It was a show dog, so it wasn't one of the imports, but it was a show dog brought in. I was penalized $100 because I was a few weeks late. So that does happen, and it is a concern. So when you give control, and perhaps control in the wrong hands, and understanding that this sort of thing can be very punitive. And so I read the ordinance, the way it was written. It's extremely difficult to understand all the items that are on there. But I know you want the best, we want the best, but I urge you to please look this over again.
Thank you, Ms.
And please vote no. Thank you all so very much for listening to us.
Thank you for
and
coming
happy
out and waiting.
holidays
Thank you.
to every one of you.
Lynn Jensen? Pardon?
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. I'm Lynn Jensen with Ventura County CoLab.
You got a PowerPoint or something?
I'm sorry?
A slide. Oh, here you go.
Ah, thank you very much. Can we start the clock? I'm sorry, she's... Okay. While this is not a typical land use issue for CoLab, we decided to apply our experience in evaluating regulation in an impartial way to this issue. We're concerned originally about the undue burden this would create for unincorporated county residents who are not responsible for a majority of the problem. This may include farm and ranch families who live in the countryside, and they actually end up adopting dogs and cats that are dropped off by city dwellers that never even reach the shelters, and they end up in these countryside, and people are taking care of them. A picture tells 1,000 words, and I want to show you this slide here. The slide shows that while the population has increased from 1985 to 2010 from 600,000 to 823,000 people, you can see that there is a steady drop in intakes, which is in the blue graph on the top, and in euthanasia from 8,000 all the way down to almost 1,500. This is dog statistics only. There has been a huge success in the Ventura County Animal Shelter over time. And then, as you can see, in 2008, during the housing crisis, people were losing their houses, and you can just see it in the statistics. What happens is the intakes climbed until 2011, and the foreclosure market started healing itself, and in the last 3 years, this decline in dog intakes and euthanasia has continued. And we think this is really important, and it shows how successful the Ventura County Animal Shelter has been. And that economics and jobs make a huge difference to our county in so many ways, not just in everything else, but also in the dog statistics. So what this shows is both intakes and euthanasia in Ventura County are decreasing, not increasing. This isn't a new crisis. The majority of the problems, as they have already said, are within the cities, the city of Oxnard. 41% of the dog intakes, according to the Ventura County statistics, are Chihuahuas and Pit Bulls, and that's really where we have to focus our efforts because that's where most of the shelters are trying to adopt out. And this ordinance doesn't apply to any of the cities. There's no evidence that you've heard today that any of these three provisions, the mandatory spay-neuter, the breeding permits, or the ban on commercial sales, leads to less intakes or less euthanasia. And also the breeding permits are going to add a whole bunch of bureaucracy for these breeders. $100 a year per litter, and paperwork, vet bills, all the other things that happen. And they're not a huge dollar business. They're not a big money-making business. And what we see is that the shelter staff is already overworked. Adding enforcement will further stress the agency, and it doesn't solve the problem. So in conclusion, we recommend that Ventura County Animal Shelter spend their dollar on breed-specific educational programs that move people in the right direction. We see this as what's working right now, and we urge the Board of Supervisors to reject the mandatory spay-neuter, breeding permits, and commercial sales provisions, an unnecessary burden to unincorporated county residents for a problem they have little responsibility for. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Lynn?
I was just wondering, would you support this if it were in the city of Oxnard?
I would support something that shows in other jurisdictions that have done this that it works. I'm not sure I understand why we would want to implement something that nobody can say, hey, it's worked here, it's worked there. It's reduced the number of animals in the shelter. That's what we're after. And so if you add a whole bunch of rules that increase bureaucracy and increase, I mean, the shelter has to come in with more staff to take care of all that.
I don't know if you were here at the last hearing, but we had some really good statistics about how, for example, Dr. Novi's efforts at taking feral cats and spay-neutering them actually significantly reduced the number.
I totally agree with his process, but it doesn't require a mandatory spay-neuter to do that.
I was just wondering, because you were saying it's not right to do it in the unincorporated county when it's coming from Oxnard, and I was just wondering, well, would you support it in Oxnard?
The policy of having somebody like Dr. Novi give low-cost spay and neuter services is certainly, it's the solution. But I don't think it needs to be with some kind of mandatory rule. People want to have their dogs spayed.
I guess it's just the concept that if you spay-neuter, you can actually reduce a population. That's, just A
And we support that voluntary part of it. I just don't see that we need to add more enforcement officials and have people out on the streets, and then people are scared and they don't go to the vet. Well,
thank you. And we do see this as just one tool to get where we're trying to get, which is a no-kill shelter. Yeah. And that's a pretty admirable goal.
You got a question for
Lynn? Let me add something too. I know Lynn mentioned, and I think Sandy West mentioned too about the city of Oxnard. There is a Ventura County Animal Commission where you can share this information too, and there is a council member that represents the city of Oxnard, and I'm sure that Barry and Donna can give you that information, and share this information with that council member from Oxnard so you can tell them exactly what's happening, the concerns that you have. And if you look at the population, Oxnard is 200,000 some population, and if you add all the other small cities, that's, and the numbers, there's not too far off from Oxnard if you want to go percentage to percentage. But I think that your concerns, and I know that Mrs. West Sandy also mentioned that too, there's an Ventura County Animal Commission, and I'm not sure when they meet Barry and Donna, but that concern should be taken over to that commission, and I think it's important that they understand that.
I think it's an educational issue. I knew nothing about spay-neuter when I started looking at all this. I didn't know that it's not a good idea for a person to have a nice little, breed of puppies for their kids. And if you talk to the city of Oxnard, people that live there, and they understand that if they have a litter of Chihuahuas, that the chances are that half of them are going to end up in the shelter being euthanized.
And that information,
I think it will mobilize the community. I really do. I don't think they know. I don't think they understand.
No, they understand, but I think the important thing is to send that to the proper authorities to go over to the Ventura County Commission, share that with a council member that represents Oxnard, and take that issue, or even also to go over to the Oxnard City Council. And I think it's important that they understand too what's happening and the concerns, as opposed to writing that Oxnard fix your own problems, you know.
I don't see it as Oxnard fix their own problems. I see
but that's what I
that this
have here.
mandatory ordinance isn't going to work, I don't think, in Oxnard or
So,
Ventura.
you know, have Oxnard fix their own problems, don't punish the entire county. That's not the way to correct things. The way to correct things is go over to Ventura County Animal Shelter, talk to those folks, talk to the representative, go before the Oxnard City Council and share those concerns. And I think it's important that we do that.
Thank you.
Lynn, I just do want to say that I appreciate this because it does show how good a job our animal service has done over the years.
I think they should be congratulated, I really do. I think they're amazing.
Really do. This education process that we're coming from intakes from 12,000 down here, and you're right. I mean, they'll be able to tell you what happened to horses during the downturn. We're getting horses and everything else there. It gets to be an economic issue. I got to feed my kids or feed my animals, and it becomes tough. But I mean, you look at these statistics. The kills are down so low that, going back to what you said, the education process has worked. And if we now have to, as a general overall, there may be targeting of certain areas that you need to go after some of that, but it has worked so well. I mean, a picture says 1,000 words. There's no question about that.
And I believe education is very important.
Yeah,
I had my own little dog that cost me thousands of dollars, and I know what it is to have a little dog, too.
Yeah.
And we love them a lot.
But I appreciate you willing to say how well this is done over the last 20 years. This has been a great group of people that have worked hard
amazed.
to
And
do
I
it. And
appreciate
I think
that they
everybody
do
from
it.
all sides will agree with that. Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
I also just, think Supervisor Zaragoza, because it is something that we all need to work together on, and I think part of the emphasis of this measure is so that we can spread that to the other cities. This is like the beginning of some great momentum so that the cities can participate, not just Oxnard. I'm talking with my city too, but I think that's the goal, and that way we can get to that no-kill shelter. And that's what's so great about this, is we are close. We can get there.
And the first public hearing that we had, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about that. We talked about sharing this information with Oxnard and other cities too. And the education, as Lynn mentioned before, and Mrs. West, it's important that we educate ourselves about that. And I think the proper authorities need to hear that. And again, I'm sure that Donna and Barry can give us the days that they meet, so you can share that with that commission. So, thank you.
Okay, we need to go on. We've got a few more speakers here. Maureen Barron, and then you've got Jonah Bushnell, and then Christina Morgan, and then Nikki Lacrosse after that.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chairman Foy. My name is Moira Barron. I live in the unincorporated area of Piru. I live up Piru Canyon. Therefore, I've lived on many different ranches. And what I'd like to address is that I am in favor of the Humane Society. They do a huge job, a great job. I volunteer at the low-cost vaccine clinic in Ojai. I've been doing that for 2 years. My concern today is that the way this is written, you have people from both sides who agree they love their pets. Mr. Zaragoza said he understands that. But I think this kind of enforcement will drive the people who aren't going to oblige anyway. It's going to drive them underground. And the cost is going to be put on breeders or people who, like myself, I agree with the spay and neuter. I don't feel that I want to spay or neuter my animals at 4 months or 6 months, but I do agree I will do that. I will not breed more animals. Living on ranches, we have always had people from cities or people from other parts of the unincorporated areas drop off their animals at the ranch. We take responsibility, we take those animals, and we get them spayed or neutered, and we keep them. But this kind of enforcement, where you are penalizing people who are being responsible, so that in some hopes of the people who are not complying to change their way, isn't working. You've had multiple presentations from both sides saying it's education. There are programs in Calgary, Alberta, Canada that work. There are programs like this that have been implemented that don't work. The Humane Society is doing a wonderful job. They need help in getting to those people who are going to breed. They're going to bring in animals from other counties, and they are going to sell them. For instance, what do you do with the people standing outside of Vaughn's in Ojai selling chihuahuas for $20 a piece? You know, I encounter that every day. And like I said, I do volunteer. I see the people come in and bring their animals, if they can afford it, to have their animals vaccinated. And when there is an intact animal, mostly chihuahuas and pit bulls, we ask them, will you go into the Humane Society and register to have them fixed? I am not, this is the answer, I am not going to take the masculinity away from my animal. I am not going to be told I cannot have puppies for my children. It's education. It is not enforcing these kind of things on people who comply.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Jonah Bushnell, thank you for coming out.
Joanna Bushnell, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I would just like to reiterate word for word what the previous speaker said. She expressed it so articulately. I am not a breeder. I'm just an owner of, I've had both rescue pets and purebred pets, and I oppose the measure because I also believe it's punitive to breeders of merit, because a reputable breeder is not the problem, I think, that would address the overpopulation, because a reputable breeder doesn't place a puppy with an irresponsible owner. I was very thoroughly vetted and checked out before I was given a puppy, and followed up for a full 2 years after I received the dog. So I feel that limited resources would be better utilized with education and low-cost clinics, and that's just the voice of one pet owner, and also the freedom to choose, that we as citizens just have the freedom to choose. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, ma'am, if I could just ask you one quick, you said you thought this was punitive to breeders.
Because of the privacy issue. It's an invasion of privacy. Because a breeder who's a reputable breeder treats those dogs like their children, like their babies, and they really do raise them in bedrooms and homes, and there's not puppy mills. It really not. I've seen it.
So the invasion of privacy is the possibility that somebody may inspect their home, or the fact that they need to get a license, a breeder's license?
I can't speak to that because I'm not a breeder.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just speaking as
Sure.
a pet owner.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Christina Morgan.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Christina Morgan. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Paula Animal Rescue Center. We are the only true no-kill shelter, city pound, in Ventura County. And you're probably wondering why I have such a large picture. I wanted to put a face to what I see every single day, my colleagues at the county as well. I'm here to support this measure. Sorry. This is Chubby's. Chubby's had the unfortunate luck to live next to a very large dog. She was bred 3 times, not on purpose. She's only 3 years old. The 3rd time almost cost her life. We got a call at 3 a.m. in the morning from PEC, Pet Emergency Clinic on Victoria, and they said, you know what? We have a couple here with a dog from Santa Paula, and they're going to put it to sleep. What would you like to do? Well, we're either no-kill or we're full of you-know-what. So I raced down there, put down our credit card, saved her life. She had a very large puppy in her uterus canal. Chubby's is with me now. She's at the shelter. If this family, the first time that she got with puppies, if they had a mandatory spay and neuter law, I think this could have been prevented. So I just wanted to come, and I know what everybody's saying here today, but I'm the one, just like my colleagues at the county, who stands there day after day, boxes upon boxes of unwanted animals, and they come into my facility. I don't know what to tell you. I think it will work, and I really believe that we should give it a try.
Ms. Morgan? I appreciate you bringing the picture in.
Sure.
What made you think that the mandatory would do that? Why would they?
I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing
What
you.
would the mandatory spay and neuter done if they would have had those puppies at home, the couple, and they would have given them to their friends, whatever, and they would have had them again and give them to their friends? The only reason they brought them in is because they saw there was an issue with the dog, right?
This was the second time they had an issue, yes. I
Right.
think if we had the mandatory spay and neuter, and again, I'm a lawyer, so I understand compliance, and I understand that we need more officers out there enforcing this. However, to me, if there's a law, hopefully more people will abide by the law, just like licensing. I sell a lot of licenses at my facility. What I do is educate the public on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We are putting it out there. Hey, you can come to Santa Paula Animal Rescue Center. We're building our own low-cost spay and neuter clinic now. So this person who the first time this dog got in trouble may have said, you know what? I better get my dog spayed because I'm going to get a fine, or, I have access now to a low-cost clinic. So I do believe that education is huge. I do believe that, I feel that whatever everybody's saying here really makes sense, but I do think we need a little bit more law. I think we need a little stronger hand just to push it along.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand, because if I knew that there's always this low-cost spay and neuter was out there, I could have gone if I wanted to. If the person doesn't want to do it.
Right. Well, people also
that
don't
would
want
be
a
the issue.
license. They
Yeah,
also
well,
don't want
that's
a
right,
license
and
or
people
dog.
don't want a license. I think last
Right.
time in this, we only heard that 40-something% of the people get licenses.
Right.
So 60% don't. So it's only going to be a person who's responsible, who goes and, my dog doesn't leave my backyard, but I still get a license on him. I still get him spayed. It's just,
Right.
it's just what I do. But, I've got a lot of friends who keep their dog in the backyard, and hasn't been, but at some point I'm going to breed my dog, and it's 7 years old, and it's some purebred, lab, and they want to do that. But so I'm just not sure that what we're saying that's going to do that. I'm just trying to understand how that would do that. I think it's still a choice person makes, right?
I think everybody has a choice. You have a choice to drive drunk. You have a choice to spay and neuter. You have a choice to license your dog. You're going to have to pay the consequences. What this does, this gives me that extra hammer, that extra little thing that I can use. I agreed with the lady who came and spoke from the Humane Society. I get the same argument. I'm not going to neuter my dog because that's just not macho. He should be able to have babies. Right. Well, if I can stand there and say, well, it is the law, or when I can tell this guy, you know what, instead of paying $20 for your license at $75, I have had more people in the last 6 months say, you know what, I don't want to pay that $75. You can do it for free. I had an ASPCA grant to spay neuter them, and they did it. I had more success in the last 6 months by education, but having that extra little push, that extra money, 20 versus 75. If I now have more law on my side.
Yeah, but that's a carrot. My concern is for that dog, because I'm just thinking if that person sits there going, if I go over there, they could find me, they could do something to me, and that dog's life may be lost because here they didn't have that issue. Here they knew they could bring that dog there. That's one of my concerns.
Well, they didn't bring it to me. They dropped it at PC, and the only reason this dog got saved is because the physicians there know us, and the people happen to have a Santa Paula license.
Okay, well, good. I mean, because somebody was scared that they didn't have a license.
That's right.
That's my concern, because I'm concerned for those animals, that they could be, just let the dog go, I don't want to do that. And we've seen people that are really cruel. I mean, this whole thing with horses, I've been a horse person.
Oh, yeah.
You see where all of a sudden, I remember some guy was up by Kashuma Lake, and all of a sudden he's out riding, has his trailer there, and he comes back from a 2 or 3 hour ride, and there's a horse tied to his, people are crazy. They're nuts. I mean,
and we see it every day. So if you can help
it's
us a little bit, we would certainly appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nikki Lacrosse.
Do they have it?
Yeah. You've done some work here, Nikki.
Yes, sir, I have.
We all have it now. Go
Okay.
ahead.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I've been a resident of Ventura County for 11 years. Prior to moving here, I was a foster home for all-breed dog and cat rescue. I'm still very active in rescue. I show one breed of dog through the AKC, and I show one breed of cat through TICA. I am also one of the directors of the International Savannah Cat Rescue Organization, so I think it's fair to say that I come at this issue from both sides. And there are a lot of aspects of this issue that have already been addressed much better than I can, so I'm here to talk to you about one thing, and that's money. I'm here to address you as a taxpayer, to speak to you as fellow taxpayers, and to speak to you as the people who determine how our money is spent. In short, mandatory spay-neuter is extremely, extremely expensive. If you will take a look at some of the information I've given you, first of all, it leads to a loss of revenue, primarily through the loss of licensing. Secondly, because of the fewer numbers of animals that are licensed, fewer numbers of animals are returned home. Those animals then wind up staying in the shelter for longer, which results in higher costs. If you'll look at my first chart, which is provided by LA Animal Services, you will see that when they first instituted their first mandatory spay-neuter ordinance, their licensing dropped. When they strengthened those ordinances in 2008, their licensing dropped. In fact, it has continued to drop steadily since the year 2000. They themselves have admitted that, that putting in mandatory spay and neuter has cost them revenue. If you look on the second page, Sacramento County also has the same issue. They put mandatory spay and neuter into effect in 1996. Their revenues have continued to plummet. I'd like to note that these organizations have had years, and in some cases decades, to make this program work, and it has not. The other thing I want you to take a look at next is something that Mr. Weems mentioned. Non-mandatory spay and neuter shelters have a better licensing rate. And if you look, one of the highest counties in our state is Ventura County. Our animal control shelter is already doing a phenomenal job. The state rate for licensing compliance is 22%. We're already 12% above that. If you institute this law, you're going to cut the legs right out from under that program. If you look at the counties that do have mandatory spay and neuter, 13%, 13%, 20%, 14%. And again, this information comes from the California Department of Public Health. You can go on their website and view it. I don't think that it's a coincidence that in the state of California, 22% of dogs are licensed. 21% of dogs turned into the shelter are returned to their owners. There's a direct correlation there. A licensed dog is much more likely to be returned to its owner. The animal shelters have a place to look. They have a person to call. So if you will also look at my next chart, which is return to owner and euthanasia rates for dogs in California shelters. This is also from the Department of Public Health. If you look, the euthanasia rate goes up as the return to owner rate goes down. So if we have fewer people coming in to get their dogs, more and more of these dogs and cats are going to be euthanized. The next point I want to make is budget increases. If you look at Santa Cruz County, California, their costs doubled after they did mandatory spay and neuter. If their program were implemented statewide, the state charges, the amount for animal control in the state, which is currently $250 million, would skyrocket to $433 million. Los Angeles County saw a 269% increase in their budget after they passed mandatory spay and neuter. King County, Washington, in 7 years, their budget went from $1.6 million to $3.08 million. Ventura Animal County Control, if you call them, they will tell you their goal right now is they want to be a no-kill shelter. But yet, the numbers here show that mandatory spay and neuter will lead to more dogs and cats being in the shelter. What happens when we run out of room? How can we be a no-kill shelter if our euthanasia rates are going to have no choice but to go up? The San Mateo County, the very first place in the country to do mandatory spay and neuter, their dog deaths increased by 126%. The cat deaths increased by 86%. Los Angeles, they strengthened their mandatory spay and neuter ordinances in 2008. In 2008, they increased euthanasia 30%. they had an increase in the number of impounds by 20%. Mandatory spay-neuter does not work. And I don't have the number for what it costs animal control to operate every year, but I assume that you people do. And I'm guessing that a year from now, you don't want to be looking at double or triple that number and answering taxpayers' questions about why that number got bigger, and at the same time talking to animal lovers and asking, why are there more dead cats and dogs than there were before?
Nikki, your time's up. I appreciate that you go along, but I appreciate you doing a little research here. And Barry, do you have a copy of this information? I don't know if you guys can give it to the director or something.
I have another copy.
Okay, just so he has it. Well, I appreciate you doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm looking for Sousa. There she is.
I jumped out of my seat.
Good. You're great. And then Dale Hansen's after that, and then Janet McNatt after that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Sousa Francina. I'm a former Ojai City Council member and mayor, and I'm the administrator of the Ojai Valley Animal Kingdom Facebook page, which has about 700 members. I'm here to express my full support for this ordinance and my hope that every city in Ventura County will adopt it. I'm someone who works in the trenches. I know that the statistics that you see here are the tip of the iceberg. I have rescue friends with 12 dogs in their houses. And I myself have 5 rescue animals that cost me $300 a month. I cannot afford these animals. I would have more if my landlord allowed. Okay? We are in a crisis. We need this ordinance adopted. This would not be before you if education worked. In Miners Oaks, there's one family, one household that is probably responsible for 1,000 puppies by now. Okay, the Humane Society has visited their house numerous times. Animal Reg has been there. The neighbors have complained. These dogs are outside in freezing weather. They have bred 3 times about 8 puppies each. We don't even know where. Some of the puppies got good homes. Some of those puppies are breeding. There's going to be inbreeding. This law will give us teeth to go after people like this. I want to remind you that it says here, the intent of these provisions is for voluntary compliance through education. Enforcement measures would be used as a last result. You know, there is no perfect solution, but I think the glitches can be addressed, and this is a huge and important step in the direction of a no-kill Ventura County. Thank you.
Quick, you got 55 seconds still running.
Okay, I wanted to address, I've heard these breeders say that they are not part of the problem, and I question that because, there was one woman who said she's been a waiting list for some breed of dog. If you go on the internet, every breed imaginable has a rescue site. Okay, you can get any dog that people purebred free on the internet. So I just wanted to say that. I recognize that they're more responsible than backyard breeders, but it's wrong to say that they're not part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dale Hansen. I'm from Ojai, and I'm glad to see Supervisor Bennett sitting up there asking some really good questions. I think this is a very complex thing, and we've heard both sides. I do support this law, but I think that alone it's not enough. And it's not just education. A couple of years ago, Nathan Winograd, the Assistant Attorney General from San Francisco, started a no-kill program that has proven very successful. Santa Paula is an example of that. There are ways to make this county a no-kill county and reduce the kill rate down to only those animals that truly are so sick, are so vicious that they cannot be turned around. That's euthanasia. That's mercy killing. To kill a perfectly healthy animal is not euthanasia. That's just downright killing. And that's what I want to see stopped in Ventura County. in other counties as well, and we can be an example of that. I think what Dr. Novi is doing and what the Humane Society is doing with their low spay neuter clinic and others, there are a few others, they're not enough. Education, the trap, neuter, and return, as Mrs. Miller stated, all of these things are important programs that the No-Kill program by Nathan Winograd has adopted as part of it. And one of the things is that you have to have a no-kill director, a person that is trained in no-kill program that can do it. And that's what I would like to see done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Janet McNatt, and then Lisa Demidia, and then Rachel Kovar.
Hi, I'm Janet McNeil. I'm a veterinarian in Ventura. And I do not support this measure. As a veterinarian who's kind of on the street level, so to speak, I've got clients that, come in with their dogs that can't get to some of these other places. They literally have walked from Ventura Avenue to bring them in for spay and neuter. And, I think there needs to be a lot more education, a lot more resources, because the people that are out there that are that are bringing the Chihuahuas and the pit bulls in, they're not the ones that are going to be affected by this. The mandatory spay and neuter doesn't mean anything to them. They've got the dogs in the yard. The yards are breeding. Their resources are going to rent or whatever. So I don't see that mandatory spay and neuter is helping them at all. And as a dog owner who's had rare breed dogs, there's another issue. You talk about damaging breeders. I had an Irish red and white setter. They're a rare breed. There's probably maybe less than 400 of them in the U.S. If I'm trying to preserve that gene pool, and here I am with paying off my student loans and everything like that, if I'm already paying an in-tag dog charge and I have to pay a breeding charge on top of that, my dog was in training. She's in training for search and rescue. She's also done urban mushing. She's done agility. I mean, hell, I'm a picture responsible dog owner. But, with all the other budgets, you're acting like people that are breeding are in this upper tax bracket, like we all have lots and lots of money to throw stuff. My money isn't going, my money's going to my student loans, sorry. But, so I don't think, I think it's unfair to breeders, responsible breeders especially, and it's unfair to rare breeds, it's unfair to people that are trying to be responsible, I do think education needs to be a little bit more enforced. I grew up in Oakland, Hayward, San Francisco, was paying people to bring their dogs in, get them spayed, and, a little incentive goes a long way, and, I think if people had a lot more help, that'd be a whole lot more benefit than mandatory spay and neuter, I just don't see that it's helping anybody. And I especially don't like the idea of animal control going into people's houses. Unfortunately, I have a client in another county that it was a situation where that privilege got abused, and the only reason that she couldn't pursue a legal thing against the county is because she ran out of money. If you have to defend yourself, it costs a lot, and that is very unfair. This poor client lost a lot of her animals basically because she wasn't wrong. She just couldn't afford to defend herself.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
My name is Leslie DiMattia, and it's a pleasure to address you today. I want to give you a little bit of background about myself. I'm a 47-year resident here. That gives you kind of about how old I am, which is a bummer, but. And I want to thank the animal control officers who are here. We love you and appreciate you, and we know that you guys risk your arms and limbs every day, and we so appreciate that. I say that because I'm a retired police officer from Ventura County Sheriff's Department. I've worked with Mr. Bennett, working with churches to create foster care education, to get more foster care parents working together to adopt children. And so I know education works. I think that as a new purebred dog owner, I'm not real good with the statistics yet, but I have a lovely breeder of merit, Bonnie Snyder, who's mentoring me in what to do and how to do that. You asked the question to multiple people, and I'm not sure it was really answered, Mr. Bennett. What is the law doing that targets breeders? You're making us pay a fine to breed our dogs, or not a fine, I'm sorry. It's a fee to be licensed as a breeder and to breed our dogs. You already are asking us to pay double to register our dogs that are intact. And to me, it seems like you're putting the burden on the breeders that are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And we all know from law enforcement that creating a law doesn't make compliance, right? We know that. So I would just urge you to vote no on this. I'm a brand new person learning in this, and all of this makes me go, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be a breeder. You're going to tax me every time, or you're going to make me pay a fee every time I want to license a dog or breed a dog. Heck, I don't even know what I'm doing with the dog right now. I'm just learning, right? So
if could I ask you a question?
Sure.
And I appreciate your actually trying to address the question that I raised. So if there was no fee, or if the fee was $5,
it wouldn't be a problem for me.
This ordinance would be okay?
Yes.
So it's the amount of money.
It's the money.
It's the money.
It's the money. And,
Okay.
and I mean, the privacy issue that people have raised, I'm a law enforcement officer. I know you can go in there and nobody's getting in my house. My husband's a police officer too. So, I mean, nobody's getting in my house. So I'm not threatened by that, but other people are. So I get that. I understand that. And we all have our own private things. I want to be a responsible breeder. I don't know how to do that yet, but I'm thankful that these breeders of merit are training me and teaching me. And I just want to be honest. People will get around this if you force it down their throats. I mean, when I bought a dog, like other people said, I had to sign a contract. And I've already thought, well, geez, if they make me do that, I'll send my dog to my co-owner. They can breed it in their county. I mean, we can get around it, but I don't think that's fair. I think that I want to be a responsible citizen here, but you're kind of tying my hands behind my back.
And so it's the money. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, let me just say, you said something in regards to I was paying a fine to have to register my dog.
That's what it feels like.
Well, in a sense, I agree with you on that, because what you're doing is you're fining me for that irresponsible person, and I'm having to pay that.
That's
and
exactly
that's
the
how
issue.
I look at it that way. And I know animal regulation's not looking at it that way. They're just looking at, we need revenue from it, but yeah. But I understand that. Thank you. Rachel? Did I have Rachel here? And then I have Sarah Aguilar, and then Kimberly Jones. We're almost getting to an end.
Good afternoon, board and community. My name is Rachel Kovar, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and us, the community, to speak as well.
Thank you for waiting for us.
It's worth it. I have worked at the animal shelter for over 8 years. I'm an animal control officer too. Some of my responsibilities are a little bit more what people don't want me to do. Over the past year, the shelter has declared that it is trying its hardest to become a no-kill shelter. A shelter cannot become no-kill overnight. There are steps you must go through. Having a spay-neuter ordinance is a step that would be beneficial as time goes on. But again, it won't happen overnight. Overpopulation won't happen overnight. As an example, and these are just kind of things that I've heard and seen working there and working with other officers as well. In 1998, California passed Chapter 747, which said that any dog or cat leaving the shelter must be spayed and neutered. Here in Ventura County, before the law passed, roughly about 90 dogs were euthanized a day. Then in 2005, which is around the time that I got hired, I would probably say it went roughly down to maybe about 90 dogs a week. And now in about 2003, I would say probably no more than 60 dogs a month would probably get euthanized, and that might even be on the higher side. Sorry, 2013. Thank you. So as you can see, I mean, the law was passed in 1998, and it's 2013. You know, people think that sometimes things happen overnight, but it's one of those things where, again, education will start happening, programs will start happening, and we'll start getting people who will say, this is why it's beneficial, is because euthanasia rate will become much lower, and people will understand, again, why it's beneficial for dogs to be fixed, or cats as well. I've seen a big drop in feral cats as well when they started doing the trap and release. I remember, our cat gang cages were like bursting, and I would say now barely any feral cats come in anymore. There are people that state that they are breeders. Some approve the spay neuter ordinance and some do not. I believe that the ones that approve know that it is good to have the law because it will keep just anyone from being able to breed. A breeder that is reputable will research bloodlines for medical, temperament, etc. of the parents. That is what makes a good breeder. The people who don't want to pay are breeders that are just in it for the money, I believe anyways. They don't care about the breed, really. So the law will help wheedle out the people who are serious and the people who are not so serious, again, in my opinion. In terms of licensing, what if the revenue we get from licenses goes down? Yes, because people are not wanting to pay for the license. But what if intake in euthanasia drops? Because spay neuter is starting to happen and people are seeing, like I was saying, when I first got hired, our intake was astronomical. But again, in 2013, because of the housing market, it's still up a little bit, but euthanasia is way, way down from when I got hired. So again, if you can say that the spay neuter ordinance would help, again, it's not going to happen overnight, but hopefully, at some point, euthanasia and intake will get, hopefully, basically to nothing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming out and talking.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Aguilar. I am currently the COO of Northwest Boxer Rescue, which is based out of Washington State. I do live here in Ventura County. This year, I personally have pulled from shelters just shy of 90 boxers within a 60-mile radius of where we're standing. These are purebred boxers. Some of them have papers. For breeders to say that they're not part of the problem is not a reality. One of the nice things about speaking a little bit later is I kind of get to rebuttal what everyone else says. The second speaker that we had today mentioned that there was 3 major organizations in the United States that oppose mandatory spay and neuter programs. And one of the things that she did, one of the words that she used very briefly was that they're businesses. These organizations have corporate officers that make $500,000 a year, $1 million a year. I don't really believe that they have animals' best interests in mind. I believe that as long as there's a problem, then they as a business get to continue to exist. They get to continue to make money. Somebody else mentioned that all of the listings of puppies that were brought in from Craigslist and Facebook and things at the last reading were supposedly from other rescues because you're not allowed to sell dogs on Craigslist. The loophole to that is you call it a rehoming fee. It's not a selling the dog. I have to ensure it goes to a good home by charging a rehoming fee. So it doesn't prevent anyone from backyard breeders or puppy mills from selling their dogs in those manners. Some of the dogs that I have pulled have come from Spark. They've come from the county shelter. For people to say that purebred dogs don't end up in these shelters is, I've gotten dogs from there that have papers that they came from a breeder somewhere. And you can do as much research as you want to try and ensure that they go to a good home, but it doesn't always happen. Our rescue does thorough background checks and to the people that we adopt our dogs to, and we still have those coming back. You can't 100% say they only go to good homes. I know I'm almost out of time. I know prohibiting, having a mandatory and spay and neuter is not necessarily the solution. It's not the perfect solution, but I do believe that it is a step in the right direction, and it's better than doing nothing. So thank you very much.
Sarah, can I So I'm trying to understand how you say when you've picked up 90 different boxers, and most of those are purebreds that you've picked up. How is the breeder the issue there? If I'm looking for a boxer, and I want to get a boxer, and I go out and I get one, and I pay whatever it costs to get that, and they check me out or whatever, and something happens in my life, I've got to move, I'm something, I can't take my dog, I lose my job, whatever. How does that breeder, though, is responsible for that? That's what I'm trying to understand, how you call that responsible. I'm just trying to...
My argument was not that the breeders are necessarily responsible, but that their defense is always that they're not contributing to the problem by breeding more animals. Okay. And there's such an extensive
So we're making the
amount.
assumption then that if somebody wants a specific dog, somebody wants this lab or this boxer, this Shih Tzu or this Chihuahua, what you're saying is we should get everything out of the shelter and not let people pick and choose what they want if they can't find the kind of dog they want, if they wanted a specific dog.
No, I'm not saying that either.
Because we have to have breeders if we're going to allow people to pick and choose dogs they want, right? You have to have somebody that, breeds. That's what I'm saying. So there's some of this. So I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, the breeder issue, because I'm just trying to understand, as part of your argument is that only if I want a dog, then I should only get a dog that has been rescued, and that way we don't have breeders breeding dogs, and that way we get rid of them. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. It was basically a statement as addressing the breeders saying that they're not contributing. Right. It's not intended to place blame on them fully. I do believe that everyone that's enabling there to be more animals, whether it be dogs or cats or horses that are ending up at the shelters, that they are inadvertently, maybe is the good word, contributing to the issues, contributing to the overpopulation, contributing to the extreme numbers that we have, that the breeders' permits, that the increase in the registration, the licensing, that those things also help contribute to the solution. I don't feel that, this breeder or this breeder or this breeder that are here that I can say, it's your fault. You bred 100 dogs this year, Right. But it's definitely, it's not helping anyone.
Yeah, I understand. I was just curious because I just want to make sure, because usually a breeder will breed and say, I'm going to breed this. There's a market for these dogs. They're looking for this. At the end, if they have no place to sell their dogs, you don't see breeders dumping dogs off at the...
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
I meant the responsible breeders for the nice,
Well, where do they go then?
Yeah, well, no, I understand that, but I'm just saying,
they're
most of them...
They don't just keep them and keep,
Right, because I've talked to some breeders before that I've had somebody say, there's not a really market for the dog, I'm out of that business, that's the only kind of dogs I have, because some people, it's an income to them, but, not a big income, but it's income. I'm just curious, but I'm not saying they don't. I've heard people say, I bred my lab and I couldn't get rid of my puppy, so I had to, they should have understood what the market was to start with.
Right, and unfortunately, the backyard breeders and the people that this is intended to target are not the ones that you're going to hear from, that aren't going to be
Exactly,
here
and that's what I want to
saying
make sure,
this,
is we're talking about backyard breeders, not the responsible ones, and I agree with that. Okay, well, thank you very much. I
Right,
appreciate
thank you.
that, Sarah. Thank you. Kimberly? And then Heather?
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Kim Jones, and I'm a resident of Silver Strand out in Oxnard. And thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you. I wasn't planning on doing this. I heard about this last night, but I took off work today to come and support our shelter. I'm in favor of this ordinance. I believe that it's true that there is a pet overpopulation problem. I volunteered at the shelter for 4 years, and I've seen all of the dogs, cats, and rabbits that have come through those doors. And a lot of days there were not open kennels or cages available for them, and then scrambling had to happen to find space for them. And also, as far as affordable spay and neuter, there are low-cost clinics. I've even been involved with getting the Valley Vet nonprofit, and Mercy Crusade to spay and neuter rabbits because they also contribute to the overpopulation of pets. And yes, rabbits should be spayed and neutered as well. I agree that this ordinance will be the stepping stone to reduce the number of homeless animals and the euthanasia in the shelter, and also help our shelter become a no-kill animal shelter. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kim. Appreciate that. Heather, you're our last one here. Anybody else want to speak? No? Okay. She's going to sum it all up right here. There you go.
Have to bear with my public speaking skills. I'm Dr. Heather Skogerson, and I'm the Ventura County Shelter Veterinarian. I kind of made a couple notes on my phone. Anyways, we were asked to go no-kill, and we need help to do that. We need help from the community. We do need education. And I think this ordinance is one more little tool that will help us push us in the right direction. Is it going to be the perfect solution? No. Is it going to suddenly make us no-kill? No. But it will give us one more tool to use to help go out there and do what the public wanted us to do and what we want to do. As a veterinarian, I came out and I had an oath to help animals with welfare. I have to keep their welfare in mind. And being out in the public sector for over 10 years and being a private practitioner, I did that. I did it great. I had all the tools. I had everything to diagnose, anything I could want. Money was no object except for the clients. You know, their finances were an object. Being a shelter veterinarian is challenging, very challenging. It's a very different way to practice medicine. And as a private practitioner, I didn't know what went on in the shelter. I had no clue. As a shelter veterinarian, I'm working with some other colleagues to help educate the private practitioners in our area to help see what we do in the shelter. Now, we triage mainly, and we're keeping animals more and more, longer and longer, but I certainly don't get to do the diagnostics and the workup that I did to diagnose everything. I kind of went off on a tangent there, but I also, unfortunately, as a part of my job, I have to euthanize way more animals than I ever wanted to euthanize in my career. I would love to tell the people coming in to pick up their animal that I've just done a lot of work on, but they can't afford to pay for it. I would love to tell them, hey, I want you to have your dog or your cat, and I will take off the charge for fixing its broken leg. But let me take away your animal's reproductive capabilities, please. Let me stop that, because we have too many puppies and kittens coming in. We did a foster program this last year. We opened it up to the public, and we sent out hundreds and hundreds of baby kittens and puppies that I would have had to euthanize because they're underage, underweight. If we can just get one little tool to use to help us become no-kill, help us, to help more animals to get them adopted, that would be my goal. So thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Let me just ask you a question.
Yeah.
We saw some statistics that came on this that Ms. Lacrosse did that showed these other cities that have tried that. Have you heard anything about that at all? Or
I have seen a few. I haven't delved into all those. There are some other resources that I could look into, mainly UC Davis Shelter Medicine website. I can talk to them and see if they have any other statistics that are for the plus side.
Well, I'm not saying that. They were just purely stuff that's up on whatever the website, the Census Bureau of Los Angeles source of animal services, and just shows their basic stuff. So it's just a date and just like ours. What came in, this date, what came in. And I was just curious because at the end of the day, our goal is to try to stop the kill. Mm-hmm. And if we do certain things that increase it, like every one of these cities that have tried that has shown it. It's not just been 1 or 2 years seeing if it worked, but it's been a lot of years.
Now, how can they tie that directly to spay and neuter?
It's because it gives you, on all these different cities, the exact date they implemented it.
Okay, but how are they tying that directly to
Well,
spay neuter ordinance?
all I'm just saying is when those were implemented, it just showed a trend. I was just
But
curious if you guys
there's a
have
lot
seen
more
that.
that goes into
Yeah,
it.
because I'm just wondering from your standpoint, because you're coming from your agency, you're proposing this.
Yeah.
And so I was just curious what other stuff you gave that showed that was supporting that this really works
Yeah.
and that stuff. And I just, as somebody else had said that I think was even supporting this, said that we want to do something that works. There's no question. You don't want to try something and then you get out there and we have the worst side of it going
Yeah,
on. Right.
we want something that works. And again, I don't know that this is going to be all end all for our
No,
no
we
kill.
know that. We know that.
But I want to do something like when the homeless people come in and they want me to take care of their animals. We have a program for that, and I can say yes, I can take care of your animal, but I also get to spay and neuter. If you want me to vaccinate your animal, you want me to take a tumor off, that's fine, but let's to make a trade. We get to spay and neuter. And I can kind of see this working in the same way. It's not we're not going to go out and enforce. No, you're right, we don't have the resources to do that. But this will give us just another tool to say, hey, your animal came into our shelter, please let me spay and neuter it, or I can refer you to Dr. Novi, Mercy Crusade, or the Humane Society, get a low-cost spay and neuter, and that'll help.
What do the homeless say when you say that to them? Do they agree?
Most of them agree with it. Yes, they do.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Well, that's good. Yeah,
Mhm.
because
They're very
those
happy to.
animals are not in confined areas, so there's more opportunity
No, there's
for problems.
more of them, yes.
Yeah, there's more opportunity
The problem with that is they have a hard time getting to the shelter. Yeah. So we have officers go out and pick up their animals and then deliver them back to them.
Great, good. Well, I appreciate
Supervisor Foy, as you're looking at your research, because I would like to, if you've come across any statistics that Supervisor Foy was asking you, I'd appreciate that. And I think you're right when you say, how can you necessarily, for example, one of the things that's pointed out here is when Los Angeles toughened their law in 2008, the numbers went up. Well, we also saw in 2008, by Lynn Jensen, when the housing crisis hit, the numbers went up. So was it because they toughened their law or because the housing crisis hit?
That's what great to have some statistics.
I just think it's difficult to know. I might point out, just while we're looking at it, is that counties that institute spay and neuter are probably counties that have a real problem. Well, counties that have a real problem are probably counties that have a problem because they have low licensing, they have low compliance, and all of that. So it's hard to, it's just going to be hard to have the statistics, get us all the way there, or statistics that will definitively shine the spotlight on this and stuff, right? So, hey, thank you very much, Doctor, for coming.
All right, well, if that's the last speaker, then we're going to close the public hearing. But I got to say that just after what I've heard from so many people from all sides, I got to commend you guys that you're doing such a great job. That we're reading this, that we're the highest rated, doing the best job compared to the rest. I mean, congratulations on doing a really good job of what you're doing. Yeah. Congratulations. Okay, so anyway, we've heard a little bit of testimony, only about a couple hours. I don't know if anybody from staff, Donna, you want to speak or say anything?
Yeah. And I have one question for Donna, so thank you for calling.
Supervisor Zaragoza, say best you can say in 23 words or less. 25. Okay, 25. He's giving you a little grace. Go ahead. Is there anything?
I'm sorry. I want to say something.
I have one question for you, Donna, and that is, the two examples we heard in the Ojai Valley. One is, this family that that Mayor Francina was talked about, up to 1,000. Would this tool help?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
I've had several discussions.
Because there have been major attempts to try to educate that family, but you need a tool to actually,
by both
go beyond
Animal
that.
Services and Humane Society.
Okay.
Yes.
And then how about people selling chihuahuas outside of Walmarts? Would this tool help?
I think it's a good chance for an education. It's a good encounter. And again, as I stated before, what we would be doing is educating, offering these low-cost spay and neuter, and I see that it's going to be a door hanger that we're going to hand them.
And I know Supervisor Parks has to leave soon, so I want to limit my comments so that we can make sure she can vote on this issue. Right? Thank you.
I put the whole day aside. What do you
Well,
have any comments?
if I could, I'll make my comments real quick if I can, and
Was there anything else that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that staff wants to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to say that there's a lot of comparison to LA City. Everything we go back to 2008 is LA City. They did not have the programs, and I don't think that we're Ventura County. We shouldn't be compared to LA City. I mean, we work hard. I've made notes everywhere. If you guys have any other questions.
I agree with that because LA County has 20%, we have 34%, so we're much better shape.
We're much better, and we work hard. The Persians that came in, a concern about us going in and taking somebody's animals. We don't want anybody's animals at the shelter. We would rather not have any animals at the shelter. I remember those cats. There was a lot of them, and they were very weepy. We had them in our isolation and our cat quarantine for an extended period of time. If my memory is correct, it was called in for a check the well-being with Humane Society, and we were housing these animals while they went through to see if there was neglect, etc. I don't know the outcome because we were just housing them, but I believe they all went home.
That was not the situation.
Isn't that the situation? Usually that's what happens, though. We don't want to go out and get them. We don't spend a lot of time doing abuse and neglect cases. I don't have the staff for it. But I really appreciate everybody coming today. You all have passion for your animals, and that hits my heart, absolutely. So if there's any questions that you guys have.
Okay. Now, you want to make some comments?
If I could.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Long.
One quick question. It was already said that you already have the authority, Animal Reg, to go into homes, particularly if you're responding to a complaint or you know that there's some issues going on with neglect or abuse or inattention of animals. So this really does nothing more than that same thing.
Correct.
To allow for that entry to take place.
Correct.
The other thing that was raised at the last meeting and this one was this question of the ordinance being looking to be more specific to AKC dogs versus cats, which are different, breeding associations and
Correct. There's an error. I brought that up last time. So there is an error that cats are not registered with the AKC.
Right. Okay.
Absolutely.
So then there's not an issue here of an absence of language related to cat breeders.
No.
It still applies.
The intent is not. The intent is not, and like the supervisor said, that we could review it and make sure.
Well, we got to be somewhat specific. If the intent is not, you don't want somebody to come back and sue you on something, say it's not in your ordinance, you don't have it. Should you have something in there or what? I mean, I'm not for this ordinance, but I don't want to put the county in a position that we're getting a bunch of lawsuits either.
I understand.
Where are we?
I think the clause in question would not subject the county to any lawsuits or liability. It simply exempts dogs or cats registered by the AKC. If cats aren't registered,
it's before the board now.
So if it doesn't apply to cats, then they wouldn't qualify. The owners of cats wouldn't qualify under that exception. That's all, and nobody would say that they would.
So
does the cat breeder then have base? They're okay because it says ones that are on a dog, but if it doesn't apply to cats, how does a cat breeder get?
A cat breeder would not.
They wouldn't have to
comply with that particular exception, but there are other exceptions.
Okay.
Well,
sounds like every question's on either way.
Question is, this ordinance would apply spay and neuter to cats and dogs.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
It's just they don't get the exception for AKC if AKC doesn't handle cats.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, so I'm sorry, I can't let you speak from there. So we do have some issues with the ordinance in that kind of a sense, but how does it come back to fix some of those issues? Because if we don't have the ability for cat owners to have an exception, if we're Unless we're just saying we
Well,
don't care, we
I
don't
ju-
want cats to do it.
When it was, no, absolutely not. I'm a big cat lover.
I'll be honest, I'm not a cat person,
No.
but I still want to protect the cats briefly. Yeah, so.
Thank you very much. It was brought to our attention prior to the last board meeting, and I made mention of it at that time that that was an error, and we needed to refer to the cat fanciers. And I was told that we would come back in February and add that in there and correct that.
Okay,
In
so
February.
That's
That's what I was advised.
By who?
County Council.
Huh?
County Council.
Why? What's February?
But just after the first of the year, probably at least put it in so cat owners have the same rights as, cat
So
breeders have
a
the-
revision of this, so we
revision of
adopt
this.
this ordinance and then we revise it.
Correct.
Right, if
So
we
the
wanted
cat-
to add that in. Right.
So, anyway, yeah, I mean, I would agree that probably you shouldn't put a poor ordinance in and try to fix it, but anyway, is what it is. So, all right, that's a mess. Because we leave the cat, we don't have it for cats. So what happens during that time if a registered,
Well,
if a regular cat person or cat breeder has the same issues as dog, how do they deal with that?
I don't think I'm going to see a rush of people in January coming forward to get breeding permits
No,
for
I
their cats
agree
or
with
their
that.
dogs.
But so then there's no enforcement for them during that time either.
Whoa. No, if I could, I just think we've just completely, look, we just have the ordinance, and all that happened was, as a I don't know, professional recognition of the AKC, they said, look, you don't even have to get the license if you're an AKC breeder of merit, because they had so much confidence in the AKC organization. So that's all, they just carved that out. This sort of completely applies to cats. And I mean, you know, we could have somebody say, hey, rabbits need to have a professional rabbit organization that, you know, you can breed under. You know, that's not the case. You could remove the AKC breeder of merit exception if you wanted, and that would make it completely level. You could leave the AKC exception in and just say, we don't have an organization for cats yet that we've identified. At some point in time, we may identify an organization for cats that gives them the exception. Cat breeders can still breed. They just have to get a permit to breed. All we've done is created an exception for AKC breeders of merit. I don't think we should disadvantage the timing of this thing simply because we tried to reach out to AKC in good faith and hope that would help address some of the concerns that they were raising. It obviously hasn't, but it doesn't mean that cats aren't covered by this ordinance. They are covered, and breeders of cats are covered by the ordinance. They just have to go get a breeder's license.
Something was said earlier, and you talked about the price of that. Do you have any comments on that? The price of a permit? What does a permit cost now?
The permit stated as $100. That fee is set by the board.
That's what I'm saying. So I know you talked about that. So if somebody wants to breed a cat, they pay $100? Or a dog, they pay $100? Some of these people have talked about, I think, on all sites, per animal. So, yeah. So,
Again,
I know you said something about what somebody said, would it work if it was $5 or something
Yeah,
like that?
I was really trying to pin down, is it the money?
It's a money issue to a
or
lot
not?
of people, yeah,
You know
no
what I mean?
question.
I don't think that for most people that are doing the professional breeding, I don't see that as the hurdle that is, you know, I'm trying to sit there and go, you know, what is their cost and time in terms of dealing with that permit. If it would pull your support, I'd be willing to change that. I'd be willing to change the fee amount.
But you know, there's that curve. There's an administration where it gets too expensive, then people stop
right.
backing
So,
out.
And
somebody says it's $5.
I'm not that wedded to whether it's 50 or 100, but there is cost of staff. I mean, the shelter is not properly subsidized by all the entities, and so you know, if you're going to add more work, that's what you have license fees and that stuff for. But I'm not opposed to that.
There was something brought up that I think you saw that the price was going to deter people, and if this thing goes forward, they're looking to. The goal is to get more people in, not to deter people away because of costs, and we already know this is going to cost more money than. Barry's looking at this saying, yeah, it's probably going to cost a lot more money than I have in my budget, and try to figure that out going forward. And we've got some great officers out there saying, I need help.
Well,
so
since you're engaging me on it, what people said was that's what their objection is. That now that's coming from somebody who was saying that's what they are concerned about. There's a whole nother question, that we could analyze in terms of what's the fee that we should charge if we think that, hey, people will be there if it's at this fee and not at the other. I think a lot of people here are saying they don't care what the fee is. They think it's the wrong ordinance and they don't want to have
There's no question
have to be
there's
a part of that.
full intrusion of-
So
yeah, I agree.
based on one person answering that, I'm not ready to change the fee. I am ready to make my comments so that we can get everybody
Wanna go home to
everybody
dinner?
going and stuff. And that is, everybody in the room, breeders, rescue people, staff, agree that education is the issue, right? Secondly, everybody in the room loves animals and wants to try to decrease the amount of euthanasia in terms of animals. There's a disagreement in the room as to whether this ordinance is the proper step or not in terms of doing that. The people who have to pay to get a breeder's license basically have been the people that have been speaking, saying this isn't going to be effective or that it is punitive of them. They don't want to have to pay to get that. The people who have been working night and day in rescue and the people who got these numbers down that they're being cited here, they're asking us for another tool. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I mean, if I knew for sure what was going to happen, I could be doing something, more valuable than this. But the people that are doing the work all the time and that have the credit for getting these numbers down are saying, we want to do better and we need a tool to be able to get to that next step. So I have to say that that's who I want to support at this point in time. Okay. They came to me. That's not who. I didn't go to them. They came to me and said, "Hey, we need this tool," and I've tried to listen carefully to that. So then I said, "Okay, how can we give them this tool and have the least negative impact on professional breeders and people that have concerns about that?" And we have crafted as many good faith exceptions as possible into the ordinance, and I haven't been able, in all the communication that I've had up till today from people contacting my office, and then today, heard anybody identify how a professional breeder is going to have a serious blockage from going forward and doing what they want to do. They may not like it, but there's no deterrent here that's going to really get in their way. And the issue of home inspections, I think, is just one that is not. We're not going to have these inappropriate raids on breeders in Ventura County if we pass this ordinance. That's not going to be what is going to happen.
Mr. Bennett, speak, please.
I'm sorry, when you guys were talking, we didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, you got to let him speak. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So I don't believe that the concern about inappropriate inspections from an already overburdened staff, et cetera, who's asking for a tool so that when they have that one home that's got 1,000 dogs going, they actually have a tool so that when people come in, and I thought that the woman from the Santa Paula Rescue was great when she said, those people may have done something different. And she said, I need a tool when I talk to people. I'll be able to do better education, which we all want, if I can say, it's also the law. It's huge, right? That's what they're asking. I'm willing to try it, and I'm not going to, and I know some statistics show that the number of animals went up in some county right afterwards. I don't know if that's because of a housing crisis or if that's because this had an impact. But even if it did have, even if some people said, I'm going to turn my dog over rather than get him spay or neutered, right? At least that dog will get spay and neutered in our shelter and not be out there. So I want to see what the impact of this is 3 years down the road and 5 years down the road. And then we can modify this thing if we have to. But my gosh, we're trying to get to as far as we can down the no-kill road. We have the people who are doing the work asking us for a tool. I find it hard to believe that we would do anything other than say yes and make as many good faith exceptions for the breeders as possible.
Thank you.
That'll be my
Clerk's just
motion.
gotta go.
I'm happy.
Supervisor, you?
Yeah, I'll be glad to second the motion. It isn't perfect, but I think it gives us an opportunity to have one of those more tools in the tool chest to get to a no-kill policy. To me, being able to have a no-kill shelter has got to be the goal, and if we can achieve that, we're going to be pretty darn good. I'm really have confidence in our staff. I think we will be able to do it, and I want to give you the tools to get there. It is a complicated ordinance because I think there was some misinformation here. I would recommend that you put together a simple brochure explaining what it is. You also have the wonderful marketing and discount sometimes. I'm sure at some point you might even offer a discount for the breeder's permit. They might have that as an opportunity. But I think this is a very positive step. And most importantly, that this is an incentive. This will give some momentum for those cities like Oxnard and other cities to come onto the bandwagon, to do this also so the entire county and its cities can all have this effort towards no-kill and not have unwanted puppies and kitties and have a more humane county as a result of it. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I hope we will get the results that are intended.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you all for coming to speak. And at the first reading on this, we had lots of good input too. And I think we've all listened, and I had the opportunity to review the information Mr. C put together and to listen to you today. And there's no question, we're all animal lovers. We all want to do what's best to care for animals, and we all want no kill. And I think our staff has done an outstanding job, and I really appreciate that everyone in the room feels the same way. And I think that as we move ahead and look to raise the bar, and as you see in the county unincorporated area where this is affected, we have possibly 200 folks we're talking about here as far as potentially breeders. And I would say that this really isn't for the responsible breeders. This isn't a punishment. This is for us to go to those backyard breeders and those puppy mills. And the statistics, we can look at statistics, I think, and we should always continue to do further research and see how it's performing, even in our own county. After every so many years, we should take a look at that. Ordinances aren't in cement. Ordinances can be amended and rescinded. And if we find that this tool isn't a tool, but becomes a barrier or reverses what we're seeing in the success, we certainly will consider a reaction on this ordinance. But we were asked, and we had, I believe, convincing evidence that we need to have this tool. And I believe that the staff has done a good job. I too am a pet owner of a very expensive pet. I talked to my veterinarian about this twice, just to make sure that I'd asked the right questions, and she gave me input, and very strong a supporter of this and has been a veterinarian in the community for years. Feels that every tool possible to stop the kill rate and to educate and make responsible pet owners should be everyone's goal. So I'm going to support this ordinance.
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to reiterate everything that was said, but I am going to support staff's recommendation and to give staff the tools that they need. And I think that Dr. Novi made an excellent presentation on he said 400-some thousand dogs that were killed and so forth, but he's trying to help all of us, and Christina Morgan from Santa Paula, I think Christina was her name. She made a lot of sense to me, and Souza from Ojai made a lot of sense, and the doctor too. And I do believe that we need to educate our not just the unincorporated, but the cities also. I think that the young lady made a good comments that we need to have the people from other cities understand what the problem is. There is a commission, the Animal Service Commission, that you can go to. You can go to the City Council and share your concerns, and I think it's important that we do so. The other thing, too, is that we should not blame a city for what's happening to or individuals for the acts of a few people. And I'm telling you, a few people. In my block alone, I have a dog that cost me a lot of money, just died just a month ago, but it cost me thousands of dollars just to try to save her. But in my court where I live, everybody has a little dog, everybody takes care of them, everybody looks out for their dog, and we should not blame a city for what's happening, for what a few are doing. And I think this ordinance, it would be a good ordinance and a good ordinance that other cities can use. So I do support this.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I appreciate you all coming out here, but I got to reiterate, anyway, I got to say if I can say it, it's been too long, that I am just proud of our own agency, that what everybody has said and the great work that they're doing, and it is, ranked highly in the state for what they do and the good work they're doing. And I think that's due, because what that shows is that they've been out educating, Dr. Novi's been out educating people and incentivizing people to do this spay and neuter, and they've done a tremendous, tremendous job with that. And I think the key is that we have seen this great drop in this because people have learned what to do, how to do it, incentivized, made it inexpensive. As our own vet said, if I can make it cheaper, I'm sure it's going to be a lot easier for people. Those are all the things that do. And I like the idea how we've done that and accomplished so much. Again, I struggle with the idea that we've got a few offenders, and I don't know what it is, 3%, 5%, and then the rest of the 95% have to pay the price for that. And because we've proven that this agency can do such a good job, and then the rest of the county picks it up with it and says, this is the right thing to do. Let's rescue, let's spade, let's do. And I got to be honest with you, when I grew up, we didn't spade our dogs. We'd breed our German Shepherds. We'd breed our German Shepherds, and because hey, you're going to breed, that's nice. My dad loved to buy purebreds. We have people if you have 3 or 4 puppies, we always said somebody's going to take them, and it was great. But at the end, as I got up, older, and I didn't want to do that, and I'd tell my kids, look, if that dog gets out and gets pregnant, we're going to have all these puppies. It's a responsible thing for us to spade this dog, and we can keep this dog, and it's going to be great. But I struggle where we're going, and some people, it just gets me to. I hate when government gets to the point where we just say because a few people do something, we got to just regulate the heck out of it. Because there's a lot of good, responsible people out there. Now, these officers have the right to go in and deal with some of the issues that we deal with, and I think some of this came out because I think a lot of these people didn't understand that these are sworn officers and they have rights like policemen. So I think a lot of this coming in their house and that kind of stuff, which we don't. I've been here for 6 years or 7 years now, and I really haven't heard a lot of complaints at all about that. And I appreciate, guys, that you haven't, because I know in LA County I've heard some of that. And I've heard that we've gone and knocked on your door, though, and said, do you have a license on your dog? And it's a law, and okay, that's a reasonable thing. I just wish there was more way to do this through incentive-based. We're going to make it free for you. We're going to make it easy for you. We'll help you. If you can't even get there, we'll pick up your dog and we'll do this. I mean, that to me would be the ideal thing, and we got to be careful, because I know somebody asked, people ask, why do I have to have a permit to breed my dog? And at the end of the day, sometimes it comes down to it, it's because, half the time government wants to control everything, and I don't like that. I really don't, because I really believe people, and we've proven that thousands, Dr. Novi is such a great example of going from 9,000 to 3,000. 66% of it is gone because he himself said, I'll make a commitment and do this and freely make this inexpensive for people to do it in this sliding scale. That's great. Those are the things that we should be doing. So that's why it's so hard for me to support this. I understand, because we're all coming to the same point. We really want to get here. Supervisor Bennett and I have talked about that before. A lot of times we're trying to get to the same point. We come from a different direction. I just got to come from a different direction. I really trust and believe in the people. And there's offenders, and I don't believe this is going to stop those offenders. I really don't. They're not going to stop. They're just going to continue to do it. And, I was at a point where somebody said to me the other day, and this was really bothered me, because I think they had 3 puppies, or not 3 puppies, but 3 dogs. My daughter calls every dog, it doesn't matter if it's 20 years old, a puppy, but it's a dog, and said, at this point, I got to stop licensing my dog because there's one of them out of the 3 I don't breed. It's not neutered, and I don't really want to go down and do it. I said, you can go to Dr. Novi and get somebody and see me. You can get it cheap. It's not going to cost you a lot. I just don't want to do that. And I'm just going to stop licensing. I said, you can't. It's a lot of license. You've been licensed. It doesn't matter. I just want to stop. I just hate hearing that from a responsible person who licenses their dog every year. Those kind of things. I'm hoping that he's not going to stop doing it. That it's just a comment that he gets frustrated with this. But I just hope we don't. And at the end of the day, I don't know. I'd love to see, I can't support it, but I'd love to see a sunset clause or just a review that came back and say, what did we get out of this? What did we really get out of this? Because at the end of the day, if any of these statistics that I heard are true, and Mr. Zimmerman, Barry is going to, Fisher has to sit there and go, I
Set
got
other
another $1
barriers.
million budget, you know. I don't want to have to deal, or you're going to have to deal with that same issue. And what did we accomplish? I don't know. I'm really frustrated with
Supervisor,
it.
every year when we do the budget, we'll get that.
Well, I know we're going to get it, and you're going to have to say, I need more because of these people. I don't know. At the end of the day, we're trying to get to the same point, but I just don't see this doing it. And but I appreciate everybody coming. It's been a long day. We had a whole bunch of people last time we did this. This is a very emotional piece for a lot of people, and telling people what they can do with their dogs and cats is a real issue, you know. But at the end of the day, we know we want to see. We're never going to see a no-kill, right?
No, we will.
I mean, you can't because you have diseased and really sick animals. When you're talking about
That's called no-kill.
We need to reach a 90% save rate to be no-kill.
All right, so I understand it. So people, at least they don't say, so you never accomplished it. At least be reasonable. You're going to have some issues.
Yes.
Some dogs bite too much or something. You have to deal with that. So, all right, but we can
As
vote.
we get ready to vote, I just want to make 2 quick points. This ordinance is not going to get all of the offenders to stop. You're absolutely right. But if this ordinance gets some or many of the offenders to stop, it's worth it. But nobody should go out there and say, hey, this is going to stop all of that negative behavior. There's no way that can happen. But it will likely have a significant impact. The second thing is that Dr. Novi, that we admire so much, is asking us for this tool. All right?
Well, we got to keep this going because Supervisor Parks. Did you vote? Yes, we got to make a. All right. Thank you all.